Chapter 12, 46. How? I don't even know your name? Does Hollows have an archangel on par with you? Says, my name is Mythica, and no, I am the only one of my rank serving the Pantheon. Nice to meet you, Mythica. If that is the case, then I won't have any problems. I have already defeated a six-winged archangel of Hollows. Mythica says you have. Did you truly kill it or just banish it? I took his core. Mythica says, then you truly killed it. I must say that I am impressed. It would seem that I was underestimating you. That is understandable considering you haven't even seen my true form. Mythica says, regardless, I will still stand by my words. I will respond to your call for aid one time. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to return and report to Lady Artlisa. Mythica gives a nod of respect to both me and Am, and then she is just gone. I will admit that she scares me a little, especially her ability to appear without warning. I didn't think that angels could appear without being summoned or the big beam of light showing their arrival. Now that I know she can do that, I am going to be worried about her popping up randomly. Although, surely there are limits, like she can only do it every so often or where believers are. At least, I hope it has some kind of limit, or I am going to end up becoming paranoid. Emperor Am says, well, Ash, thanks to you, I now have a lot of work to do. Is there anything else that you wanted to discuss? Oh, don't give me that. You are an emperor. All you are going to do is issue a couple of orders and then let your underlings figure the rest out. In fact, other than arresting a few people, you will probably leave most of the work to the other churches. Empress Atash laughs and says, he has you there, my love. Shiro says, and I already know which underling is going to get this dumped onto them, don't I? Dad, Emperor, Am says. Well, it is your own fault for complaining about wanting to do something more than just diplomatic work. Yes, Shiro, I want you to handle dealing with Hollos Church. I will give you full authority to command anyone other than the Royal Guard. Do you think you can handle it? Shiro says, of course I can. It is just a church. It isn't like I am facing an enemy army. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Considering that Hollos was planning to rebel against the Pantheon, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the church has an army. They had probably planned to launch a surprise attack on the other churches. Shiro says, you've got to be kidding me. Do you really think that a church could build a private army without the Empire knowing? Emperor, Am says. Actually, Ash is right. I've gotten reports about all of the churches having small private forces, never enough to be a threat to the Empire, so we mostly ignored them. It wouldn't surprise me if Ash is right about Hollis' church. So, you need to be careful. Remember to never underestimate your enemy. Shiro says, all right, I will be careful. Do you think the other churches are going to use their forces? Emperor Am says, most likely. Why? Shiro says, because multiple groups of armed forces moving around is going to make things complicated. I will need to make sure to deploy extra scouts just to keep track of who is who. My advice would be to let the churches do the majority of the work and just support them using the Imperial military. Shiro says, why would I do that? If they do most of the work, they can also claim most of the glory. A couple of reasons. First, if the churches take most of the losses, it keeps them from becoming a threat. Second, without knowing what the demons might be up to, it is best to preserve your troops as much as possible. Third, if the churches expose their troops publicly, then later your father can order them to mobilize if the demons do attack. Empress Atash says, all good points. Ash, I didn't know you were this much of a strategic thinker. Shiro, you could learn a lot from Ash. Shiro says, yes, Mother. Empress Atash smiles and says, oh, that reminds me. Ash, when is the wedding going to be? Ah, it has been delayed until our fight against the Empire is done with. Don't worry, I will let you know early enough to get a new dress made. Empress Atash says, oh, our new dresses are already made. I am more interested in seeing this kingdom of yours and what kind of things the shops have for sale. Emperor says, wait, why is this wedding costing me money? We are just guests. Empress Atash says, because we are visiting his city for the first time. Or are you planning to deny us the pleasure of going shopping? Emperor Am says, of course not. Wise answer. Shiro stands up and says, "If you will excuse me, I should get started on my new mission." Then she leaves. Emperor Am says, "All right, stay safe. Ash, will you join us for dinner?" "Sure, but I may need to leave suddenly if something happens back on the peninsula." Emperor Am says, "No problem." Empress Atesh says, "The ability to cover such vast distances with ease must come in really handy." It does, but at the same time it makes escaping my responsibilities a lot harder. Luckily, my kingdom isn't very developed yet, so it hasn't driven me crazy just yet. Emperor Am says, "There are definitely times that I wish that I could escape mine for a while." Empress Atesh says, "I think most people who are in positions of power do." I am saved from answering by the arrival of the servants carrying our dinner. While we are eating, we continue chatting, but keep the conversation to lighter topics. The meal is amazing, as always, and I even add a few new dishes to my pouch. I know that I brought you some trouble with my visit this time, but is there anything I can do to help? Anything that will benefit the Empire? Emperor Am says, "Not really. At least, not that I can think of." Empress Atesh says, "It probably isn't possible in the short term, but opening up a trade route to us would be useful." All right. I will see what I can come up with once I have some free time. After that, we chat for a bit longer, and then I gate back to the peninsula. The first thing I do once I am back is create a soulscape and invite Saronia and Krenosha. When they arrive, I tell them everything that happened in the Southern Empire. Chapter 1247. Krenosha says, "Well, that actually went better than I was expecting it to." Yeah, I was surprised too. The only thing that worries me is Mythica. Could she have found out about the two of you from being near me? Saronia says no, she couldn't. No matter how strong she is still only an angel. She may be close to taking the next step, but even then, she wouldn't be able to. Only a true deity could. So as long as you don't go meeting any of those, we should be safe. What about an avatar? I have come face to face with a couple. Krenosha says, "Number, we limit ourselves a lot in order to create an avatar. Even a prime avatar wouldn't be able to tell. The only one you have encountered that would have known instantly is the fire god, and he probably doesn't care, or even know who we are for that matter." That is a relief. So, do you think Artlisa will really deal with Hollows? Krenosha says, "Probably. Not that it really matters. With his church destroyed, or at least crippled, he won't be a threat to us. With him labeled as a betrayer, even if he tries to tell others about us, it is likely that they won't believe him." Saronia says, "As much as I hate to admit it, you have handled this situation well, Ash." "Thank you. By the way, do you know how Mythica was able to just appear without the white light warning of her arrival?" Saronia says, "It is an ability of top-ranked archangels, indicated by the fourth pair of wings. They can appear anywhere that there is a decent number of believers." "Okay, so she can't just appear in my territory without warning. That is a relief," Krenosha says. "No, not unless she is summoned, or a large number of believers sneak in. If she did come to the peninsula, would she be able to sense the two of you?" Saronia says, "Possibly. It would depend on how sensitive she is and if she was trying to. However, one look at one of our churches and she would know instantly." "All right, no summoning her." "Got it," Krenosha says. "Summoning her to the Empire wouldn't be too much of a risk. Just don't summon her in any of our cities." Saronia says, "If a bad situation that you can't handle arises, summon her." I doubt that will happen anytime soon. Although, being able to summon her when I run into the demon lords could be useful. How powerful is she? I couldn't tell just from looking at her. Saronia says, "She is probably about twice as strong as the 6 winged angels that you have fought." Krenosha says, "She should be able to overpower a single demon lord, but dealing with more than one probably wouldn't be possible." "All right, good to know. Even if she can just deal with one while I fight the other 4, that would improve the odds quite a bit." Saronia says, "Actually, that gives me an idea. How would you like to have an angel of your own?" "What? How could that be possible? Only gods can have angels and I won't become a god." Saronia says no, there might be another way. "Normally, When a sacred crusader hits level 20, the reward is to gain an angelic bloodline. That is obviously useless to you. So I was thinking of changing it. Instead, I can give you the ability to have a single angel as a minion. Of course, it would require you to get an angel's core and permanently sacrifice some of your divine power. What do you think? That sounds like it could work. You are right. Gaining an angelic bloodline doesn't appeal to me, if it would even work. Getting an angel core shouldn't be too hard, Saronia says. All right, I will work on making the changes. How soon do you think you will level up? Considering I need around 15 million XP, not anytime soon. Saronia says, then you should focus on leveling up. Oh, and finding an angel core to use. Krenosha says, keep in mind that the angel summoned will be a rank lower than the core used. Meaning, Krenosha says, if you use the core of a 4-winged angel, it will start with 2 wings. If you use a 2-wings core, it will start with no wings. It is possible for an angel not to have wings. Saronia says, yes, that is how most of them are born. You won't see them, though. No one would summon an angel that didn't have its wings yet. Ah, okay. Does the gender of the angel stay the same? Krenosia says. Number angels are a little weird on gender. When a core is used to create an angel, it has a chance of 3 outcomes. Male, female, and both. Weird, but all right. So, I just need to find the most powerful core that I can. Saronia says, correct, but don't do anything crazy. Like going after Mythica. I wasn't even thinking about it. She is kinda scary. I will go after a 6-wing at most, Saronia says. Okay, good. The Southern Pantheon is basically an ally. I wouldn't target them. Now, if I run into an 8-wing from another pantheon on the continent, then maybe. Saronia says Ash. Krenosha laughs and says, he is just teasing you, or at least he better be. What? Is an 8-winged angel stronger than an avatar? Krenosha says, they are in some cases. I've gotten stronger since the last time I fought an avatar. I am willing to bet that I could beat an 8-wing. Saronia says, maybe you could, but could you kill it before it called the god it serves? No, probably not. But the god wouldn't be able to see me remember the cloak? Krenosha says, just because a god doesn't see you doesn't mean it won't send an avatar down. Keep in mind that any 8-winged angel will be serving the head of a pantheon, and they tend to be the strongest god in the pantheon. Oh, that is a good point. I didn't think of that. Saronia says, you didn't think at all. Sure I did. I thought that getting myself a 6-winged angel would be far more useful. However, you are right. I don't want to go pissing off the head of a pantheon, at least not yet. Krenosha says, not yet. Ash, do you think you are going to become strong enough to fight a god? Not a god, no. An avatar, yes. I can already beat the avatars of low-ranked gods, so I should be able to beat the avatars of higher-ranked gods at some point. At least, I hope so. Saronia says, you are absolutely insane. Krenosha says, wait, sis, he does have a point. Even we have no idea what he is going to turn into next, so we can't assume that we know how powerful he can become. Who knows? The way he is going, he could even end up turning into a dragon. Chapter 1248. That is actually my goal. Although, I have no idea if I am on the right path or not. I really wish I could find the time to go drake hunting. That way, I could add more dragon to my evolution and increase my chances. Krenosia says, why doesn't that surprise me? Where would you even go to hunt drakes? The land bridge. Saronia says, what makes you think there are any drakes there? Just a hunch. I once killed a drake that seemed like it had been chased out of the land bridge. Besides, even if there are no drakes, there are other strong beasts that I could hunt to become stronger. Krenosia says, that is true. Those are wild lands. Who knows what might be hiding there? Anyway, for now I should probably get to the Empire and see if I can find some angels to hunt. If I don't hurry, Mythica will hunt them all down. Wait, I remember you saying that each god has their own personal domain, right? And each pantheon has a shared domain? Saronia says, that is correct. Why? Well, Since Holos was planning to betray his pantheon, he most likely has all his angels in his personal domain. Is there any chance that you could sneak me into his domain? Saronia says, Ash, that is insane. Holos would kill you instantly. Krenosha says, No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't be able to see Ash unless he actually runs into him, although it is still an insane idea. No, wait, hear me out. With my shapeshifting, I can turn myself into an angel. That way, I can move around without arousing suspicion and pick only the fights that I can win. I will be able to get the core I need and probably some extras to help me reach my next evolution. I can probably get enough to give you two some as well. Saronia says, While it would be nice to have more than just the two angels, it is not worth the risk. Well, which is riskier? You sneaking me in or me trying to sneak in on my own? Krenosia says, Obviously, you trying to sneak in on your own would be riskier. But you are bluffing. You don't have any idea where to find the domains of the gods. You are right, I don't. At least not yet, but I am betting that I can figure it out. It will just take time. Time that will allow Mythica to start her hunt. The whole point of this is that I want to get to the angels before she does. I would also like to finish my hunt and be gone before she shows up. Explaining that would not be fun. Saronia says, Even if you can disguise yourself, it is still too risky. Krenosia says, It is no riskier than us sneaking into pantheons to steal things. I say we let him try it. It is better for him to do it with our help than to try it on his own. You know now that he has thought of it. He is going to do it, Saronia says. I can't believe that you are taking his side, Krenosha says. I am just trying to think things through logically. You are letting your emotions get away from you. Saronia says, Oh, I am being emotional. Fine then. You help him get himself killed. As soon as she is done speaking, Saronia leaves the soulscape and Krenosha just sighs. At that point, I keep my mouth shut since I have no idea what I should say. It is a few minutes before Krenosha turns to me and gives me a look like it is my fault. What? I didn't do anything, Krenosha says. You really shouldn't tease her and get her all worked up. I wasn't teasing her. I meant what I said. Krenosha says, I am not sure if that is better or worse. Either way, I wouldn't try to talk to her for a few days. Does that mean that you are going to help me sneak into Hollis's domain? Krenosha says yes, I am. I still think that it is a crazy idea, but for some reason, your crazy ideas tend to work. My sister doesn't want to admit it, but we desperately need more angels. Can I ask why? Krenosha says. It is because there is a limit to what the two of us can accomplish. For our pantheon to grow stronger, we either need more gods or more angels. Angels affect the power of a pantheon, Krenosia says. Yes, they do. Not only do angels provide power to the god they serve, they also count as members of the pantheon. So, the more angels there are, and the more powerful they are, the more they contribute to the pantheon. Wait, do I count as a member of the pantheon? Krenosia says. No, you don't. You are a mortal still, and mortals can only be followers, not members. However, your angel, once you have one, will count as a member of the pantheon. So, the more powerful it is, the better it is for us. Well, I will do my best to get a good core, but even then, it will still be a while before I am able to level up. Krenosha says, That is all right. It would be best not to rush my sister right now anyway. Focus on staying safe. If anything happens to you, I will never hear the end of it. Don't worry, I will be safe. I only need you to get me in. Getting out will be easy. I can gate out if things get dangerous. Krenosha says that is true. I doubt that setting defenses to stop people from leaving ever even crossed Hollis's mind. Yeah, so try not to worry. Anyway, can you tell me what his domain is likely to be like? Krenosha says, Well, he will have built a palace for himself. It will probably be surrounded by a city for his followers and angels. Other than that, the rest will be whatever terrain he finds most pleasing to look at. A city? Will there be markets and things for sale there? Krenosha says, Not likely. It is just a place for the angels and the souls of his followers to live. Too bad. Will there be night and day, or just eternal day? Krenosha says, again, that is up to Hollow's personal preference. Since I have never visited his domain, I have no way of knowing. All right, guess I will just have to find out for myself. So, when can we do this? Krenosha says, whenever you are ready. I don't need to prepare anything. Once the soulscape is closed, just pray to me when you are ready to leave. Okay, I will just need to check on the situation in the Empire. As long as nothing is going on, I will be ready to leave right away. Is there anything else that I should know about God's domains? Krenosha says, no, not really. Everything inside depends on the will of the God that controls it. So there is really no way to tell what it will be like until you enter it. Fair enough. Okay, let me check in with my people and then I will contact you. Chapter 1249. Krenosha gives me a kiss in response, leaves, and then I end the soulscape. Next, I track down Leonor to get a report on the current situation. Surprisingly, nothing has changed. The situation is still under control, for now. However, before I pray to Krenosha, I use my medallion to contact Miria. If I do something crazy like this without telling her, I am going to end up in a world of trouble. Then again, I will still probably get in trouble. I just won't be accused of running away. Miria says, Ash, what is up? Just letting you know I am leaving for a bit to do something crazy. Miria says, oh, what have you come up with now? I am going on a raid into Hollis's domain to kill some angels. Miria says, ha ha, that is a good joke. I am not joking. Miria says, you had better be joking, otherwise, that is an insane idea. Now you sound like Saronia. I am not joking. I am going to sneak into Hollis' domain to kill as many angels of his as I can, and then I will run away. Miria says, no, absolutely not. You are not allowed to run off and get yourself killed. Invading a god's domain is suicide. It is not that bad. Besides, I have a plan. Krenosha is going to help me sneak in and I will be disguised as an angel. Trust me, it will be fine. Miria says, oh, you have a plan? Well, that just makes everything all better. Your plans always work out perfectly and you never endanger yourself. When did you become so sarcastic? Miria says, I learned it from dealing with you now. Are you going to give up on your insane plan? Number, it is not insane, and it is going to make me and the goddesses stronger. It is worth the risks that I am going to take. Miria says, if I can't talk you out of it, why did you even bother to tell me? Because I promised to keep you informed if I was going to leave the fort. Miria says, oh, fine. When you die, and you will die, I am going to have Krenosha reincarnate you as a bunny and keep you as a pet. I will lock you in a cage and never let you outside. I think you are overreacting a little. This is definitely not the most dangerous thing that I have done. Miria says, that is not a good reason to do it. You want a good reason? Once I get an angel core and level up to level 20, I will be able to have an angel of my own, Miria says. What is so good about having an angel that makes it worth risking your life? In the short term, nothing. But given some time to level it up, it could make a huge difference when I have to fight the demon lords. It might even be the difference between winning and losing. Miria says, why do you make it sound like you will be fighting the demon lords alone? You won't be alone. Yes, I will be. No one else is even close to being able to fight the demon lords, except maybe Kachara. I am not exactly sure how strong she is right now, but she still can't move too far from the mountain. It also depends on how long we have left until the war. Some others may become strong enough to help, but I am not counting on that. Miria says, I will be strong enough to help. I am not going to let you face the demon lords alone. I appreciate the sentiment, but you should fight some demons before you go saying you will face the demon lords. You are vastly underestimating how strong demons can be. Even with all the risks I have taken to get stronger, I still am not confident of fighting all 5 of them. Miria says, why would you have to fight all 5 of them? Just fight them one by one. I would love to. The problem is that demons are intelligent, and the demon lords are just as smart, if not smarter, than we are. I have tried to come up with a way to split them up, but so far I haven't thought of anything. Miria says, fine. Once this thing with the Empire is done, I am going to go fight demons. I will find out if what you are saying is true. If that is what you want to do, I won't stop you. We can talk about it when I get back, Miria says. You mean if you get back? Oh, I will be back, no doubt about that. Only Hollows could kill me and he would find it harder than he thinks. However, he isn't going to get the chance. He won't even see me, Miria says. What is that saying from your world? Famous last words. If that was going to be an issue, I'd have died a long time ago. I will be back in a day or so and then we can talk. We can arrange a party to go mess with the demons on the land bridge. Miria says, that sounds interesting. Why are you so confident that you will be back? Because all I am going to be dealing with are angels, and they aren't a threat to me. Holos doesn't have an 8-winged angel, so as long as I avoid him, I will be fine. I've told you, the risks I take are calculated. I don't do things without thinking them through, no matter what Saronia thinks. Miria says, aren't you being overconfident? And what does Saronia have to do with it? Maybe a little, and like you, Saronia is mad at me for this plan. Miria says, I don't blame her. She has put a lot of work into you, and you are going to throw it all away when you die. But I am not going to die. I am going to kill a bunch of angels and run away at the first sign of Holos, or Mythica for that matter. Miria says, wait, who is Mythica? Why does it sound like the name of a woman? She is an 8-winged angel who serves the Southern Pantheon. She is a little scary, and she is going to be hunting Holos' angels soon. That is why I have to go now, before she gets to them, Miria says. I thought angels weren't a problem. 8-wings are different. They are the top rank among angels, but Holos doesn't have one. If he did, then I wouldn't be going on this little raid, Miria says. A quick little in and out to grab some angel cores? Is that really all you are doing? You are not going to try to steal anything from Holos or taunt him in any way? Why would you ask that? No, I am not doing anything else. I am only after angel cores, as many as I can get. That is it, Miria says. Because you said you had a plan, and your plans are never that simple. There must be something else going on. Nope, not this time anyway. I am just trying to grab some cores while I can. A few for me and a few for the goddesses if I can manage it. Chapter 1250. Miria says, I hope so. Well, since I can't talk you out of it, I guess I will just say good luck. However, don't think you are getting away with something. I will be telling Lynn about this. I figured you would. Don't worry, I will be back soon. As soon as I am done speaking to Miria, I pray to Chronosia before anything else can happen. As soon as I start praying, I feel a force grab me and pull me to somewhere else. When I look around, I find myself on the shore of a dark and disturbing-looking river. I instantly recognize it from my last visit and know that I am in Chronosia's realm. I remember her warnings from last time, so I don't move from my spot and wait for her to appear. Luckily, she doesn't keep me waiting for long, although she does look amused when she shows up. Chronosia says, you don't like my realm, do you? I can't say that I blame you. I don't like it much either. Unfortunately, this is what my followers expect it to look like. I am the goddess of death, after all. Yeah, I get that. It just takes some getting used to. Chronosia says, that is not necessary. You won't be here long. I am going to take you to the very edge of Holos' domain. It is less likely that he will detect the intrusion there. Sounds good to me. I am ready to go. Chronosia says, all right. Stay safe and be ready to run at any time. Don't take any chances with Holos. You won't stand a chance against him. I won't be going anywhere near him. Chronosia says, all right. Let me know as soon as you are out. Will do. Chronosia then turns towards the river, and after a few seconds, I notice a strange movement. The water is swirling, and after about a minute or so, it forms a tunnel. Sneaking into Holos' domain doesn't scare me, but entering that river does. Chronosia says, this isn't exactly easy, you know. What are you waiting for? Get going. Chronosia doesn't give me a chance to respond or ask any questions, of which I have a few. Instead, she just grabs me by the shoulder and throws me into the tunnel. As soon as I enter the tunnel, everything starts spinning, and I feel like I just got flushed down a toilet. The worst part is that the feeling goes on for several minutes, and I have to struggle not to puke. Eventually, it ends and I feel myself lying on some nice, soft grass. Even though it is over, I just lay there for a few minutes trying to recover. The odd thing is that I am not wet at all. The water didn't seem to touch me at all. I can't help but feel that this is Krenosha's way of punishing me for coming up with a crazy plan. Again, even if that is true, it doesn't matter since she got me here, wherever here is. When I finally stand up and take a look around, I find myself on the edge of a forest. It is the edge, literally. When I look behind me, there is nothing. The world just stops. It is a completely white void, almost like a wall of fog. But it is perfectly still. As I stand there, I can't help but wonder what would happen if I were to step into it. Would I go back to the real world, or would I just be lost within the void? However, I am not quite curious enough to try it. At least not right now. I walk into the forest, heading away from the void, but I quickly realize that it isn't a real forest. There is no life, no small animals, no birds, nothing but trees and grass. It isn't a forest. It is more like what someone who has never been in a forest might think one looks like. Unfortunately, the absence of undergrowth will make it harder to hide if I need to. Hopefully, I won't need to hide. But in order for that to be the case, I need to put on my disguise. So, I picture in my mind the six-winged angel that I killed in as much detail as I can. Then, I add what the internals should look like, which is easy since they are close to a human. Once I have the image as detailed as I can make it, I activate Shapeshift. Taking a new humanoid form after using the Beastman for so long feels weird. Having 6 wings feels even more weird, and even throws my balance off. I spend a few minutes getting used to the new body, and then I attempt to fly. The 6 wings actually make flying easier once I figure out how to control them. Luckily, it is a lot easier than when I first learned how to fly and a lot less painful. As I am flying around getting used to the new form, I spot what looks like a group of humans. From what Krenosha has told me, these should be the souls of Hollis's followers. There are only 6 of them, and since I want to test my disguise, I approach them and land. At first, they act respectfully towards me, but then they seem to recognize me. It looks like I made this form too similar to the angel I killed. The humans try to attack me. Either that, or they are attacking me because they know all of the 6-winged angels. Whichever it may be, the 6 of them quickly surround me and attack me with their weapons. Unfortunately for them, their weapons can't hurt me, but mine most certainly can hurt them. 6 human souls defeated. 600 soul XP gained. I got soul XP for killing them. I mean, I guess it makes some kind of sense, but it is still not what I was expecting. Maybe I do have a new goal for while I am here. The 6 souls dissipate along with their weapons and armor once I kill them. Nothing is left behind, much like when I kill things in the worlds connected to the hallway. This domain seems to act on similar rules to those worlds, except I am here with my real body. It makes me wonder if I would be able to open gates to those worlds and visit them for real. It would be interesting to experiment with, but I doubt I will have the time. At least, not anytime soon, but I may get the chance later, once a few things are out of the way. As I am standing there thinking, a 4-winged angel lands next to me and looks around. He isn't even looking at me. In fact, he asks me what happened here. He doesn't seem to suspect me at all, not until my sword takes his head off anyway. 1 rank 6 angel defeated. 6,000 XP gained. I quickly take the angel's core and then start to move away from the corpse. However, I quickly change my mind and find a nearby tree to hide behind. I decide to wait around and see who shows up next looking for the dead angel. Chapter 1251. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I finally see a group of angels approaching. There are 6 of them. 1 4-winged and the rest are just 2-winged. They look around a little and then they gather around the body of the one I killed. I wait until their attention is on the corpse and then come out from my hiding spot. I circle around until I am behind the 4-wing and then I charge at them. The 4-wing is the only one that could possibly hurt me, so I take it out first, and then the remaining 5 are easy to kill. 5 rank 3 angels defeated. 15,000 XP gained. 1 rank 6 angel defeated. 6,000 XP gained. I quickly gather their cores, but none of their equipment looks all that good. After that, I quickly leave the area since I doubt the same trick will work twice. What is more, anyone I see from this point forward should be on their guard. Hollis may even be alerted and looking for me, for all the good it will do him. All he is going to be able to see are the corpses of his slaughtered angels. Hopefully, By the time he decides to come looking for me in person, I will be long gone. Of course, I don't plan to leave until I absolutely have to. I want more cores first. I especially want the core of a 6-wing to use to summon my own angel. With that in mind, I start heading in the direction that the group of angels came from. It doesn't take long before I spot another group of souls, and there is even an angel with them. It is only a 2-wing, but that doesn't stop me from heading down to slaughter them. I do feel a little guilty about slaughtering the souls, but I can hope that they will be reincarnated. 16 human souls defeated. 1,600 soul XP gained. 1 rank 4 angel defeated. 4,000 XP gained. Considering how easy these souls are to kill, I might just level up my soul if I can find enough of them. I am guessing from how the first angel showed up that they have some way of detecting the deaths. If that is the case, then I should see a pretty strong response to this slaughter. With that in mind, I look around for a place to hide and still see who approaches. The best spot that I manage to find is up in a tree a few hundred yards from the corpse. Since the angels will likely fly here, it should be the perfect spot to see them without being seen. In the end, it turns out to be a good thing that I decided to hide and wait. What shows up to investigate is the 6-wing I was looking for, but it isn't alone. It has 44 wings and a dozen 2-wings with it, which might be a bit much. However, the 6-wing is dressed in silver full plate and wielding a hammer and shield. So, not only does it have the core I want, it also has gear for my new angel. I am really tempted to take them on. I might take some damage, but I can heal myself. The fact that killing this group would allow me to complete all my goals is what tips the scales. As soon as I have decided, I take flight. But I stay as low as I can and try to avoid being spotted. Since the 6-wing is the most dangerous one, I am going to target him first. Luckily, the angels are focused on their destination and are not looking around much. In fact, they are not looking below them at all, which allows me to get right under the 6-wing. As I fly up from underneath him, I shake my hand and summon the assassin's dagger. I have only spotted a single weakness in the angel's full plate, the eye slit of the helm. As I reach him, I intentionally crash into his body to keep his arms from coming between us. For just a second, I stare into his shocked eyes before driving the dagger into one of them. However, that isn't enough to kill him, but channeling a lightning bolt through the dagger is. I let his charred corpse fall as I dismiss the dagger and draw my sword. Then, since I am dealing with multiple opponents, I split the sword into 2. Wielding 2 swords, I charge into the rest of the angels and start swinging. I deal with the 4-winged angels first, because once they are dead, the battle is basically won. The angels are stunned by the death of their leader and don't put up much of a fight. 12 rank 4 angels defeated, 48,000 XP gained. 4 rank 6 angels defeated, 24,000 EXP. Archangel Cormer defeated, 100,000 ESP gained. So, the 6-wing was a named archangel. That must mean that he is one of Holos' lieutenants. He is definitely going to notice this. Maybe I should just leave right now. However, before I decide anything, I dive down and land next to the archangel's corpse. It takes me a few minutes to figure out how to open the full plate. Once I do, I remove it and put it along with the hammer and shield into my pouch. Next, I cut out his core, and then the cores of all the other angels as quickly as I can. As soon as the last core is in my pouch, I quickly pick a direction and start running. It is not the same direction that I was traveling in before. Since that is where Hollow should be, it is entirely possible that he will come in person after losing a lieutenant, and I don't want to run into him. However, if he is heading for the place I killed the Archangel, then hunting in other areas should be safe enough. I currently have everything that I need, but I would still like to collect more cores for Saronia and Cronotia. Not to mention that I would like to get more easy soul XP before I leave. As soon as I am a bit away from the site of the fight, I take to the air to move faster. Once I am in the air, I change directions just in case Holos has someone capable of tracking. In fact, I hope he does. That was the whole reason I was running to begin with. Now I am moving at an angle towards where the city should be, or close to it. I am not sure how the directions are set up here, so I am doing a lot of guessing. Whichever direction I am heading, I feel better the more miles I put behind me. Now that my odds of running into hollows are lower, I start looking for my next victims. I cover about another dozen miles before I spot them, and they end up being just some human souls. However, my soul level is more important to me than their afterlife, so I dive towards them. I was sure that by now word would have spread and that they would be on guard. That doesn't seem to be the case. They seem completely relaxed right before I attack. 9 human souls defeated. 900 soul XP gained. Chapter 1252. Just as soon as the souls are dead, I am back in the air and flying away. I can't risk what might show up to investigate since it might be Hollows himself. If he is out looking for the killer of his lieutenant, it would only make sense for him to come. From now on, I am not going to stay in one spot for any longer than necessary. That is the only way I can think of to make sure Hollows can't catch up to me. Of course, I am assuming that he can't just teleport around since he hasn't done it yet. So, I continue roaming around above the forest. I still haven't found anywhere different. I am starting to think that the entire domain, other than the city, is just one huge forest. That shows a lack of imagination, which is a good thing in an enemy, but still annoying. Flying around like this with nothing changing is really boring, and I am starting to think about leaving. Right as I am starting to think that I really won't find anything, I spot another group. This group is more human souls, and they are being led by a couple of angels. They are walking with weapons out and are looking around constantly. It seems that this group at least has heard that there is someone going around killing. Not wanting to disappoint them, I fly down and attack, targeting the angels first. The 2 angels are only 2 wings, so they don't put up much of a fight. However, apparently they were only the bait, because a lot more angels and humans appear. They had somehow been hiding in the forest nearby, but I am not too worried. The only thing that worries me is that if this fight takes too long, Hollows might show up. Just in case, I cut out and grab the cores of the angels I just killed. If I do have to run away, I don't want to leave anything useful behind. Doing so gets me hit a few times by the human souls, but they can't even wound me. Once I have the cores, I cut down the souls attacking me and then head towards the angels. Surprisingly, they are all 2 wings. I don't see a single angel stronger than that. There should be at least one 4-wing to act as the commander, but I can't see one. Then again, I couldn't see the ambushers either. They might be using invisibility to hide. However, right now there isn't much I can do about it unless they come out to fight. Anything that I try to do right now to detect them would also act as a beacon for anyone hunting me. My best bet is going to be to kill the rest of these angels quickly and get out of here. So that is what I do, making sure to grab the core after each time I kill an angel. When I kill the last visible angel, I turn my attention to the human souls. As I am killing them, I keep expecting another wave of angels or something, but it doesn't happen. If there is a commander, he just watches as I slaughter the last of the human souls. 13 rank 3 angels defeated. 39,000 XP gained. 11 rank 4 angels defeated. 44,000 XP gained. 3 rank 5 angels defeated. 15,000 XP gained. 56 human souls defeated. 5,600 soul XP gained. Hiding congratulations. Your soul level has increased. Level 3, Sid 4. Soul HP plus 200. Soul MP plus 1,000. Well, they may be low rank, but I am pretty sure that the goddesses will appreciate almost 30 cores. That is not even counting the cores I already have that I probably won't need. It might even be enough to get Saronia to stop being mad at me and Krenosha, especially since me coming back alive will prove that she was worried for nothing. Although, I highly doubt that I will ever get her to admit that it wasn't an insane plan. Miria and Lynn will probably be on her side, so it is better to just avoid that argument. Since the fight is over and no one else has appeared, I take off and leave the area. As soon as the area is no longer within sight, I change directions and head towards the city, or at least where I think the city is supposed to be. I am a little turned around at this point. Of course, even if I end up completely lost in here, I will never admit it to anyone. That would just be asking to be called some more names, which I don't need. I will probably end up being called names anyway, but at least it shows that they care. Now I have a decision to make. I have achieved all of my goals, so do I stay or leave? The safe answer would be to leave. But when do I ever take the safe path? So far, I haven't even been hurt, and as long as I don't run into hollows, I am pretty safe. While I have achieved my goals, more cores would definitely benefit the goddesses. Who knows? If I get enough for them, then maybe they will get stronger, which would benefit me. Although, it will probably take a while before the new angels show an effect. Since most of the cores are from 2 wings, the newly created angels will be wingless. I doubt that wingless angels will do any good for the Pantheon until the progress. I also have no idea how long it takes for an angel to progress, or what they have to do so. These are all questions that I will have to remember to ask once I am out of here. I especially want to learn how angels progress so I can make plans to help mine. Mine will be starting as a 4-wing, but that won't be enough for it to be useful. I want mine to be at least 6-winged, if not 8-winged, by the time I have to face the demon lords. Otherwise, it will be pointless to even have it with me. It will just die in one hit. Thinking of that, I should probably also ask about what happens if an angel dies but its core isn't taken. I am guessing that there is a way to bring them back as long as the core isn't lost. Also, I wonder if resurrection would work on an angel. Something else I should ask. Basically, I guess I just need to ask for the full information about angels and how they grow. For now, I have decided to stay here at least a little longer and see what else I can get. After all, I highly doubt that I will ever get another opportunity like this. At least, not without starting a war with another Pantheon, which would get me into trouble. I continue flying above the strange forest, looking for more souls or angels. However, what I find next is actually something different from the forest. In the distance ahead of me, I can see a single mountain rising out of the forest. Chapter 12:53. While it isn't the city that I was looking for, I am still curious enough to head towards it. After all, there has to be a reason for this single anomaly in the terrain. However, to be safe, I land before I reach it and approach cautiously. As I get closer, I can see that there is a lot of activity around the mountain. When there are only a few trees left between me and the mountain, I can finally see why. There is a mine or cave at the base of the mountain and lots of human souls moving around it. From what I can see, they are mining the silver metal that a lot of the angels' equipment is made from. As soon as I see that I want to steal it and see what I can do with that metal, the human souls that come out of the mine carrying metal are taking it somewhere. There is a small group of huts off to the side where they are taking the metal. From the looks of things, they stockpile the metal for a while before sending it to the city. Since I don't see any guards near the huts, I sneak around until I am behind them. There are no guards behind the huts either. In fact, no one is around at all. The huts are simple and made of untreated wood. They look totally out of place, especially when you consider that this is inside a god's personal domain. Unfortunately, there are no windows on the huts, so I will be going in blind. There are a total of 4 huts, and the humans are carrying ore into the 3rd one. I am guessing that means that the first 2 are full and they ship the ore out when all 4 are full. So, I approach the back of the first hut, and as quietly as I can, I rip part of the wall open. It turns out that luck is with me. There are no human souls inside the hut, and it is filled with ore. There is enough ore in this one hut for me to do a ton of experiments, and it makes me glad that I didn't leave. I quickly get a hold of myself and start stuffing ore into my ring as fast as I can. The chances of me being detected are pretty high, and I want to grab as much as I can before that happens. I only saw human souls outside, but that doesn't mean that is all that is around. As I am shoveling ore into my ring, I can't help but feel sorry for the human souls. After all, who wants an afterlife where you spend all your time mining? Work is only supposed to exist during your life. Your afterlife is supposed to be the reward. This is more like hell for those poor human souls. It makes me want to free all of them. I mean, in a way it is their own fault for worshipping an idiot like Holos. But I still pity them. I wonder if they would see me killing them as a relief, or would they be upset? It is not like I can stop and ask them, but I am going to think of it as a relief for them. If nothing else, it will help me feel less guilty for killing them for soul XP. Because even if I get all the ore without getting caught, I still won't pass up all that X. There might even be enough human souls working here for me to gain another level. Then I could definitely go visit the dragon without having to worry about being in trouble. Although, to be honest, I haven't felt any difference from leveling up my soul. Not that I am insane enough to say that to the dragon. I don't want to get eaten. He seems to have very little sense of humor about things involving souls. That probably means that I should take those things more seriously, but I have too much on my plate as is. I finally finish gathering all of the ore in this hut, so I back out and move to the next one. Unfortunately, my luck seems to have run out. This hut isn't unoccupied. There are 3 human souls in here, and it looks like they are doing inventory or something. They are more surprised to see me than I am to see them, which gives me an advantage. I manage to kill the first 2 before they can react, but the third gets off a scream. I immediately rush to the door and cut down the souls that come in response to the scream. When I step out of the hut, there are dozens of souls running towards me. I rush to meet them and start cutting them down before they can get organized. There are a lot of human souls, but they are not organized and don't react well. Some keep coming at me, some freeze in place, and some turn to run away. Even better for me, they all get in each other's way and make it easier for me to cut them down. There are far too many for me to kill all of them. Some of them are going to get away. That and the fact that their deaths can be sensed means that I am on a time limit. I need to cut down as many as I can and then get back to stealing the ore. To help with that, I split the sword into 2 and start dancing my way through the souls. Hiding congratulations. Skill Sword Dancer has progressed to level 8. Sword Dancer level 8 movement speed plus 30% damage plus 25% when wielding 2 swords. You dance the dance of death when wielding 2 swords. While the skill up is nice and all, I don't really have time to pay attention to it right now. As I slaughter the human souls, more and more of them turn to run away. There is no way I can catch them all, but I do my best to get as many as I can. 341 human souls defeated. 34,100 soul XP gained. Hiding congratulations. Your soul level has increased. Level 4, 5. Soul HP plus 300. Soul MP plus 1,500. While I am happy about leveling up, I ignore it for now and focus on something more important. I run all around picking up the ore that the souls dropped and putting it into my ring. As soon as that is done, I run back to the second hut and start looting it. Leaving right now would be the smart move, but I just can't abandon all this ore. I should have a small window before any angels can arrive, and I plan to spend it well. If too many angels show up, I will just gate out instead of trying to run. However, if the forces that show up aren't that strong, I will kill them and keep looting. I get the feeling that this metal will be really important to some of my plans, especially my plan of making a golem army, if I end up going that route. I have seen this metal used by the angels for both weapons and armor, so it should be pretty strong. It is also divine metal, so it should react really well with divine enchantments. It would be perfect for making angel golems. That would be a pretty effective army to face the demons. Chapter 1254. Although, that probably wouldn't be very popular with the other pantheons. Not that I really care what the other pantheons think, but the goddesses probably do. I guess I will just wait and ask them if I end up deciding to build a golem army. For right now, I just keep grabbing ore as fast as I can until I hear wings outside. As soon as I hear that, I rush over to the door to take a peek and see what I am up against. Surprisingly, it is only a single 4-wing and 7 2-wings, so I attack and kill them. 7 rank 3 angels defeated. 21,000 XP gained. 1 rank 5 angel defeated. 5,000 XP gained. As soon as the last angel falls, I quickly rip out their cores and then rush back to the hut. Now I am really short on time. The next group will be a serious threat. That is if Holos doesn't just come himself, but I am hoping that doesn't happen. I manage to finish looting the second hut before anything else arrives. So, I rush to the third hut, but when I enter, I am very disappointed in what I find. They must have just recently filled the second hut, because the third one is practically empty. However, I do not let my disappointment stop me from looting what ore there is. Once that is done, I prepare to open a gate home, but then I have second thoughts. I am being greedy, and I know I am being greedy, but I still don't open the gate. Instead, I exit the empty hut and head into the tunnel into the mountain. There is bound to be more ore inside, and possibly some souls who didn't manage to escape. Besides, defending a tunnel against a bunch of angry angels sounds fun. So, I enter the tunnel and pick up any ore that I see lying around. But I don't kill the souls. Instead, I let them run deeper into the mine so that they will group up and I can kill them all at once. It is a little cruel, making them suffer the fear as they wait, but it saves me time. Besides, I am counting on the deaths of those souls to lure the angels into the mine after me. Outside, in the open, they could surround and overwhelm me, even attack from the air. In here, they can only come from one direction and can't fly. I should be fine. The farther into the mine I go, the more I realize how strange this place is. The tunnel doesn't go up or down. It just has a slight curve to it, like it circles the mountain. It also doesn't have any offshoots or side passages, like the ore follows the same path. Also, the amount of ore I am finding on the ground is too high to have just been dropped. My guess is that there are two groups, the miners and others who move the ore. From the looks of it, the miners mine the ore far faster than it gets moved, which is weird. Unless Holos is using his power to restore the ore in the mine, then the miners just need to break it free. That would make sense. But if Holos is making the ore, why bother making his people mine it? It would be just as easy to make the ore appear in the open, wouldn't it? Just how perverse is Holos? Making the souls of his believers work for no real reason. It makes me wonder how much lying and acting he had to do to get followers in the first place. He probably also had to fool his pantheon, or they would have kicked him out long ago. I don't know much about the Southern Pantheon, but my opinion of them has lowered. Well, it doesn't matter too much. I shouldn't be having many dealings with them. Being able to avoid politics is one of the perks of the goddesses being in hiding. The tunnel that I am following ends up being a lot longer than I expected it to be. In fact, I am pretty sure that I just passed where the entrance should be. So, it turns out that rather than circling the mountain, this tunnel is a spiral. However, I am more than happy to keep following it and picking up ore as I go. By my estimate, I have already picked up enough ore to have filled the third hut. Even if I don't do anything else, it was already worth it to come into the mine. Not long after that, I come to the end of the piles of ore on the floor of the tunnel. This must be where the miners stopped working. From here on, the ore is still on the walls. However, it is actually sticking out from the walls, and I find that I can just pry it loose. It seems that I was right about why the miners were so fast. This isn't really mining, although having to pry the ore loose does slow down my progress down the tunnel. Still, I don't plan to leave a single piece of ore behind if I can help it. Thanks to that, it takes me hours to reach the end of the tunnel at the center of the mountain. The tunnel ends at a rather large cave, and inside, I find over 100 human souls. They are cowering behind a single four-winged angel, but I don't even hesitate to attack. 168 human souls defeated. 16,800 soul XP gained. 1 rank, 5 angel defeated. 5,000 XP gained. After collecting the angel's core, I take a look around the central cave, but what I find disgusts me. At the center of the cave is a statue made of ore, a statue of Holos. So, the souls mine their way from the entrance to the cave and then have to pray to the statue. My guess is that the ore won't replenish until the souls have prayed enough. The more I learn about the way that Holos does things, the more he disgusts me. I would totally be planning a way to kill him if the cost wasn't so high. No matter what, killing him would not be worth being turned into a god myself. So, I am going to have to leave it to his pantheon to deal with him. But the statue is another matter. I happily smash it into pieces and then stuff them into my pouch. No point in wasting ore. I take another look around to make sure I didn't miss anything, and then head back into the tunnel. It is time to go see if my plan worked and lured the angels into the tunnel. To be honest, I was expecting them to at least check the mine a while ago. I make it about halfway back to the entrance before I decide to stop and wait. I don't want to be too close to the entrance since I am worried about Holos. If he is outside, I don't want him getting to me before I have a chance to open a gate. I don't have to wait for too long before I start hearing footsteps coming up the tunnel. The first angel that I see is a female 6-wing, and behind her are several 4-wings. There are more behind them, but I can't see past them to count the wings. Chapter 12, 55. This is exactly what I was hoping for, and I have a plan already prepared. I charge the lead angel and take a swing at her with my sword, but she parries it. However, that is exactly what I wanted her to do as I use my sword to launch a lightning wave. Lightning wave is normally a large cone projected from my sword, but the tunnel isn't that big. As a result, the tunnel is completely filled with lightning for a few painful seconds. The sixth wing is the only one who survives the lightning wave, but a follow-up attack finishes her. 24 rank 3 angels defeated, 72,000 XP gained. 7 rank 5 angels defeated, 35,000 XP gained. Archangel Celeste defeated, 80,000 XP gained. Another named Archangel, which means this is probably also one of Holos's lieutenants. That means it is highly likely that Holos will come himself, so I need to get moving. I quickly take the core, armor, and sword from the Archangel and stuff them in my pouch. Then, as I am gathering the cores from the other angels, I prepare to cast the gate. There is no way I am sticking around now. I have already pushed my luck too much. Staying any longer would just be stupid, and I am not stupid, despite what some people say. I quickly gather the rest of the cores, immediately open the gate, and close it as soon as I am through. I did not gate back to the fort. Instead, I gated to the main continent, just in case Holos can track me. Then, I gate several more times until I end up in the Southern Empire and am out of mana. Then I find a safe-looking spot to sit down and start meditating to recover my mana. I open up a soulscape, invite Krenosha, and then sit and wait for her to arrive. Krenosha appears and says, "Ash, I am glad that you are safe. I was really worried. Why were you gone for so long?" "Because the raid went well. But I have an important question to ask you. If a soul is killed in a god's domain, what happens to it?" Krenosha says, "It is sent to be reincarnated." "Oh, good. That is a relief." Krenosha says, "I take it that you killed a lot of souls while you were there?" "Hundreds of them and a lot of angels, too." Krenosha says, "That is surprising. I expected Holos to chase you out pretty quickly." "Honestly, so did I, especially after I killed the first of his lieutenants, but I never actually saw him." Krenosha says, "You killed one of his lieutenants and he still didn't show up? That is really strange. Wait, if you didn't get chased out by Holos, why did you leave?" "I figured he was definitely going to show up since I killed the second of his lieutenants and I wasn't going to push my luck." Krenosha says, "You killed 2 of his lieutenants? Wait, so you got 26 wing cores?" "Yes, I did. One I will be keeping for creating my own angel. The other will be given to either you or Saronia." Krenosha says, "Send it and any others to my sister. She is far more qualified to raise a bunch of angels. If any of them turn out to be misfits, I will take them from her." "All right. Maybe this will help appease her anger towards me. Oh, since you mentioned it, how are angels raised?" Krenosha says, "It might, but I doubt it. There are a number of ways that angels can gain power. They grow stronger as they age. They can be fed the faith from worshippers. They can consume the cores of evil beings, or they can gain power through combat. So, they gain levels like humans. What kind of things count as evil beings?" Krenosha says yes, but they are a lot slower. An angel needs about 3 times the experience that a human would. As for evil beings, mostly cores from undead and demonic beings would help an angel grow. "Would cores from demonic beasts count?" Krenosha says yes, but it would take a lot more since demonic beasts are weaker. "Why so many questions?" "Because I want to make preparations for when I have an angel of my own. I need to be able to power it up to 6-winged at least before I face the demon lords," Krenosha says. "Ah, that makes sense. Having a 6-winged angel on your side would certainly be helpful against them. All right? Any other questions? This silver that is used for a lot of angels' equipment, what can you tell me about it?" Krenosha says, "It is most commonly called either astral or celestial silver. It is the most common material to be found in the higher planes. It is extremely durable and resonates well with divine power. Most gods create it and use it to equip their forces. I take it that you found some in Holos's domain?" "Yeah, I found quite a bit. He was making the human souls mine it for him." Krenosha says, "Mine it for him? What do you mean? There was a mountain in his domain with ore inside a tunnel? The human souls would mine it from the tunnel and gather it." I take it that that is not normal? Chronosia says, absolutely not. The ore is created and handed directly to the crafters. Why would anyone bother to make souls mine it? At the center of the mountain was a statue of hollows that was made out of ore. My guess is that the souls had to pray to the statue in order to replenish the ore. Chronotia says, that is despicable. To force souls to pray is disgusting. Now, I really hope that his pantheon kills hollows slowly. That is pretty much how I was thinking. Oh, Chronotia says. What? Is something wrong? A pillar of light just appeared next to me. It looks like I am about to have some company. We will have to continue our chat later. Chronotia says, all right, stay safe. Chronotia gives me a quick kiss and then leaves so that I can end the soulscape. Honestly, I am not too worried. It is probably one of Strassi Angel's. She probably wants to know why I appeared out in the middle of nowhere. However, the white pillar lasts a lot longer than I was expecting it to. I have never seen it take this long for an angel to manifest. Don't tell me that it is an avatar. I shouldn't have done anything recently to warrant the attention of an avatar. At least, not that anyone should know about, unless someone somehow knows about my raid. Wait, could it be Holos coming after me himself? If so, I can't wait. I will happily tear his avatar apart and steal a portion of his power for the goddesses. Unfortunately, what eventually shows up is not Holos' avatar. It is not an avatar at all. It is an angel, an 8-winged angel that I have met before, although I have no idea why Mythica herself would come to see me. Hello, Mythica. Is something wrong? Chapter 1256. Mythica says, that is just what I was going to ask you. No, nothing wrong. I am simply recovering my mana before continuing my journey back to the peninsula. Mythica says, oh, is that all? From what I understand, normally when you appear, trouble follows. Well, I admit that I am often involved in serious situations, but not always. This time, I am simply traveling. I am sorry that you have wasted your time, Mythica says. It is of no concern. I wasn't doing anything important. Really? I thought that you would have already been off hunting down the angels of Holos. Mythica says, unfortunately, no. Issues amongst the gods are not decided so quickly. Besides, Holos must be given a chance to defend himself. Only once the entire pantheon agrees will he be named a traitor. Until then, I am not allowed to hunt his angels. Oh, I see. This is why I hate politics. Mythica says that is a strange thing for a ruler to say. Not really. Any good ruler hates politics. The ones who enjoy it are the ones using it to manipulate people. Mythica says, if you say so. I only have limited contact with mortals, and the only rulers I have met were those of our empire. Well, I don't know about the past rulers, but the current emperor is a good ruler from everything that I have seen. I wouldn't have agreed to an alliance if he wasn't. Mythica says mortal affairs sound so much more straightforward than ours are. I envy you that. However, when I speak with you, I don't feel like I am talking to a mortal. Not all mortal affairs are like that, and I am mortal. I just have a different perspective since I am a beast. It sounds to me like you just haven't talked with many mortals. Mythica says, that is true. My job doesn't often bring me into contact with mortals. Situations requiring me to descend are very rare. Well, since you are already here, if you don't have to go back right away, maybe you should disguise yourself and gain some experience. Mythica says, while that sounds interesting, I don't have the time. I need to get back and observe the proceedings. It was pleasant speaking with you again. I will let you get back to recovering your mana now. All right, good luck dealing with Holos. I am sure that we will meet again. Mythica gives me a polite bow and then disappears into thin air, just like last time. I wish there was another pillar of light, just so I could be sure she was gone. Not that I really think she would turn invisible to spy on me, but I am paranoid for a reason. I take out my medallion and contact Miria to let her know that I survived the raid, as promised. Then I check in with Leonor to make sure that I don't need to rush back for anything. Once that is done, I re-enter my meditation, create another soulscape, and invite Chronotia. Cronotia appears and says, "What did the angel want?" "It was Mythica. She was checking to make sure I wasn't causing any trouble in the Empire, I think." Cronotia says, "Well, that is understandable. You do have a habit of causing trouble." "Maybe, but that wasn't the interesting part. I now know why Holos didn't chase me out of his domain." Cronosia says, "Really? Why?" "Because he wasn't there. He was meeting with the rest of the Pantheon to defend his actions." "Which means that he is lying and making excuses," Cronosia says. "That does explain things. You got really lucky." "Yeah, I guess I did. Hey, would Holos have been able to sense the deaths of his angels or the human souls?" Cronotia says, "No, he shouldn't have been able to. He might have felt something when his lieutenants died, but only if he was paying attention." "I would imagine that being on trial for consorting with demons is very distracting." Cronotia says yes. "Of course it is. What are you planning now?" "Well, Holos isn't at home and won't be for a while at least. So, I am thinking that maybe I will go back and raid some more. Let him come home to find everyone dead." Cronotia says, "Ash, don't you think that you have pushed your luck enough? You are right. I should go to the main continent and attack a different god's domain instead." Cronosia says, "Ash, don't you dare. That would be even more dangerous." "Okay, then you tell me, where else am I going to find angels for you and your sister?" Cronotia says, "You don't need to. What you have is plenty. For now, maybe, but what about later? When will there be another opportunity to raid a god's domain? We should take advantage while we can, because there probably won't ever be another opportunity that is this good." Cronosia says, "You are probably right, but that doesn't mean that it is worth the risk. All of this will be completely pointless if you end up dead. Holos isn't there, so there is no real risk. He doesn't have an 8-wing. At this point, he might not even have a 6-wing. Besides, I can get back by myself. I don't really need your permission." Cronotia says, "I will tell Lynn." "Go ahead. Lynn trusts me. She knows that the risks I take are normally worth it and that I don't take them without thinking first." Cronotia says, "Are you saying that I don't trust you?" "Yes, I am. When I made the suggestion, you didn't even stop to think about it. You just automatically decided that it was too risky. That tells me that you don't have any faith in me or trust my abilities." Cronotia says, "That is not true. At least, I don't think it is. It is normal for me to assume your plan is too risky. All your plans are risky. When was the last time I got seriously hurt? When did I last need help? Do you think that this raid is more risky than facing 5 demon lords at once? Because that is what I am going to have to do." Cronotia doesn't respond right away. She stops and thinks about what I have said. That is a good sign. She is thinking instead of reacting, which means my words hit a sore spot. I know that I have changed since I was summoned, but she hasn't changed how she treats me. She needs to stop thinking of me as the inexperienced nerd that she summoned. I may still act in a similar way sometimes, but that is not who I am anymore. Although I can't take all the credit for that, Lynn has played a big part too. Cronotia says, "You may be right. I do tend to react to your words without thinking. I am not sure where that habit came from, but it is not something I can continue to do. I will think things through. You go ahead and do what you feel you need to do." Chapter 1257. Cronotia doesn't say anything else. She just gives me a long look and then leaves the soulscape. After closing the soulscape, I stay in meditation while I do some thinking. I run through all the pros and cons of heading back to Hollis's domain. However, I quickly conclude that the risks are minimal and the potential rewards are worth it. Knowing that Holos won't be around is the biggest factor, one I should thank Mythica for at some point. Although, that will be hard without letting her know what I have been up to. With my decision made, I meditate until my mana is mostly full and then stand up. I then open a gate back to the cave in the center of the mountain in Hollis's domain. When I walk through the gate, I find the cave completely empty, just as I was expecting. With Holos not around to replace the statue, there is no reason for anyone to come here. There will be no ore to mine until Holos returns, so this is a safe place for right now. Besides, it is the only place memorable enough for me to open a gate back to. All the rest of this domain isn't unique enough for me to use as a gate destination. I could still open a gate to the domain, but I would end up somewhere random in the forest. This place is really boring. If I ended up in an afterlife like this, I would kill myself. Now that I know the souls go to be reincarnated, I plan to kill as many as I can to free them from this place. Well, I plan to kill them for the soul ESP, but I will be freeing them in the process. Now that I know Holos isn't there, it is time to find and take a look at the city. Come to think of it, Holos should have a palace in the city, and he isn't there to guard it. I wonder what kind of nifty treasures he has. Maybe I should go take a look. The palace is likely to be heavily guarded, but it shouldn't be more than I can handle. Once I exit the cave, I head over to the huts and start looking for tracks. After all, I bet that Holos makes the souls move the ore to the city the hard way. Just as I thought, behind the huts I find tracks that look like they were made by carts. I don't encounter anyone as I follow the tracks, but I didn't really expect to. With the mine shut down, there is no reason for anyone to head this way. The tracks lead straight to the city, and there is no city wall or guard post to stop me. However, walking through the city as a six-winged angel would draw way too much attention. Instead, I shapeshift into a human and change my clothes to match those I saw on the souls. I just hope that the souls don't have a way to identify each other as souls. Only one way to find out, so I openly walk out of the forest and into the city. Some of the souls glance at me, but no one starts shouting for the guards or anything. As I walk down the street, I notice something really strange. I don't see any female souls. Come to think of it, none of the souls that I killed in the forest and in the mine were female either. Oh, right. Holos probably refuses to accept female followers based on his personality. An eternity without women, this place isn't heaven. It is definitely hell. Well, I guess that some of the angels are female, but I doubt that they are very friendly. The more that I learn about Holos, the more sorry I feel for the people who got tricked into following him. I am really starting to feel that me killing them and freeing them from this afterlife is a mercy. However, I stay on task. I want to check out the palace before things get noisy. Being in the very center of the city, the palace is not hard to find, but it is surrounded by a wall. The wall has angels stationed every 50 feet or so, meaning sneaking in won't be easy. It would be easier at night, but so far I haven't seen any sign of there being a night in this domain. Just to be sure, I circle all the way around the palace, but I don't find any gaps. There is a gate in the middle of each side, but they are even more heavily guarded. Sneaking in is out, so I either need to go in by force or create a diversion. The problem with that is that I am not entirely sure what would draw the angels away. If I was dealing with humans, I could just set something on fire. But I don't know if angels will act the same. Of course, if I killed a bunch of souls and then started a fire, that might work. I know from the forest that the angels will respond to the death of souls. Other than forcing my way in, I think that is going to be my best bet. Circling the palace again, I look for a building that is close enough, but not too close. If the angels can see it without moving, then it won't create a gap for me to enter through. A building a street over from the one surrounding the palace catches my eye. It is just far enough away for the angels to have to leave their posts to see it. It is also still close enough that they will be able to see the flames and smoke. That combined with the deaths of the souls inside should be enough to draw them over, I hope. Of course, there is only one way for me to know if it is going to work. So I head into the building. It turns out to be something similar to a tavern, although much quieter than would be expected. It seems that even when they are relaxing, the souls aren't allowed to have too much fun. However, the fact that there is alcohol here is just perfect. That will make it easy to burn. There are a couple of dozen souls in this main room, and probably a few more in the rest of the building. I won't be able to kill them all, though. I need to be in position to enter the palace. I need to kill the souls, set the place on fire, and get back to the area around the palace. There is no point in waiting, so I draw my sword and start cutting down the souls. Most of them are so surprised that they don't even try to get away from me. Although, those that do try aren't anywhere near fast enough to escape. Once all the souls in the main room are dead, I throw out a few weak fire spells. I only aim at areas where there are bottles of alcohol, but it is extremely effective. 28 human souls defeated. 2,800 soul XP gained. Tiding congratulations. Your soul level has increased. Soul level has increased. Soul level 5. T6. Soul HP plus 500. Soul MP plus 1,000. As soon as I see that the fire is well and truly started, I leave the building. I quickly move back towards the palace while trying not to draw attention to myself. When I reach the square around the palace, I see that some of the angels have already left their posts. Chapter 12:58. The angels are not running towards the building, just moving to get a better view. However, enough of them have moved for me to spot a gap that I run towards. I only have a few seconds, but that is enough for me to reach the wall and jump over it. Luckily, there don't appear to be any guards on the inside of the wall, and I don't hear any shouts behind me. It looks like I actually got in without being noticed. I can't believe that worked. Now that I am inside the wall, I find the palace rather disappointing. It is a large building, but it is blocky with no elegance at all. Not what I would call a palace. In fact, to me it looks like something a child would build while playing with blocks. It seems that Holos has no imagination at all. He probably thinks that it is impressive just because it is big. I don't know why I expected more from him, but I thought he would have a real palace. My hopes for finding nifty treasures are suddenly a lot lower now that I have seen this place. Still, I am already here. I may as well take a look around and see if there is anything. In an attempt to be stealthy, I shapeshift down to my black bunny form. It is my smallest form and also the most innocent looking, but I doubt that will help. I hop around the palace grounds looking for a door into the palace. It surprises me that there appear to be no guards at all, only those outside the wall. Holos might just be stupid enough to think that no one would ever date to try and steal from him. If so, I will be happy to give him an education, just not directly to his face. Eventually finding a door, with no guards in sight, I head into the palace. The inside turns out to be just as weird as the outside. There is no artificial light, meaning that anywhere there are no windows is completely dark, perfect for me to hide. Even now that I am inside the palace, I still don't see any guards at all as I explore the place. The internal layout of the palace ends up being just as dull and unimaginative as the outside. There is a reception room, or throne room, I guess, a locked room, and a large bedroom. That is all there is inside, meaning the rest of this huge building is just solid stone. Not really believing my eyes. I send out a pulse of mana to double check, but it tells me the same thing. It does tell me one other interesting thing, though. There is someone sleeping in the bedroom. Curious. I hop quietly into the room and take a peek, but I also scream from shock. Lying on the bed is Holos, but he isn't asleep. He isn't even breathing. After getting over my shock, I move closer to try and figure out what is going on. After a bit of study, I finally figure out what the body is. It is an inactive avatar. My guess would be that this is Holos' emergency plan. If something goes wrong, he can retreat to this body, or switch places with it. Maybe those are the two options I can think of anyway. What interests me is that this is a prime avatar from what little I can tell, meaning that if I kill it and take the body, the goddesses can steal some of Holos' power. However, I am almost positive that Holos will know the second it is killed. Although, him suddenly rushing off in the middle of the meeting would make him look more suspicious. However, I am not going to give up on the angels and human souls for an avatar. Although, I may come back for it if the rest of the raid goes smoothly and I have time. For now, I head back to the locked door that I found. That should be the treasury. When I take a look at the lock, I find myself once again disappointed. The lock itself is rather ordinary and only has a single divine enchantment on it. I check thoroughly, but there isn't even anything hidden behind the enchantment. No alarm, no nothing. It is far too simple to be protecting anything truly valuable. Still, my curiosity isn't about to let me leave without opening the door to see what is inside. Removing the divine enchantment is fairly easy. It isn't all that complicated to begin with. After that, dealing with a common style lock is child's play, and then the door opens. When I take a look inside, I am both disappointed and excited at the same time. The excitement comes from seeing the room being full of the silver ore. The disappointment comes from seeing nothing else besides the ore in the room. Where are all the treasures? Where are the divine items for me to steal? I start shoveling ore into my ring, still holding out a faint hope to find something buried underneath it. However, even by emptying the entire room, I don't find anything else at all. Either Holos keeps his treasures on him, or he is a pathetically poor god. Then again, I think I remember someone telling me that he was at the bottom of the Pantheon. So I guess that it would make sense for him to be fairly poor, but it is still disappointing. I guess I will just have to be satisfied with the ore, the angels, and the human souls. So I leave the palace while being careful not to disturb the sleeping avatar. Then, once I am outside, I head for the main gate and attack the angels guarding it. This brings all the angels guarding this side of the wall running towards me. As I am fighting the angels, I take a few steps back and stand under the gate. This prevents the angels from surrounding me, at least for the moment. If they stop to think about it, they will just fly over the wall to attack me from behind. Of course, by the time they do that, I will have killed a lot of those attacking from the front. Luckily, they are mostly two-winged angels and aren't really able to hurt me. There were 24 winged angels guarding the gate, but I killed them first. The angels in front of me don't figure it out. But unfortunately, they aren't the only angels. Our fight is too loud and attracts the angels from the other walls as well. I am soon surrounded by the angels and trapped beneath the gate. At that point, I split the sword into two and start dancing among the angels. As angels fall, they leave gaps that I can move into and get out from under the gate. Out in the open, more angels can surround me, but I also gain more room to move. Chapter 1259. Luckily, the angels appear to have never been trained in how to fight together. They keep getting in each other's way, and that prevents me from being overwhelmed. I may have bitten off a little more than I can chew. I wasn't expecting to fight all of them at once. Still, they are having a very hard time wounding me, and the wounds heal quickly. So, while it is a little painful, my life is not actually in all that much danger. As long as I don't let them pin me down, they shouldn't be able to kill me. Right now, I am back to my beastman form, since that is the one I have the most practice with weapons in. If all else fails, I will return to my normal form and tear them apart with my claws. So far, that hasn't been necessary, but the battle is taking a long time just because of how many angels there are. Around the time where I have killed about half of the angels, more show up. They come flying in from somewhere else and are being led by a 6-winged angel. I had been hoping that Holos only had 2 lieutenants, but it looks like I am out of luck. The other 2 I managed to kill using surprise attacks, but I won't get that chance this time. When the new group of angels comes flying down towards me, I drop shapeshift. I have to take this fight a bit more seriously now, or I might just end up dead. Using my claws and tail, I clear out the 2-winged angels that are close to me. That gives the new angels room to aim for, but that is a trap that I set up. As soon as they are close enough to me, I envelope the entire group with my breath weapon. The 6-wing and a couple of 4-wings survive the blast, but they don't look good. Before they can recover, I charge into them and use my claws to cut them down. I take a few injuries doing so, but they heal up within a couple of minutes. With the main threat dealt with, I turn my attention back to the 2-winged angels. Now that I am in my normal form, it doesn't take me too long to clean the rest of them up. This time, no more reinforcements show up, so I am able to finish the fight. 114, rank 3 angels defeated. 342,000 XP gained. 72 rank, 4 angels defeated. 288,000 XP gained. 16 rank, 5 angels defeated. 80,000 XP gained. 4 rank, 6 angels defeated. 24,000 XP gained. Archangel Marin defeated. 110,000 XP gained. Now comes the hard part. There are a ton of cores for me to gather, starting with the Archangel. There shouldn't be anything to make me run away, but if there is, I am not leaving his core behind. Sadly, gathering all of the cores ends up taking longer than the battle did. However, considering how much this will help Saronia and Krenosha, it is definitely worth it. Now, all that is left is to kill as many of the human souls as I can catch in the city. I really am tempted to burn the entire city to the ground before I leave, as a present for Holos. In fact, I can't think of any good reason to leave it standing, so that is what I am going to do. I've never seen an entire city burning, I am looking forward to it. Although, I don't think I will tell anyone about it. I don't need to be called a pyro. There were groups of souls gathered around the palace plaza, but they all ran away when I was gathering cores. Most of them will be hiding in the buildings, but the smart ones will flee to the forest. So, once I am done gathering cores, I shapeshift back into beastmen form. That will make it much easier to enter the buildings and hunt down the souls. Although, the idea of using my normal form and smashing through the buildings does have a certain appeal. Even better, I could shapeshift into something like Godzilla and really have fun. After all, it is not every day that I get a chance to stomp through a city playing monster. The more I think about it, the more fun it sounds, so I decide to give it a try. However, instead of trying to make a new form, I just enlarge my normal form. After a little experimenting, I find that currently the biggest I can go is about 30 feet tall. Since the city is made mostly from wood, and nothing is taller than 3 stories, it should be fine. When I shapeshift to that size, the city suddenly looks like it is made with models. However, there is still one thing missing before I can start destroying everything. For this kind of epic setting, I absolutely need to have boss music playing. The problem is that the stereo system is in the castle and I can't go fetch it right now. In the end, the best I can figure out is to use wind magic to make similar sounds. It can only make simple sounds, but that is enough to do the Godzilla theme. Once I have that going, I happily start smashing my way through the buildings. I have done something similar in the Soulscape before, but the real thing is much more fun. I stomp my way through the city, flattening all the buildings and any souls I see. I don't intentionally start any fires, but they end up starting on their own. With the buildings flattened, there is no space between them, so the fire spreads quickly. I ignore the flames and keep stomping around until the only building left standing is the palace. Once I am sure that there is nothing left, I drop shapeshift and walk towards the palace. 681 human souls defeated. 68,100 soul XP gained. That is less souls than I was expecting. Either I didn't get credit for those killed by debris in the fire, or a lot more ran into the forest than I expected. Still, this trip has already been more than worth it, and it didn't really cost me anything. I shapeshift to Beastman form so that I can fit into the palace and walk inside. I walk into the bedroom, open a gate back to the Southern Empire, and then stab the Avatar in the head. I throw the Avatar's body over my shoulder and walk through the gate. As soon as I am through, I close the gate and then say a prayer to offer the Avatar's corpse to Krenosha. Although, I kind of wish that I could see her face when she receives it. Krenosha says, "Ash, what did you do?" I went and raided Holos' domain again, just like we discussed. Krenosha says, "Holos sent an Avatar after you, but you defeated it." Nope. It was just sitting in his palace asleep, so I killed it. You can steal his power from it, right? Chapter 1260. Krenosha says, "I can, but you should have sent it to my sister instead." Nope. She is getting around 200 angels, you get the Avatar, Krenosha says. 200? Please, tell me you are joking. No, I am not joking. I don't know the exact number because I didn't actually stop to count the cores, but it should be around 200. Krenosha says, "I can't believe you killed that many angels. In fact, I can't believe that Holos had so many angels." Wait, does Holos even have any angels left now? Probably not. If he does, it won't be many. He is going to be fairly upset when he goes home. Krenosha says, "Ash, what is with that laugh? What else did you do?" Well, I may have started a small fire before I left, but it is okay. I doubt he will return. Krenosha says, "A small fire? How small? Wait, why wouldn't he return?" Well, my guess is that he left that Avatar where he did, so he had a way to escape the Pantheon. When it died, he probably went a little crazy. He may have even tried to leave. Either way, it isn't going to look good for him. Krenosha says, "That is probably true, but I don't like the way you are avoiding the question about the fire." Oh, fine. I may have accidentally burned his city to the ground. Krenosha says, "You what?" "It was an accident. I swear." Krenosha says, "Oh, really? What were you doing when this fire accidentally started?" I was just taking a walk around the city. Krenosha says, yeah, right? I was. I was just 30 feet tall at the time, Krenosha says. You were what? How did you? No, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. I just have one question for you. What is it? Krenosia says, if Halos is found guilty, Mythica will invade his domain. What do you think she is going to do when she sees what you did? She will probably go crazy trying to figure out who did it, but she will have no way of finding out. There is nothing there that will implicate me. Krenosha says, really? You killed all the souls and angels. There are no witnesses. Well, there might be a few souls who hid in the forest. I didn't bother trying to hunt them down. Krenosha says, so, all she has to do is ask them. She is an angel. They will tell her everything they saw, and if you were 30 feet tall, chances are at least one of them saw you. So you are saying that I need to go back and make sure there are no survivors? Krenosha says, what are you going to do if Halos went back after feeling his avatar die? Run away? Krenosha sighs and says, just forget it. I suggest that you don't go anywhere near Mythica from now on. So, you don't want me to go take care of the witnesses. Krenosha says, no. Knowing your luck, you would run right into Mythica and Halos. Yeah, you are probably right, Krenosha says. Anyway, thank you for the avatar. I will make good use of it. I am also sorry for snapping at you, but you just keep doing crazy things. Maybe so, but they keep working, Krenosha says. Yes, they do, and I am not sure if that scares me more. Anyway, it is settled now, and there is no going back. I will just have to hope that Mythica doesn't think of questioning the souls. Even if she does figure it out, there isn't much she can do to me, Krenosha says. There is plenty she can do to you, especially since you are in her territory. Why are you in the Southern Empire anyway? Just in case Halos was able to track my gate. This way he will think I am an agent for the Pantheon. Besides, I was thinking about hunting some demonic beasts and collecting cores for my angel. Oh, that reminds me. Can an angel consume angel cores? Krenosha says, well, technically they can, but they won't stay as angels. It is similar to cannibalism. It changes and corrupts them. Oh, what would they turn into? Demons? Krenosha says, no, it is something in between. I have never actually seen it, just heard about it. So it would be more like a fallen angel? If so, that might work better. Krenosha says yes, fallen angel would be a fitting description. Why would that be better? Well, let's be honest. An angel doesn't really fit with my personality, does it? I would probably get along better with a fallen angel, Krenosha says. That would only be an issue if we were going to give you an angel of ours. Since you are creating a new angel, its personality will be based off of yours. Actually, now that I think about it, this is a horrible idea. Don't worry. You are in the clear. You can blame whatever happens on your sister, Krenosha says. While that is true, it isn't very comforting. Sorry, nothing that I can do about that. Krenosha says, just try and keep out of trouble for a while. I'll try, but no promises, Krenosha says. I will take what I can get. All right, I am going to go drain the power from this avatar. Contact me if you need anything. After ending the conversation with Krenosha, I use the medallion to check in with Leonor and Miria. Of course, when I tell Miria that I went back to Hollis's domain without telling her, she is pissed. She chews me out for a good 20 minutes, but I don't really mind it. While she is ranting at me, I am working on recovering my mana, so I am not losing any time. When she finally runs out of steam, I tell her what happened in the domain. She is still not happy about it, but she does admit that I gained a lot this time. Miria says, so, when will you be back? I am going to farm some demonic beasts first. So, maybe a day or so. Why? Miria says, so I can come back and punish you properly. Are you not having fun in the Empire? Miria says, I was, but things have gotten really chaotic now. For some reason, people are turning against the church, and the clergy can't seem to use their powers. There are now so many different sides fighting that it is hard to keep track of who to fight. That is simple. You fight anyone that isn't a beast man that gets in your way. It is interesting that the clergy lost their holy powers. It must have something to do with the Pantheon. I wish I had someone I could ask, Miria says. Can't you ask that angel, Mythica? I could, but I can only summon her once, and I don't want to waste it. Besides, I don't want to answer the questions that she might have for me. Miria says, you think she already knows about what you did. Chapter 12, 61. It is possible. If she does, I just hope she has no idea that it was me. Miria says, how could she possibly know? Cronotia pointed out that some of the souls who ran into the forest might have seen me. They would absolutely tell Mythica if she thinks to ask them. Miria says, what do you plan to do then? Avoid her like she has the plague. What else can I do? Miria says, couldn't you just admit to it? And how am I going to explain taking the cores of 200 or so angels without telling her about the goddesses? Miria says, just tell her you ate them. If she knows anything about you, she would believe it. Honestly, I am surprised that you don't plan to eat all of them and are going to give some to the goddesses. I doubt that would work, and even if it did, it would make me the enemy of every angel in the Pantheon. No, I will stick to avoiding her for as long as possible. Miria says, then you are bound to run into her. That is just how bad your luck is. Oh, we are moving out, so I have to go. Stay safe and try not to cause any more trouble. I love you. Love you too. I will stay safe, don't worry. Miria laughs and says, I notice you didn't say anything about not causing any trouble. Miria laughs right up until she cuts the connection, and at that point, I get up. I start flying west, towards the Empire's border with the Demon Lands. I am just going to count on the tattoo to restore my mana. I can't sit around anymore. I already have enough mana to gate to the tower, which is going to be my next stop. If I don't go explain myself in person, Lynn is going to end up being mad at me. If Saronia already spoke with her, which she probably did, I am already in trouble. If I put off explaining myself for too long, Lynn will be really mad at me and will make me suffer. However, I am pretty sure that as long as I show up and tell her everything, she will be okay with it. She doesn't like me taking risks any more than Miria does, but Lynn understands better. Maybe it is just because Lynn has had more chance to get used to how I am. Hopefully, Miria will get used to it soon and won't be as angry with me. Although, while being in trouble can be annoying, the making up afterwards is definitely fun. As I am flying, I avoid going near any of the Empire cities. I don't want to scare the people. Besides, I don't want to do anything that would increase my chances of meeting Mythica. The farther west I go, the less cities there are that I need to avoid. But that isn't a surprise. People would be less willing to live near the border where demonic beasts' attacks are more likely. There will still be some. After all, with soldiers stationed there, there is money to be made. As long as there is money to be made, there will be people willing to take the risk. Since there are flying demonic beasts, I doubt that I can cross the border unnoticed. Luckily, I still have the medallion that Emperor Am gave me. It should allow me to cross. Not that normal soldiers could stop me, but I want to avoid causing a commotion. The border does not have an actual wall. It is just a series of military bases and outposts. The area of the border is far too large. Building a wall would cost a fortune. It would also be very expensive to move the border if there was an actual wall. Camps and bases can be moved much more easily and are also cheaper. Since the border just recently moved, I am expecting the outposts to still be in the process of moving. Logically, the smaller outpost would move first, since they are easier to move. I spot a walled city, and as I go around it, I spot what looks like a military base past it. Deciding that it is a good choice, I land and approach the base on foot. The guards spot me before I get too close, and many arrows are aimed at me. Taking out the medallion, I hold it up where it is easy to see and keep walking forward. I don't know if they can identify the medallion from this far, but no arrows get fired at me. Not that I am all that worried about the arrows. Unless they are enchanted, they won't hurt me. Still, I would prefer not to raise a fuss, so not getting shot at is definitely better. By the time I reach the gate, it is already open, and an officer is waiting to meet me. After letting him examine the medallion, I explain that I plan to cross the border. and don't want to cause any problems. The officer is very courteous and seems quite pleased that I am warning them. He immediately has someone send word to the forward outposts that I will be passing by. From his words and actions, I am guessing that rumors about me have spread among the army. The fact that I spot quite a number of soldiers coming over and peeking at me seems to confirm that. Or I could be wrong, and it could just be that they have never seen a beastman before. Although that seems less likely. Either way, their actions are fairly amusing. Once the officer confirms that the outposts have received word, I thank him and take to the air. Since I no longer have to worry about being spotted, I head straight west. It is pretty easy to tell when I have crossed the border. I start seeing packs of demonic beasts. While I could easily blast them from the air, to save mana I swoop down and use my sword. Not all demonic beasts have a core, only the stronger ones do. But I kill every beast that I see. That is because I also want to grind experience while I am at it so that I can level soon. Besides, clearing out the area will help take some pressure off of the Southern Empire. I imagine that moving all those bases and outposts while fighting isn't easy. Then again, they are probably used to it, but it isn't like they are going to run out of beasts. No matter how many I kill, I won't be sticking around long enough to make a huge impact. Now, if I could gather them up and wipe them out with a single spell, that would be a different story. Considering the numbers that Am told me, I am thinking that the demons might have another gate hidden somewhere. They may even be building another one to replace the one that Lynn and I nuked. Either way, I would say that we should expect massive amounts of them when the war starts. The plans I have already account for that possibility, but it still worries me a little. Chapter 12. 62. If the demons do have massive amounts of beasts, it will increase our casualties by a lot. I am not crazy enough to think I can prevent all the casualties, but I want to reduce them as much as I can. However, it is still too early to be thinking too much about that. I still have a ton to do. For now, I lose myself in the excitement of battle and slaughtering my enemies. I dash from group to group as fast as I can. It helps that they come to me as well. The packs of beasts are attracted by the noise and the smell of blood, so I rarely have to stop. To be honest, I don't want to stop. I only stop when I finally run out of beasts. The only reason I don't rush off to find more is that there are a lot of bodies behind me. I go back and start cutting them open, looking for cores or materials that might be useful. 1631 demonic beasts defeated. 527,668 XP gained. As usual, looking for cores takes far longer than killing all of the beasts did. Not to mention that it is nowhere near as fun, and I wouldn't even bother if it wasn't for the angel. Out of all those beasts, I only find a couple of hundred cores. But that is to be expected. If strong beasts were more common, the Empire would be in serious trouble. Normally, that would make it hard to farm cores, but I can go deeper into the demon lands. At least, I am hoping to find more strong beasts when I head deeper in. Before that, once I am done harvesting, I sit down to eat some food and drink some water. Once I feel refreshed, I get moving, but I don't bother to clean myself. The blood will attract beasts, and I am just going to get covered in more anyway. As soon as I see another group, I head down and begin another slaughter. The nearby groups are all drawn over, so I end up in another long fight. Some of the beasts manage to wound me, but I don't really feel any pain. Luckily, my strength is high enough that even if they pile onto me, they can't pin me down. In fact, throwing a huge pile of beasts off of me makes me feel like the Hulk. It is a great feeling, and it makes the fight even more fun. For me anyway. The beasts obviously aren't having any fun, but they are only here to die anyway. However, my fun is soon brought to a stop as my medallion goes off. Lynn is calling. I don't stop killing the beasts, but explaining things to Lynn takes all the fun out of it. It is a good thing that the medallion works off of thoughts. Otherwise, Lynn would hear the fighting in the background. It isn't that she would mind me killing beasts, but she would mind me not giving her lecture my full attention. As expected, she is not mad about my actions. She is mad that I didn't consult her first. Well, she is probably a little mad about my recklessness, but she doesn't say anything about it. By now, she knows I have good arguments for what I do, but not for lack of communication. All I can really do is let her vent, and then apologize for not talking to her sooner. Although, in my defense, I did tell Miria the first time, but that isn't much of an argument. For once, I wisely keep my mouth shut and just let her yell at me as I kill beasts. It turns out that killing beasts is a good release for the frustration of being yelled at. In fact, I might just have to come to the Demon Lands whenever I am in trouble. Although, with how much I get myself into trouble, there might not be enough beasts in the Demon Lands. Luckily, once I promise to visit the tower next, Lynn lets me off the hook. After that, we continue chatting for a while, but it is about more pleasant subjects. It is a lucky thing for me because not long after that, I run out of beasts again. 852 demonic beasts defeated. 691,722 XP gained. Having Lynn chatting with me certainly makes the harvesting process go by faster. We don't chat for much longer after all. We will be seeing each other soon. Once we are done chatting, I finish up the pile of beasts and start looking for more. However, before I can find another group of beasts to kill, a white pillar appears. Considering the fact that it appears directly in front of me, there is no doubt I am in trouble. Since I am outside the Empire's borders, I can think of only one angel that would be looking for me. Mythica takes longer to appear than a normal angel does, so I sit down to wait. The idea of running away crosses my mind, but that would only make things worse. Right now, she at most has some suspicions. Running would just confirm them. The fact that she tracked me down does worry me, but I am not going to panic. Even if she knows what I did, she still can't really do anything to me. Being an ally of the Empire gives me a certain amount of protection, I think. Mythica appears and says, "King Ash." "Hello, Mythica. I really didn't expect to see you again so soon." Mythica looks around and says, "What are you doing here?" "Just hunting some demonic beasts. I need their cores." Mythica says, "You are a king. Don't you have people to do that for you? Or can't you just buy the cores?" "I could, but this way is more fun." "Is that what you came down to ask me?" Mythica says, "No, I was just curious. I came to tell you about Holos. He went crazy during the trial and has been found guilty and has been imprisoned. He shouldn't cause you any more problems. That is good news. Does that mean his followers will lose their divine powers?" "Will his angels still be able to descend?" Mythica says. "Correct. His followers will become powerless. His angels will be stuck in his domain, but any that are already here will remain here. I will be leaving to deal with his angels shortly." "Well, that certainly makes things easier. Any idea why he went crazy?" Mythica says, "Not really. He just started screaming about his avatar and tried to rush out of the meeting. The other members of the Pantheon did not take it well. Honestly, they were already mostly convinced. That was just the last straw." "That is a relief. Honestly, I was worried that he was going to manage to talk his way out of things and then launch an even bigger attack on my people." Mythica says, "I was also somewhat worried about that, but Holos was nowhere near convincing anyone of his innocence. It was almost like he was distracted the entire time he was talking." Chapter 12, 63. "Well, whatever the reason may be, it is a good thing for us. Thank you for letting me know." Mythica says, "You are welcome. Now, if you will excuse me, I have other duties to attend to." Mythica disappears, and I feel like I have dodged a bullet, at least for now. My first thought is to run away before she can come back, but I stop myself. If anyone noticed that I left immediately, it might look a little suspicious. Besides, even if she goes straight to Hollis's domain, it will take some time for her to investigate. I should have plenty of time to finish hunting demonic beasts, and it will look less suspicious that way. However, I am going to have to move to another area. Mythica scared away all the nearby beasts with her aura. Not that I can blame them for being scared of her since she also scares me. So I take to the air and fly farther west, looking for demonic beasts to hunt. Once I find a decent number of groups, I dive down and start killing them. I have no idea how many cores my angel is going to need, but I am guessing it will be a lot. Demonic beasts are at the bottom of the totem pole, so their cores won't contain much energy. Now, if I could find some demons to hunt, that would be a different story. However, so far, I haven't seen a single demon. They probably don't care if their beasts get slaughtered. The beasts are just cannon fodder. They are easily replaced. especially if there is another gate. So I don't really expect any demons to come and try to find out what is going on. Now, if the Empire was expanding its borders, that would be a different story. That is something that the demons would be very unlikely to ignore. However, I am not about to ask Emperor Am to endanger his troops just to help me hunt demons. If I go deep enough into their territory, I will probably find or attract some. In fact, now that I think about it, I shouldn't be too far away from the castle of one of the demon lords. It was one of the two I helped to set up. I think his name was Dra or something. I am sure that the other demon lords looted his castle already, but I am still curious about it. Besides, they may have stationed guards there or be using it for some purpose, so it might be worth checking out. The problem is that I don't know the exact location. All I remember is that his territory faced the Southern Empire, and his castle was near the middle of his territory. I think I will go and see if I can find it after I am done with these beasts. A single demon core should be worth dozens of beast cores, if not more. So, even if I only find a single demon, it should be worth the extra effort. Besides, demons are a lot harder to replace, so I might draw some attention to myself. If the demon cores want to deliver themselves to me, I am certainly not going to complain. As long as the demon lords don't show up, I should be able to handle just about anything else. Of course, knowing my luck, I am going to stumble upon a meeting between the 5 of them. Although, I wonder how they are reacting to their new ally suddenly disappearing. They are probably suspecting that it was all some sort of trap. They are demons, after all. Hopefully, they will suspect each other, and it will cause their alliance to fall apart. However, I very much doubt that my luck is that good. More likely, it will make the alliance stronger. Hollows probably wasn't much of an ally to begin with. I doubt that they trusted him. More likely, they were just planning on using him, and he was doing the same with them. I just hope that his sudden disappearance doesn't push them to do anything rash. What I really want to know is how they got into an alliance in the first place. I can't imagine them meeting, so it was probably done through subordinates. If I knew how they communicated, then I could maybe do something about the situation. As things stand, I have no way of doing anything or even knowing what is going on. It is really frustrating, but there is nothing that I can do about it at this time. In the end, I just take out all the frustration that I feel on the poor demonic beasts. Sadly, as fun as it is, I still find myself eventually getting tired of all the killing. There are a lot more beasts who run over and join in the fight this time. It takes me a couple of hours to finally finish killing all of them, and by then I am exhausted. Fev 186 demonic beasts defeated, 161250 XP gained. With the last of the demonic beasts finally dead, I sit down and let myself rest for a few minutes. At this point, I even take out the cleaning stone to get the blood and filth off of me. After resting for a bit, I get up and start the long process of dealing with the bodies. One thing is for sure. After this, I won't run out of beast materials anytime soon. I just need to figure out what I am going to use all of them for. Not many of the materials from demonic beasts are all that useful, so I have only been collecting the best of them. Even so, with how many I have killed, I have collected a huge amount of materials. About the only thing that I can think of to use this many materials for is gear. Weapons and armor for the soldiers, but specifically anti-demon ones. The war shouldn't be starting too soon. But conflicts on the land bridge are likely. In fact, if possible, I want to keep all of the fighting confined to the land bridge. It will make it much easier if my troops don't have to worry about protecting civilians. In fact, I want to get people onto the land bridge and have them start building fortifications. Defensive positions will give my troops a much better survival chance. Fighting defensively should help to balance out the fact that they will outnumber us. When I am finally done with all the corpses, I start looking around for a cave. After all that fighting, I want to make camp and get some real rest. While I could gate back to the tower, I know that I would end up getting distracted. If that happens, then I probably won't be able to come back, at least not anytime soon. I plan to camp here for the night and then go looking for the castle in the morning. After I have explored the castle, I will head back to the tower to see Lynn. Chapter 12, 64. I managed to find a place to camp. But it ends up being a not-so-restful night. I had forgotten how hard the ground is to sleep on. I have gotten spoiled. Since I built the castle, I didn't bother to make myself any new camping equipment. That was a mistake that I need to rectify just as soon as I get a chance. If I am going to run off alone on adventures, I definitely need to have camping gear. Luckily, some of the materials from the beasts should be just about perfect for that. So, the plan for when I get back to the fort is going to be to spend some time crafting. Especially since my pouch is now almost completely full thanks to the beast materials. I definitely don't want to go running around with limited space available in my pouch. Then again, Miria is probably going to do her best to keep me from running off again. At least I didn't get lost or stuck this time, so she doesn't have much ammo to use against me. Not that I think that will stop her. She has plenty of my bad decisions to use against me. However, she can't watch me all the time, so I am sure that I will get a chance to sneak off again. It might not be right away, but it will happen, so I want to be prepared for it. After some breakfast, I take to the air and start searching for Lord Draw's castle. I see plenty of demonic beasts, but for now, I just ignore them since I don't want to hunt yet. Although, after a bit of flying, I notice that the beasts seem more numerous in one direction. Of course, with my curiosity, I turn in that direction because I want to know why. As I fly that way, I am seeing more and more demonic beasts until the land is covered with them. They are all moving, spreading out from a single point of origin from what I can see. Following them back to the source, I find both Lord Draw's castle and the gate I was worried about. However, the gate seems strange, so I don't approach it immediately and just watch. The gate isn't stable. It keeps flickering and changing for some reason. It looks like it is rotating through connections to different planes every few minutes. Whenever it connects to hell, hordes of demonic beasts come pouring through. When it changes, other things come through, but the beasts swarm and kill them. From the beings that I see come through, I manage to figure out some of the planes. The portal seems to be connecting to the elemental planes and a couple of others, one of which looks like the shadow plane. When that one connects, the beasts go absolutely nuts. What surprises me the most is that I don't see any demons around the gate. It doesn't look like they are managing it or trying to fix it, which doesn't make sense. The only thing I can think of is that they don't care. But how could that be? The gate should be really important to them, and they should be guarding it. Unless there are other gates, then this malfunctioning one wouldn't be important. If that is the case, then we are in a lot more trouble than I thought we were. However, since there are no demons around, this gives me the chance to study the gate. It is completely different from the gates that I use, and I really want to take a good look at it. That is going to be a problem, though. There are far too many beasts around the gate. While I could probably kill all of them, it would take far too long and attract more. Not to mention that I couldn't kill them all before the gate connected to hell again. That would add even more enemies, maybe enough to wear me down. There are also flying beasts that have come through the gate, but there are less of them. They are staying lower to the ground, so I haven't been spotted by them yet. I need to get close enough to physically touch the gate, and I will need at least a few minutes. There is no way I will be able to analyze the gate while I am being attacked by beasts. I could probably use a big spell to wipe out the beasts, but that might damage the gate. I really want to avoid doing that before I have had a chance to study it. The beasts get distracted anytime something else comes through the gate, but I doubt that would be long enough. Unless something a lot stronger comes through that they can't kill easily. It looks like my best option is going to be to figure out a way to sneak over to the gate. It is early morning, so there are plenty of shadows, but most beasts depend more on scent. Maybe I can create some kind of wind barrier to keep my scent from spreading. That sounds like it should work, and a wind barrier is simple enough to create. Looking around, I spot a rocky area that doesn't have tons of beasts on it. So, I land there, shapeshift into bunny form, and then work on creating a wind barrier. Since I am only trying to block scent and not attacks, it really is easy. With the barrier around me, I start sneaking from shadow to shadow. A lot of the beasts have weak vision, so I actually have no problem sneaking to the gate. Once there, I tuck myself into a shadow at the base of the gate, and then start studying the gate. Just as I start taking a look, the gate changes again and connects to the shadow plane. A flood of shadow beasts rushes out of the gate and a massive fight starts. However, what interests me is that through looking at the gate, I can see the position of the shadow plane. I can already gate to the shadow plane, but that is only because I have been there before. If I hadn't been there, this positioning that the gate uses would allow me to. With that being the case, I decide to wait and let the gate cycle through all the planes it connects to. This way, I can learn the positions of all those planes, and will be able to gate to them later if I want. It should also increase my understanding of the planes and how they are organized. Even if not, it will give me plenty of new places to explore, which is quite exciting. Over the next hour, I learn the positions of the elemental planes of fire, water, air, and earth. Of course, I also learn the position of hell, but that is not somewhere I want to explore. Although, having the option to open a gate and throw some bombs through is exciting. Watching the gate connect to hell a few times also allows me to see why it is so hard to escape hell. Even when coming from this side, the gate has a hard time connecting to it. This is actually a part of why this gate is so unstable. It can't maintain the connection. Chapter 12, 65. When the connection breaks, the gate randomly locks onto another plane for a while. Then, once it has recovered some power, it attempts to connect to hell again. I am guessing that this gate is actually older than the one I destroyed, probably a prototype. After this one turned out defective, they used what they learned from it to build the other gate. That means that they definitely have the ability to build more gates. In fact, depending on how hard it is to build, they may have already built more. Following that train of thought, I take a minute to analyze the materials of the gate. Luckily, the materials of the gate are fairly rare from what I can see. The demons can't have too much of it, although the fact that they didn't bother to tear this gate down means they have some. Then again, the demons have been planning and working towards this for a long time. They also control a fairly large area and probably have mines of these materials. They could have amassed a large quantity of them over the centuries. I also know that they had dealings with a human merchant company, so they could have gotten them that way. At this point, I should just assume that they already have multiple gates. Even if they don't already, they are probably in the process of building them. That means that starting the war sooner rather than later would be the smart move. The longer we wait, the more hordes of demonic beasts we will have to deal with. That means I need to change my plans and move things up quite a bit. Of course, the other option is to search for the gates and nuke them with Lynn's help. Now that I have analyzed one, I should be able to figure out how to find the others. As I am thinking, I am watching the shadow and demonic beasts fighting. That gives me an idea of how to cause some more problems for the demons. If I were to fix the gate and lock it on the shadow plane, the demons would have an invasion to deal with. Since I know how much the shadow demons and normal demons hate each other, it seems like a good idea. With that idea in mind, I turn my attention to studying the gate's enchantments. I want to make sure that I understand them before making any changes. Luckily, the enchantments, while powerful, are fairly simple from my point of view. Not only does it only take me a few minutes to understand them, but I see that my idea could work. In fact, I can make the changes needed fairly easily if I decide to do so. However, to avoid getting in trouble, I should probably ask for permission. Krenosha, I have an idea I want to run by you. Krenosha says, that is one of the most terrifying prayers I have ever heard. What horrible idea have you come up with now? Haha. Well, I found what I think is the first gate the demons built, but it is defective. Instead of destroying it, I was thinking of setting it to the shadow plane and leaving it open. What do you think? Krenosha says. I think you are insane, but also a genius. Shadow demons and hell demons absolutely hate each other. As long as this gate isn't close to human lands, it would be a major problem for the hell demons. There are some risks, but I think it is worth it. I can't believe I am saying this, but go ahead and do it. Really? Just like that. I was expecting to have to argue with you to convince you. Krenosha says, if the demons built 2 gates, then chances are high that they can build more or have already done so. That was outside of the considerations of my sister and I. Even if they can only bring through demon beasts, we still can't fight that kind of numbers. We have to take some risks at this point, otherwise we will lose. That was almost exactly the same as what I was thinking. I really wasn't expecting you to have the same thoughts. Krenosha says, you just had to ruin it. I was all excited thinking that I had made the right decision, but now I am not so sure. If I am thinking like you, that is terrifying. Now I am doubting every thought I have. Relax. You are not anywhere near turning into me. Although, if I became a god and you became my wife, chances are that you would end up a lot more like me, Chronosia says. Did you say that just to stop us from wanting you to become a god? Maybe, Chronosia says. That is not funny, Ash. I don't know. It is pretty funny from where I am sitting. Chronosia doesn't say anything. All I hear is a growl, and then the connection breaks. It looks like I annoyed her, but that also means that I won the argument. Besides, she already gave me permission for my idea, and that is what I was after. Unfortunately, by the time I am done talking to Chronosia, the gate is no longer connected to the shadow plane. So, I end up having to wait until it reconnects so that I can lock it in place. Of course, it doesn't reconnect to the shadow plane until it has gone through several cycles. While I am waiting for it to connect to the shadow plane again, I do some looting. There are plenty of beast bodies around considering all the fighting that has gone on. Shadow beast bodies fade away after they die, but they leave their cores behind, if they had one. I don't know if an angel can consume a shadow beast core, but it is worth a try. If they can't, then I can always find some other use for it. I can even absorb it myself. Although, I will have to be careful if I do. I need to watch what I use for evolution. Speaking of that, I need to finish this up and get back to the tower so that I can evolve. Only once that is done will I send the rest of the angel cores that I don't need to Saronia. Honestly, using just angel cores to finish my evolution worries me a little. I don't want to become part angel. However, I don't need much to reach my next evolution. I am hoping that it won't be a big deal. There is only one way to find out, but I am still a little worried about it. That won't stop me from doing it. I will just waste energy worrying anyway. I continue snagging materials when I won't risk being spotted as I wait for the gate. It seems that because I am waiting for it, the gate is intentionally avoiding the shadow plane. It is over 2 hours later that it finally connects to the shadow plane again. Chapter 1266. As soon as the gate connects, shadow beasts come pouring out. It is as if they were waiting for it to open. Then again, if it has been opening in the same spot each time it connects, they might have been. Either way, I don't have time to watch the fight. I need to alter the enchantment. I have to say that altering an enchantment with a battle going on around me is not easy. Just the noise of all the beasts roaring is really distracting, and that is only part of it. Some of the fighting beasts are so close that I could reach out and touch them. Trying to do something as delicate as altering an existing enchantment with that going on is challenging. Luckily, the changes that I need to make are not complicated, and I complete them quickly. With just one little change, the gate will no longer keep trying to reconnect to hell. That alone should be enough, but I will go ahead and make another change as well. Since the gate is already connected, I just lock that connection in place. Now, the only way to disconnect from the shadow plane is to destroy the gate. Once those changes are made, I go back to hiding and watching the battle. Now the demonic beasts are slowly losing. They no longer have the numbers advantage. The shadow beasts are now the ones that are getting constant reinforcements. This allows them to kill more demonic beasts and slowly push them back. Once the fight moves away from the gate a bit, I go back to working on the enchantments. My goal is to make it harder for the demons to destroy the gate, and at the same time allow me to destroy it. I do this by taking the extra energy the gate is collecting and turning it into a shield. This will protect the gate from any attacks the demons launch, but I also leave a hidden weakness. That way, if the gate becomes a problem later, it will be easy for me to destroy it. All this will become pointless if the shadow demons become more of a threat than the hell demons. My plan is for the two sides to fight and weaken each other until I can wipe them both out. If the shadow demons that come through get too strong, I will destroy the gate. Although, I don't know if shadow demons can come through. So far, all I have seen are beasts. I also haven't seen anything but demonic beasts. So maybe there is another problem with the gate. Since I have the time, I study the gate further to see if I can figure it out. The gate itself doesn't seem to have any problems, and the connection to the shadow plane is good. However, when I take a look at the tunnel between them, I find a problem. For some reason, the tunnel through space is unstable and weak. This is what is causing the limitation on what can come through the gate. If anything too strong tries to go through, the tunnel breaks open and dumps them into the void. Or at least that is my best guess as to what would happen. I can't be completely sure. Honestly, I have never really paid any attention to the tunnel between two ends of a gate before. Now that I have found what I think is the problem, I look for what caused it. After a bit of study, I find that there is a mistake in the enchantments of the gate. They are not directing enough power into the tunnel itself, leaving it weak. From what I can see, this is a flaw in the understanding of the demon lords. In designing the gate's enchantments, they did not pay enough attention to the way the tunnel was formed. This should be why the other gate I found was only able to let demonic beasts through. For me, it is easy enough to fix it, but I don't know if I should or not. Shadow demons would cause a lot more problems for the Hell Demons, but would it be too much? I don't want to just trade the Hell Demons for the Shadow Demons. That wouldn't help me. I think that for now I am better off leaving the gate as it is and keeping it limited to beasts. The beasts should be enough to cause problems for the Hell Demons and reduce their numbers. Besides, this place is a little too close to the Southern Empire for me to feel comfortable letting shadow demons through. I already had enough trouble rooting them out from Mercy's kingdom. I don't want to do that again. On the other hand, watching the Southern Pantheon try to deal with them could be entertaining. Although, knowing my luck, they would somehow find out that was my fault. It probably isn't worth the risk just for a little entertainment, but it is a fun thought. In the end, I leave the gate as it is and just set up the shield in weakness. By the time I am done with the enchantments, the fighting has moved away from the gate. Since they are just laying around, I collect some more materials in cores. Once my pouch is completely full, I sneak away from the gate until I find a quiet spot. I am not sure what opening another gate near an active one would do, and I don't plan to find out. When I am what I consider a safe distance away from the gate, I return to Beastman form and gate to the tower. As soon as I arrive, Yue greets me and directs me to where Lin is, the library. I sit down with Lin and tell her and Yue everything that has happened and that I have learned. It actually takes a while. It seems that I have been a little busy lately. I end up talking all the way through lunch, and it is almost time for dinner when I am done. Lin says, "So, what do you plan to do next?" I am going back to the fort and will probably do some crafting while I wait to see how things turn out in the Empire. Oh, before I go, I want you to help me cast the detection spell again. Lin says, "Sure." So, no plans for other adventures? Nope. Then again, I almost never plan my adventures. They are just as much of a surprise to me as they are to everyone else. Lin says, "I doubt that. Are you going to do anything about the goddesses being mad at you?" Cronotia isn't really mad, more annoyed. Saronia will probably forgive me once I send her all of the cores. I don't think I need to do anything else. Lin says, "All right. Have you decided what you are going to do about the Empire? Are you going to take it over?" "No, I haven't. Right now I just want to rescue the slaves. Once that is done, I will pull my people out of the Empire. I think I need to finish unifying the Beastmen before I try to take more territory." Chapter 1267. Lin says, "That sounds like a good idea. It isn't a good idea to try for too much at once. Slow and steady is a much better plan. But that usually isn't your style. Why are you being cautious?" "Because I am worried about what will happen to the Beastmen after I die. If I build a strong foundation for them, the chances of the nation surviving after me will increase. It should also make things easier for you and Myria. As my queens, it will be up to you to try and hold things together." Line says, "That is true, but it is also something I don't want to think about. Besides, you first have to make us your queens. So, when are we going to have our wedding? Assuming that you still want to marry me?" "Of course I do. Nothing is going to prevent us from getting married. We can have the wedding as soon as I pull my troops out of the Empire." Lin says, "That should be fairly soon then, right? I need to know ahead of time. Everything is already planned, but we need to send out the invitations. How much advance notice do you need?" Lin says, "According to Myria, a week at least. 2 would be better." "Okay, I will keep that in mind. Once I get back to the fort and get updated on the situation, I will figure it out." Lin says, "All right. Don't worry. I am not going to run away or try to avoid it. I do want to marry you, and I will make sure it happens." Lin says, "Good. I guess I won't need the spell that I created to hunt you down then." "You did what?" Lin laughs and says, "Just think of it as an insurance policy." Well, you won't need it, but that is still slightly terrifying. Lynn smiles and says, you don't need to worry about it, as long as you don't run away. I created it just in case you get cold feet at the last minute. That isn't going to happen. I am not nervous at all about marrying you, or Miria for that matter. My concerns are all about being the king and the things that I am likely to screw up. Lynn says, well, luckily for you, once we are your queens, Miria and I will be able to help. We will do our best to keep you from screwing anything up too badly. Yui says, I will also be helping out. In fact, we have already started. Started what? Lynn says, since you are making the Elven City the capital. We placed one of Yui's sensors down there. She has been keeping an eye on things and building a list of people with useful skills. This will come in handy when it comes to building the government. It will also allow Yui to keep an eye on the government and prevent corruption. Yui says, that does mean that you are going to need to decide exactly what type of government you want to have. It is better to start building it sooner rather than later. I don't really know what type would be best. I am open to suggestions, if you have any. It turns out that both of them have a number of suggestions to tell me. Lynn's suggestions are mostly about the organization of the upper levels of the government. Yui's suggestions are more about the finer details and what kinds of government work best. After listening to everything the two of them have to say, I make my decision. We are going to have a monarchy with various ministers under us and then the governors beneath them. Then the governors will have ministers of their own and the mayors beneath them. By doing this, we will spread out the power enough that corruption should be limited. Even those who do become corrupt will be unable to do as much damage due to limited power. There is no such thing as a perfect government or one without corruption, but we try our best. We don't worry about the laws for now. We focus on the structure of the government. The hardest part is figuring out how to balance the power of the various positions. If the power is balanced, then the positions will keep each other in check for the most part. This is all stuff that I had been avoiding because I didn't want to deal with it. However, with Lynn and especially Ui helping, it is nowhere near as bad as it could have been. By the time we have worked everything out, it is late enough for Lynn and I to have dinner. As we are eating together, we talk about other, less dry subjects, but nothing too serious. Once we are done eating, we head to our suite to spend some quality time together. I find out that all the talk of our marriage has gotten Lynn really worked up. Not that I am going to complain, but she even breaks her own rule about limiting the rounds. Eventually, we end up sleeping in each other's arms, and I can't remember ever sleeping better. In the morning, we end up having breakfast in bed because Lynn doesn't want to move. She even remains in bed as she casts the detection spell, and then hands it over to me. I end up having to rush out of the tower in order to use it before it falls apart. I still manage to enhance it enough that it should cover the peninsula before releasing it. I am hoping that it will catch the demons off guard and expose them to others. I already know that some managed to remain hidden last time, probably protected by humans. However, with all the chaos going on in the Empire, I am hoping that they stopped hiding. I just can't imagine a bunch of demons hiding in cellars with all the chaos going on around them. Demons by nature would want to be out, amidst all that chaos, having fun. That is why I specifically waited a bit before casting the detection spell again. If demons suddenly appear among the people, the chaos in the Empire will reach new heights. While this does present some danger to my people, I trust that they will be able to handle it. Besides, by now, most of the slaves should have been located and saved. Thinking of that, I use the medallion to contact Leonar and tell him that I will be returning soon. I also ask him to have Muyan ready to give me a full report when I get back. Out of everyone, Muyan is going to know the most information. She just might not share it with me. I still can't be sure as to how much I can trust her, if I can trust her at all. So far, she has followed the rules and seems enthusiastic about the new kingdom. However, it could still all be an act to get me to lower my guard around her. Chapter 12, 68. Although, I feel that she is intelligent enough to know that she can't possibly defeat me. The best thing for her and her people would be to join the kingdom completely. I already plan to make her the Minister of Intelligence, as long as she doesn't betray me. Of course, I will make sure there is another minister who will keep an eye on her. However, if she is truly as loyal as she acts, then the future for her is fairly bright. She could be a major figure in the new kingdom, which is what I think she wants. Anyway, those are worries for later. Right now, I will just keep an eye on her. I will give her a bit more power and then watch to see what she does with it. That will help me decide if she is trustworthy enough to be a minister. With the spell cast, I head back inside to spend some more time with Lynn before I leave. I spend a couple of hours chatting and cuddling with Lynn, and then gate back to the fort. I barely have time to walk inside and sit down before Muyan appears before me. Muyan says, "Welcome back, Master. I am here as ordered. What can I do for you? I want a full report on the current situation in the Empire and how your task is going." Muyan says, "The situation can be best described as pure chaos. At first, it was just the Imperial army fighting against some nobles and keeping the commoners suppressed. Then the church joined in and formed a new faction backed by the commoners and a few nobles. At the same time, some groups of the army turned against the emperor. What is the current status of the church?" Muyan laughs and says, "Pitiful. At first, when some rumors spread, they lost a lot of support. When their powers suddenly stopped working, everyone turned against them. Add to the fact that my people killed over 100 clergymen and the church fell apart quickly. They are no longer one of the main factions, just scattered remnants. That is good news." "All right, continue," Muyan says. "The breakdown of the church caused even more factions to form. There are now dozens of factions, all fighting anyone they can find. Some of them have dropped all pretense and are just basically bandits now. This has made freeing the slaves both easier and harder." "Explain?" Muyan says, "It became easier to free them, but a lot harder to get them out of the Empire safely." "Ah, that makes sense. I take it that they keep getting attacked?" Muyan says. "Exactly. Normally, attacks of that level wouldn't be a problem, but it is a lot more difficult while protecting others. Luckily, a lot of the freed slaves have joined in and helped out. In fact, they are quite happy to do so and get some payback." "How have our losses been?" Muyan says. "Less than 10 dead. Considering the amount of fighting that our forces have done, that is simply amazing. It would probably terrify the rest of the nations if there were any survivors to spread the tales. How about the progress of the mission? How many beastmen have we recovered? How many remain as slaves?" Muyan says, "We have recovered a little over 30,000 beastmen. There are very few that remain as slaves as far as we can tell. The problem is that they are being kept inside cities where it is much harder to rescue them. 30,000. I didn't know that there were that many enslaved by the Empire. How has this been allowed to go on for so long?" Muyan says simple. "They were all taken from among the outcasts, and until you came along, no one cared. The other outcasts didn't have the strength or organization to do anything about it. You have people among the clans and the outcasts. How are the responses to my actions?" Muyan says, "You are a hero to the outcasts. They would follow any order you gave them. The clans that have joined you also support your actions. They see it as proof that you care about the Beastmen as a whole, and not just specific clans. Even among the clans that haven't joined, you are seen as more than a mere mortal. No one in the entire history of the clans has ever been as well regarded as you are. It is good to be popular, I guess. At least it should make unifying all of the clans a bit easier. Have we finished operations inside the Empire?" Muyan says, "No, not as per your last orders. Now that most of the Beastmen are freed, we switch to rescuing humans. With the increasing chaos, more and more humans have turned into refugees. Should we stop helping them and withdraw?" "No, not just yet. I will issue new orders to Leonar after we are done here. Before that, do you have any other than the Fox tribe working for you?" Muyan says, "No, I don't. Why?" "Because I want you to expand your intelligence gathering operations, start recruiting from the other clans. Your Fox clan members can't go everywhere. Also, continue hunting the remaining members of Holos' church. I want them completely exterminated," Muyan says. "While I can't guarantee that we will find them all, I will guarantee that all those we find will die. They are currently unable to contact their god. They should be panicking and trying to flee the Empire." Muyan says, "Understood. I will have my people watch the borders. We won't let them escape." "Good. Also, have your people report the locations of any bandit groups they find. I plan to have Leonar send people to deal with them. Muyan says, I can do that, but why bother? All this chaos is caused by me. The ones suffering the most are the commoners, and that is who bandits prey on. I can't make up for everything that I have done, but I can do something for them. Besides, killing bandits will be good experience for the troops. Muyan says, all right, it will be as you command. Do you have any other orders for me, Master? No, but keep doing a good job and there will be a reward for you, Muyan says. While I appreciate the thought, a reward isn't necessary. You gave me everything I desired when you spared me and allowed me to teach Asuna. Regardless, I already have a reward planned and I think you will find it entertaining. Muyan says, well, now I am curious. I guess I will just have to fulfill your orders to find out what you think I will like. Good enough. You can go, but send Leonar in on your way out. Muyan says, yes, Master. Muyan turns to walk out, but she shakes her tails at me as she does, and I can't help but watch. It makes me think of Miria. So while I am waiting for Leonar, I contact her and let her know I am back. However, the one who walks in next isn't Leonar, it is Lizzie. Chapter 1269. Lizzie says, so you are back. Yes, I am. Why? Lizzie says, I heard you ran off without me again. I snuck into a god's realm. It wasn't somewhere that I could take you. Lizzie says, why didn't you tell me about it? Sorry, I forgot. I was arguing with Saronia and Miria. They didn't want me to go. They thought that it was too dangerous. Lizzie says, was it? Nope. I had no problems at all and I killed hundreds of angels. It was actually really fun. Lizzie says, that is good. I am bored. Is there anything for me to do? Well, I am about to order Leonar to send troops into the Empire to hunt bandits. You could join them. Lizzie says, humans are boring. Anything else? Well, I promised Miria that she could lead a group into the land bridge and see what demons are really like. Lizzie says, yeah, I want to go. The land bridge was really fun. Good. Can you act as Miria's mount and keep her safe for me? Lizzie says, sure. Perfect. She is on her way back now, so you should be leaving in a couple of days. Lizzie says, okay, I will be ready. Lizzie leaves after that, and as she does, Leonar finally come in to report. I listen carefully to the report, just to make sure that it matches with what Muyan told me. Leonar's report is much more detailed, but it still matches with what Muyan told me. How are the troops? Are they tired, or do you think they want some more action? Leonar says, the troops are great. Morale is higher than I have ever seen before. They definitely would want some more action. Good. You should be aware of all the bandit activity in the Empire right now, right? Leonar says, of course. Muyan will be providing you with their movements. I want you to send groups to wipe them out, Leonar says. That won't be a problem. Any special instructions? Free anyone they are holding captive? Oh, also check the loot they have collected. Most of it probably won't be useful, but some might be. This operation is costing us a lot. May as well recoup what we can. Leonar says, understood? Anything else? Muyan says we are rescuing a lot of human refugees. Make sure we don't save more than we can support. Leonar says, we had a lot of problems with the logistics at the start, but we slowly figured them out. We are a lot better at those kinds of things now that we have had some practice. In order for us to continue gaining experience, I would ask that you let us continue as we are. All right. In that case, go ahead and keep at it. Leonar says, thank you, my king. Do you have any other orders for me? Actually, yes. If there are any areas where taking some land from the Empire would make it easier to defend, then go ahead and take it. The Empire is in no condition to notice right now, and I want our defenses as solid as possible. There is a good chance that we will need to move troops to the land bridge before long, and I don't want to have to weaken our defenses to do so. Leonar says, understood. I will take care of it. Oh, Miria will be taking a group down there to do some scouting. Make sure that someone in her group is skilled at surveying and mapping. I want to be able to plan out defensive locations to build. Leonar says, no problem. I know just the man for the job. Good. Also, Have some people start checking out the nobles of the Empire whose lands are on the border. Those that are decent people, invite to join us. Don't force anyone, though. Leonore says, all right, can I ask why? We are not going to invade the Empire yet. I want to finish unifying the Beastmen first. However, that doesn't mean that we can't start laying the groundwork now. Leonore says I understand. I don't have those kinds of skills, but I will pass on your orders. Good enough. All right, that is all for now. Leonore bows and says, yes, Your Majesty. Leonore leaves and I sit and think about what other plans I want to put in motion. After thinking for a while, I summon some messengers and send them out with orders. It isn't anything major, just laying more groundwork for future plans. Once that is done, I realize that I have nothing else that I need to do at the moment. Until Miria gets back, I am free, so I head to the castle and check in with Jarvis. After catching up with Jarvis and making sure that everything is working properly, I head to my workshop. The first thing I do is take out all the beast materials and sort through them. I end up having to create some more shelves to hold them all, but I want space in my pouch. I don't plan to start crafting anything yet. I just want to get everything organized. Besides, I need to experiment with the new ore to figure out its properties before I do anything else. After all, I need to know what it is best at before I can figure out what I am going to use it for. I also need to figure out what alloys I can turn the ore into and what uses they have. All in all, it is going to take quite a bit of experimenting, and it should be fun. However, that is still not what I need to do next. I need to see about evolving first. Then I will be able to send the angel cores I don't use to Saronia so she can start raising them. First, let's see where I am at. Evolution. Evolution points 170 divided by 200 evolution level, 1 divided by 5. All right, 30 points to go. Last time, a 2-winged angel core have me 5 points, so I should just need to absorb 6 cores. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Evolution points. 200 divided by 200 evolution level? 1 divided by 5 evolution? Ready? Would you like to evolve now? Yes, evolution beginning. Error, evolution failed. Core unstable, core unstable. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Wait, could it be because I still have a mix of fire and lightning? Maybe I need to finish switching to just lightning and then try again. Since that is the only thing that I can think of, that is what I will have to do. Until then, since my evolution points are full, I can go ahead and get rid of the angel cores. So, I take 1 6-wing core and put it aside. Then I pile up the rest and make a prayer of offering to Saronia. Chapter 1270. As soon as the cores disappear, I can't help but wish I could see the look on her face. If only I had thought about it sooner, I could have asked Krenosha to go watch her reaction. It wouldn't be as good as seeing it, but I bet it would have still been entertaining. Saronia yells, Ash, I see you got my present. Saronia says, You call this just a present? This is. I don't even know what to call this. You are absolutely insane. How did you get so many angel cores? By raiding Holos domain, of course. I told you I was going to. Saronia says, I know that. What I want to know is how you killed so many angels without Holos killing you. Oh, he wasn't there. His pantheon had him locked up for questioning at the time. Saronia says, Did you know that beforehand? If you did, why didn't you tell me? I wouldn't have gotten so mad. Nope, I had no idea. I just got lucky. Saronia says, Grr, you are so frustrating. Saronia breaks the connection as soon as she finishes speaking. I guess she is mad at me again. Well, that didn't last long, but I guess it isn't all that surprising. However, just as I am thinking of working on my core, she reconnects with me. Saronia says, Thank you for all the angels. Before I can reply, she breaks the connection again, and I can't help but chuckle. The fact that she remembered her manners, even though she is furious, is cute as hell. I wish I could see her face right now. She really is adorable when she gets worked up. Not that I tried to piss her off intentionally, at least not this time. Oh well, time to get back to what I was going to work on. My core. My mana pool isn't completely full, but if I use the bath, I should be able to make some decent progress. However, when I get to the bath, I realize that it isn't exactly appropriate for what I want to do. So, I remove all of the lava and start altering the enchantments. I replace the enchantments for the lava with more lightning enchantments. It may not be as comfortable to soak in just lightning, but it should help my core more. The downside is that altering the enchantments use up even more of my mana. At this point, it isn't really worth it to try and work on my core. But then I remember the crystals. As soon as I think of them, I turn and open up a gate to my cabin on the ship. The ship is still sitting in port at the island, but there is a lot more activity on board. The platform and the crystals are exactly where I left them, so I fly up and take a look. Most of the crystals are completely full, so I grab one of them and return to the castle. I had left the gate open, so I didn't have to waste more mana to reopen it. Still, after gating, my mana pool is almost empty, but with the crystal that won't matter. When I check it, I find that the crystal holds more mana than 10 of my mana pools. When I open a channel between the crystal and myself, my mana pool is filled instantly. I put the crystal down, climb into the lightning bath, and start working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 70%. The new bath is even more effective than I thought it would be. I quickly grab the crystal and use it to refill my mana again. Then, after putting it down, I start working on my core again. Core upgrade progress. 83% the fire in my core has faded to almost nothing, but the lightning surrounding it is much thicker. However, the physical core at the heart of the fire hasn't changed much. I am guessing that when the last of the fire fades, the lightning will replace it. Hopefully, once that happens and I have advanced to the next rank, I will be able to evolve. If not, then I currently don't have any other ideas on what I am supposed to do. If this doesn't work and I can't come up with anything else, I will have to ask the dragon. Luckily, I got a few soul levels, so he should be willing to talk to me and help me out. Although, if it comes to that, I wouldn't mind getting another level first. Maybe if I impress the dragon a little, he won't give me a hard time about it. Besides, I still haven't seen any of the benefits that he mentioned I would get from leveling my soul. I want to ask him about that as well, but I will need to do so carefully. For now, I use the crystal to refill my mana again and go back to working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 97%. Almost there. I rush to refill my mana and instantly get back to work. I really want to get this done and see if I can evolve. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade complete. Core rank. 16, 17. HP plus 1000. MP plus 2000. DP plus 750 plus 100 stat points. Evolution points plus 50. Great! Now, evolution. Evolution points. 250 divided by 200 evolution level. 1 divided by 5 evolution ready. Would you like to evolve now? Wyan. Just as I am about to say yes, a thought stops me. Then I use the medallion to contact Lynn and Myria. I let them know that I am about to attempt to evolve, just in case. That way, if it takes a while, they shouldn't worry about me too much. Yes, evolution beginning. Calculating sources. Angel DNA, 43% lightning, 32% fire, 15% demon DNA, 3% miscellaneous, 7% preparing evolution. Complete. Evolution starting. Did I go a little overboard with the angel cores? I hope this doesn't turn me into an angel. As expected, once it starts, everything goes dark, and I feel like I am floating someplace warm. My consciousness fades, and I just feel like I am drifting in warm water for a few minutes. Then everything slowly comes back, and I can feel a painful itching sensation in my back. Stage 2 evolution completed. HP plus 1000, DP plus 1000, MP plus 1000, all stats plus 100, flight speed plus 150. New ability gained. Advanced flight. Advanced flight? That sounds interesting. And useful. I wonder if that is why my flight speed doubled. If so, I'll take it. I try to get out of the bath, but my body doesn't work as expected, and I fall on my face. It looks like my body changed again, so I use some mana to alter a wall of the bathroom. I coat the wall in mana, convert it to water mana, and make the entire wall into a mirror. Before I even look at my reflection, I notice that my manipulation of mana was much smoother. Even converting it to water mana, which I rarely use, felt completely natural. I also used less mana than I was expecting to, and my recovery seems faster. Chapter 12, 71. When I finally turn my attention to my reflection, I am shocked by all the changes. Practically everything about me has changed, and I find it hard to focus on any one thing. Eventually, the changes to my head are what managed to drag my attention to them. My face has narrowed and grown longer. It now looks more like a dragon's head, although there are still a few small hints that give it a mischievous cat-like look to it. The horn on my forehead has grown longer, and there is now a smaller one in front of it. The two horns are in line with the tip of my nose, and the longer horn now has a slight backwards curve. The longer horn looks incredibly sharp, and the two horns help to give me a dangerous look. All in all, my head looks a lot more streamlined than it did before, but I am not sure if I like it. Not that my opinion really matters, since there is nothing I can really do about it. After all, I wanted to move in the direction of becoming a dragon, and this would indicate that it is working. If anything, the rest of the changes to my body are even more dragon-like. My body is bigger than it was and is also leaner than it was. It is no longer covered by fur. I am now covered by golden scales with silver highlights. The scales are tiny and fitted together so that there are no gaps that I can see. However, their small size keeps them flexible, and I don't have any issues when I try to move. Even my tail has grown longer and is covered by scales. Although it doesn't look as impressive, it looks more like a normal lizard's tail rather than a dragon's tail. However, it does fit in well with the overall look. Unlike my wings are still feathered, but now they are covered in bright white feathers. Not only do they look like an angel's wings, but there are also 4 of them. That doesn't really bother me, though. When I was disguised as a 6-wing, I got sort of used to it. I am guessing that the addition of 2 more wings is a result of gaining advanced flight. Either that, or I gained advanced flight because I grew another pair of wings. Whichever it is, I am happy having 4 wings. I just don't like the fact that they are white. Sadly, I think that if they were black, it would look even worse. So, I guess I am stuck with them. My size still isn't anywhere near that of a dragon. At best, I look like a weird drake. However, I am fine with that. I still have 3 more evolution stages to go. Although, I am definitely going to have to avoid getting any more evolution points from angels. The wings are bad enough. I don't want to see what other things I might get from them. If possible, I want to only get evolution points from lightning and things with dragon blood. That is going to make it much harder to get the points I need to evolve again. However, I believe that it will be worth the effort even if it does take a lot longer. For now, I should check and see if anything else besides my appearance has changed. Character screen. Name, Ash Race. Celestial Lightning Beast type. Unique Alpha Mana Beast rank. 17 class. Sacred Crusader level. 19 XP. 42,081,050. Divided by 52,428,800 titles. 7. The Merciful, Blessed by the Light. Anti-Hero, Angel Slayer. Magus Knight Captain, Demon Slayer, Blessed by the Twins HP, 32,973 divided by 32,973 DP, 9,500 divided by 9,500 MP, 20,816 divided by 20,816 Strength, 1733 Agility, 1610 Endurance, 1623 Intelligence, 1387 Wisdom, 1668 Charisma, 905 Willpower, 583 Luck, 362 Toughness, 523 Regen, 387 Fortitude, 442 Leadership, 430 Unspent Points, 320 Movement Speed, 65 Flight Speed, 300 Evolution Points, 50 divided by 400 Evolution Level, 2 divided by 5 Fire Resist, Ultimate Immunity Cold Resist, 88 Magic Resist, 25 Hellfire Resist, 41 Shadow Resist, 60 Lightning, Greater Immunity Physical Resist, 38 Darkness Resist, 30 Acid Resist, 35 poison resist, immunity disease resist, immunity mental resistance. 4. My race changed again. Crap! While Celestial Lightning Beast sounds cool, it also sounds a lot like an angel. I absolutely cannot absorb any more angel cores. Not much else seems to have changed, but my race changing is enough to scare me. If I am not careful, I could end up stuck on an evolutionary path that I really don't want. I am going to have to be very careful about what I absorb from now on. That is kind of depressing since absorb is one of the main ways that I have been getting stronger. I am just going to have to find other ways to get stronger. It is not worth the risk. Then again, I already sent all the cores to Saronia, so it doesn't really matter. All of Hollis's angels should already be dead, and it isn't like I am going to find another domain to raid. The only angels I have a chance of running into should be those from the Southern Pantheon. I am not going to be killing their angels, so I won't have any cores to absorb. That is, as long as Mythica doesn't figure out what I did and send her angels after me. Even then, I don't plan to absorb their cores. I will just gift them to Saronia. I should probably also avoid absorbing demon cores. I don't want to chance them conflicting. That is going to seriously limit what I can absorb and slow me down even more. I should still be fine absorbing spells. It is just rare to find a spell strong enough. The only ones I have found that gave me evolution points were my own spells. Although, I am guessing that if I absorbed a spell from a demon lord, I would get some points. I wonder if those would count as magic or demonic evolution points. I will probably find out at some point. No need to worry about it until it happens. For now, I focus on moving my body and getting used to the newest changes. I can't wait to get outside and try out my new wings, but first, I need to be able to walk. Besides, if I let anyone see me fall on my face, I will never hear the end of it. Oh, Jarvis. How long was I out for this time? Jarvis says, "You have been asleep for 10 days, Maker? 10 days? Lynn and Miria are going to kill me. Are they already here?" Jarvis says, "No, they have not entered the castle during this period. They aren't. That is a surprise. Wait, is the time dilation on?" Jarvis says, "Affirmative. How long have I been asleep in real time?" Jarvis says, 2 days? Oh, that is a relief. You scared me half to death? Jarvis says, "My apologies, Maker. I will be more precise with my answers in the future." Chapter 1272. It is all right. I didn't even think to check the time dilation before I started my evolution. Is anyone in the castle currently? Or has anyone come looking for me? Jarvis says, "Your kids minus Kachara are currently here. No one has come looking for you." All right. Thank you. I head upstairs where I find the kids watching anime, but as soon as they spot me, they swarm me. They climb all over me as they look at all the changes to my body. Only once they are satisfied do they start telling me about their adventures in the Empire. I quickly find out that Kachara isn't here because she returned to the mountain. She is making sure that the barrier is still holding and then she will come back. I spend several hours listening to the kids' stories and eating pizza with them. Thanks to the time dilation, I can spend time with them without worrying. If anything happens, my people know where to find me or will contact me through the medallion. After the kids finally run out of stories, I shrink down and start a game of tag. This helps me get used to my new body and also lets me test out my new wings. The kids quickly complain that I fly too fast now and it isn't fair, so I stick to running. It feels like it has been a while since I played with the kids, so I keep the game going for hours. We play until we are all exhausted, and then pile up in the nest and watch anime. One by one, the kids fall asleep until I am the only one still awake. Since I basically slept for 10 days, I am not tired at all, despite all the activity. Unfortunately, the kids are piled all around me and there is no way I can move. Unless I am willing to disturb them, I am basically stuck here until the kids wake up. After thinking for a few minutes, I close my eyes and head into the hallway. Then, I head for what I have come to think of as the game world and enter it. However, when my body starts forming, I try to change it so that it matches my new physical body. To my surprise, it works, but it takes a lot longer for the body to form. It also uses up a lot more of my mana, but I am okay with that since I was expecting it. After all, if a dragon-like body cost the same as a human body, it wouldn't make any sense. Besides, With my normal body, I won't have to count on using mana to defeat enemies. The interesting thing is that the armor pieces I have for my soul merge into my scales. Honestly, I was hoping that they would just change shape. An armored dragon would look awesome. Still, the fact that the armor still works on a non-human body is fairly impressive. Now that I am going to be fighting physically, the armor can finally be of some use. I don't think anything has actually hit me since I first started collecting the armor pieces. Once my body is done, I find myself in the forest, but I am near the edge of it. A few steps is all it takes to bring the plains into view, but I stay in the tree for the moment. I want to take a look and make sure the situation hasn't changed since the last time I was here. Strangely, it hasn't. The humans are no closer to the forest than they were. The main reason I was being cautious was because I was expecting the humans to be closer. I was worried that if I showed up in my normal form that they would attack me. Since I don't have to worry about them, I leave the trees and start hunting wolf packs. At first, I make a few mistakes, but I quickly adapt to fighting in my new body. I take a few hits during this time, but the wolves are barely able to do damage to me. In my physical body, these kinds of scratches would heal almost instantly. But now they don't. 47 lesser wolves defeated. 2,350 soul XP gained. After the fight ends, one of my potions activates and the scratches all heal completely. I knew that I had absorbed extra potions, but I didn't know they could activate once I was wounded. It makes them much more useful, but the problem is that I don't remember how many I absorbed. That means that I have healing, but no idea when it will run out, so I can't depend on it. However, against these weak wolves, I don't really need to worry about it. Now that I have adapted to my new body, they really aren't going to be a threat. As I continue to hunt down more wolf packs, some of the humans notice me. That isn't too surprising since I am quite big and easy to spot when I am not trying to be sneaky. What is surprising is that the humans do not come after me. Instead, they run away. Considering how humans normally act, I am expecting them to come back with more people. If this place is like a video game, then they will see me as a rare spawn world boss or something. However, as I kill pack after pack of wolves, I still don't see any other humans. 56 lesser wolves defeated. 2,800 soul XP gained. In fact, when I take a good look around, I can see that there are far less humans on the plains. It is almost like word spread about me, and they are now avoiding the entire area. That is definitely not how I expect the humans to react, and it worries me a little. However, I really want to level up my soul again, so I don't let my worries stop me. I keep killing pack after pack of wolves, but I pay attention to my surroundings. Luckily, due to the density of wolves, it would be very hard for the humans to sneak up on me. The fact that the wolves respawn quickly also means that I don't need to move away from the forest. Thanks to that, if something does happen, I can escape fairly easily. So, I move back and forth along the forest, killing the same packs repeatedly. 72 lesser wolves defeated. 3,600 soul XP gained. Soul XP. Soul XP. 157,930 divided by 160,000. All right, I just need about 2,100 more XP to level. The wolves are easy to kill and don't give much XP, but with enough numbers they are decent. If I was just starting the level, I wouldn't bother hunting like this. It would take too long. Finishing out a level isn't as big of a deal, so I go back to slaughtering packs of wolves. My current plan is to get my level up off of the wolves here and then leave. Once I level up, the XP needed for my next level will be 160,000. That is around 32,000 wolves. No way do I have the patience for that. Chapter 12, 73. I would rather spend my time exploring other doors in the hallway and look for new beasts. Besides, level 7 soul level is pretty decent, enough that the dragon shouldn't be mad. For all I know, that might be high enough for me to take on the controller. I really need to talk to the dragon again and find out. That will decide my course from now on. For now, I just keep running back and forth killing the same packs over and over. I only need to kill 42, but it is already really boring. No way am I killing thousands. 52 lesser wolves defeated. 2,600 soul XP gained. Dinedin, congratulations. Your soul level has increased. Level 6 97. Soup HP plus 500, soul MP plus 2,000. There we go! Finally! As soon as I get the level up message, I turn and head back to the portal. However, when I open my eyes, I find that the kids are still sound asleep. Since I am still trapped, I have Jarvis turn off the time dilation, and then I open a soulscape. Once it is open, I summon the big doors and knock how the dragon told me to. Just like last time, I am sucked into the dragon's soulscape and appear on the mountaintop. The dragon is there in his small form, staring at me as if he is trying to decide if he wants to eat me. Is this enough to fight the controller? Dragon looks and says level 7? What did you do to increase your level so fast? I went into a god's domain and slaughtered the souls of his followers. Dragon says, You did what? Wait, start at the beginning. What has happened since I kicked you out? I have aroused the dragon's curiosity, and he no longer looks at me like I am food. Before he can get mad, I start at the beginning and tell him everything that has happened. Well, at least as much as I can remember. I might have missed a few details here and there. Still, even without all the exact details, the story is more than interesting enough. From the beginning to the end, it manages to keep the dragon completely enthralled. Even after I finish talking, it takes the dragon a while before he says anything. Dragon says, You just can't sit still, can you? I would dare to say that you do more in a few months than most beings do in their lifetimes. I don't know if I would go that far, but I guess I am pretty active. It is partly me trying to avoid boredom, and partly because I have a time limit. Dragon says, The first part I completely believe, but I think the second part is just an excuse. Anyway, go ahead and ask your questions before you burst. Great. Is my level high enough to face the controller now? Dragon says, Possibly. You should at least be able to defend yourself enough not to die in one hit. As for defeating her, I kind of doubt it, but you are full of surprises, so I won't say it is impossible. Can you explain to me what my soul level has to do with fighting her? Dragon says, You should have fought in the soulscape, right? You should have gotten a mental defense and attack skill, yes? Yeah, I have both. Why? Dragon says, When a being passes the halfway point with their soul, what you would call level 5, their soul becomes strong enough to affect the world, meaning that you can use those mental attack and defense skills outside of the soulscape. That is what the controller, as you call her, uses to send those invisible blasts. So, as long as I use mental defense, I will be able to block those attacks? Dragon says you can attempt to, yes. Keep in mind that she is an ancient beast, and her soul is about as strong as it can possibly get. Trying to go head-to-head with her would not be a wise idea. Not wise, but not impossible either, right? She may be old, but since she is a spider, I am guessing that imagination is not her strong suit. Dragon says, Maybe not, but you can still learn a lot over tens of thousands of years. Do not underestimate her. I know. Never underestimate your enemy. I wasn't just going to rush off and fight her right away, Dragon says. You weren't. Really? Yes, really. I have a bunch of other stuff I need to do before I can run off again. Besides, even without her mind blast thing, I am not sure that I could take her. Dragon says, Not alone. Probably not. Besides, you've just told me I can use soul attacks. I am not about to go after her without testing it first. Dragon says, Good plan. Now, what other questions do you have? I remember you telling me there would be other benefits to increasing the level of my soul, but I haven't seen any of them. Dragon says, That is because you haven't built a soul palace yet. Now that your soul is strong enough, I will teach you how. What is a soul palace? What does it do? Dragon says, It is similar to the room you use when you are meditating. Once built, you store memories inside it. Those that you choose to store will be the ones you keep in the next life. All right. Is that all it does? Dragon says. At first, yes. Once built, you can add more to it with work. If you build it up enough, you can store certain skills as well. It also acts as a defense against soul-based attacks and can improve your mental defenses as well. That sounds good. Does it affect my defenses when I am in soul form in the hallway and the worlds behind the doors? Dragon says yes. But only if you develop it enough. I hope you are not going to tell me that it takes a lot of time and effort. I have too many things on my plate as it is, Dragon says. Building it isn't too hard, but expanding it is. Although, all you really have to worry about right now is getting enough space to hold all the memories you want to keep. You can always develop it more in your next life. So the palace is like my soul level. It stays with me through multiple lives. Dragon says, once built, it becomes a part of your soul. It will be with you as long as your soul exists. The same applies to anything that you store inside it. Is it just memories? Or can knowledge and ideas be stored as well? Dragon says, anything that is in your mind can be stored, as long as there is room in the palace. Okay, good. So I can store anime and manga. Dragon sighs and says, yes, you can. If you want to store all of them, you are going to have to put some work into expanding your palace. Chapter 1274. That is fine. That is worth some effort. You know, if you had told me that originally, I would have leveled up my soul faster. Dragon says, how was I supposed to know that it would make a difference? You are just crazy. Maybe I am, but I love anime now. How do I build this palace thing? The dragon looks like he is going to eat me again, but then he just sighs and starts explaining. The process at least sounds simple and fairly straightforward, but I won't know for sure until I try it. After the dragon is done explaining, I tell him about my evolution system and how it has worked so far. Dragon says, I don't think I can help you with that. It isn't like anything that I have encountered before. Actually, that wasn't what I was going to ask. I want to make sure I follow the path to dragon, so I want to ask about things I can hunt. I am not about to hunt a dragon. That would be suicide. I want to know what drakes I would be allowed to kill, and if you know of anything else with a dragon bloodline. I have a suspicion that I can find drakes on the land bridge. Can you confirm that? Would it be okay for me to hunt them? Dragon says. You are correct, but how did you know that? Many drakes live along the southern coast of the land bridge. The waters near the coast are home to one of their favorite foods. In fact, they are also something that you could eat. It was just a guess. What is this favorite food? Dragon says. We don't have a name for them, but I believe that the humans call them dragonfish. They have a dragon bloodline, so they may help you. I don't exactly want to get a bunch of fish abilities, though. Dragon says. They aren't actually fish. That is just what humans call them. They breathe air, but they look like eels with the head of a dragon. Oh, okay. I will try them. Are the drakes okay for me to hunt? Are there any that I should leave alone? Dragon says. You can hunt them, but any female that has young or is guarding eggs, you must leave alone. If you kill them, then you become responsible for raising their young. I will be sure to leave them alone. I already have enough kids. Dragon laughs and says, you are already raising 2 drakes? What is a couple more? I already don't have enough time to give my kids the attention that they deserve. Adding more kids would only make it worse. Now that I am starting to act as the king, my time is becoming even more limited. Dragon says, from what I have heard, you are doing fine. Keep in mind that your kids are not human. They do not have the same needs. Beast kids tend to mature faster and become more independent long before human children. You are probably right, but I can't change the way I feel. Dragon says, the fact that you haven't kicked any of them out of the nest yet already puts you ahead of most beast parents. Not only have you showered them with love, but you have taught them things no other beast has ever had a chance to learn. In fact, if my child were to hatch right now, I would be tempted to have you raise it. I am flattered, but I would also love to listen in as you try to explain that to your mate. Dragon says, comments like that are why you are always in trouble, and are probably going to be the reason something ends up eating you. Very probably. I will do my very best to make sure whatever eats me dies of indigestion, Dragon says. I can just see you doing that too anyway. Now, it is my turn to ask you a question. Sure, go ahead, Dragon says. How far into the hallway have you explored? I've only explored the first dozen or so doors. Why? Dragon says. That is all. No wonder your soul level was progressing so slowly. Just what were you even doing? Well, I am sorry that I don't have the time to nap for a few centuries and explore the hall. Dragon growls and says, are you trying to find out what it feels like to have me bite you? Sorry, I can't help it. Sometimes the filter between my brain and my mouth just stops working. Although, I really don't have much free time to explore the hall. I have a lot of distractions in my life. Dragon says, those are just excuses. I also have 2 mates that I need to keep happy. Dragon says, all right, that excuse is a valid one. Unhappy mates make life not worth living. Exactly. Anyway, why did you ask about the hallway? Dragon says, I thought you might be getting close to one of the secrets of the hallway. My mistake? Secrets? What secrets? Dragon says, as far as anyone knows, the hallway is infinite, but there is a repeating pattern to it. Every 500 doors there is a break. Within that section of the hallway there are only 2 doors. They are in the middle of the break, one on either side. One door is white and the other is black. They stand opposite each other, and no matter where in the hallway they are, they go to the same places. Interesting. So, where do the doors go? Dragon says, well, I was going to tell you, but now I think I will let you suffer. Oh, come on. I am sorry for being a smartass, all right? Besides, if you don't tell me, then the odds are that I will end up doing something stupid, Dragon says. That is true enough. All right, fine. The white door leads to Soul City, a place where all races can mingle and trade. Fighting is forbidden in the city, so it is perfectly safe. A city. Is the currency soul coins? Dragon says. Yes, it is. Finally. I have been wondering where I could use them ever since I found the first one. Dragon says, I hope you have found a lot, but I doubt it. The prices in the city are extremely high. How high? I have several thousand coins. What are the prices like? What kind of things are for sale? Dragon says, with that much, you might be able to buy 1 or 2 cheap items. Soul items are what are sold in the city. Everything from armor pieces to weapons and materials. Oh, I only need 2 armor pieces, so I am not too worried about that. I don't really need a soul weapon either, but what kind of materials are for sale? Dragon says, all sorts of things that are found in the many worlds connected to the hallway. Materials for making armor and weapons, even materials useful in expanding the Soul Palace. You can even buy pets and slaves that are tied directly to your soul. However, I think you misunderstand something about the soul armor. It sounds like I should go visit this city soon. What have I misunderstood? Chapter 1275. Dragon says, collecting a set of armor is only the beginning. Once you have completed the first set, it will merge with your soul and become a part of your soul's defenses. After completing the first set, you will be considered to have a defense of level 1. Then you can start collecting a second set. Levels of soul defense? Wait, what level is your soul's defense at? Dragon says, mine is at level 87, meaning you have collected 87 complete sets of soul armor. Dragon says, correct. Is that also something permanent that will stay with my soul? Or does it reset when I die? Dragon says, if you have built a soul palace, then it will be permanent. If you die before building your palace, then it will be reset. Oh, also, any incomplete set pieces will be lost when you die. Only those you have merged with will be kept. Okay, so I really need to build my palace before I do anything else. You said there were materials for making armor. Is there any difference between a made set and a found set? Dragon says, found set pieces are all the same. Made set pieces can have either a lower or higher defense value based on the materials used. Good to know. Is it just like forging normal armor? Dragon says, actually, it is quite a bit easier. Since they are soul materials, they can be manipulated by your soul. You don't need to know blacksmithing for them. All you really need is the materials and a pattern for the armor piece you want to make. Yeah, that does sound a lot easier. So, where do these materials come from? Dragon says, from the worlds behind the doors, but you need either a special skill or a lot of luck to come across them. What kind of special skill? Is it something that I can learn or buy? Dragon says that I can't answer. I have never been interested in digging around for minerals. I either buy or take what I need. All right, I guess I will ask around when I reach the city. By the way, what language do they use there? Dragon says, it is souls communicating with each other that transcends language. Oh, good. That means I don't need to learn another language? Oh, right. What about the other door? The black one? Dragon says, that door leads to a battlefield. One where there is an eternal war going on. It is also a source of materials that get sold a lot in the city, especially angel and demon cores. Angels and demons. Is this battlefield connected to the upper and lower planes? Dragon says yes, although the battle isn't only between those two forces. There are a lot of other beings who go and kill both sides and anyone else they happen across. The entire space is filled with chaotic battles. If you go there, you have to be very, very careful. Sounds fun, Dragon says. I figured that you would say something like that. Just try not to die. I've spent a lot of effort on you. Don't worry, I am really good at surviving my own crazy ideas. Wait, if angels can enter the battlefield, does that mean I can get to the higher planes through the battlefield? Dragon says, yes, you can, but why would you want to? Well, if my soul can get there, then I can learn where the plane is and gate my body there. Then I can hunt angels for their cores. Dragon says, why not just hunt them on the battlefield? Because souls don't drop cores. Dragon says, ah, I see. You are wrong in this case. Angels, demons, and some other races do not have souls that are separate from their bodies. When angels and demons enter the battlefield, they are actually there. Oh, then I can farm cores in the battlefield. That makes me want to visit it even more, Dragon says. You can also buy their cores in the city, along with the parts of their bodies that make good materials. Do I have to explore the doors along the way, or can I skip straight to the white and black doors? Dragon says, you can go straight to them, but you probably shouldn't. Why not? I want to at least check out the city and see what is for sale and what I can afford. I also want to see the prices so I know what to aim for. Dragon says, because I know you. You won't be able to resist checking out the battlefield. A quick look shouldn't hurt. Dragon says for anyone else, that might be true. For you, no way it will be that simple. With your luck, you will step through and immediately draw the attention of something powerful and hungry. Could be. Or maybe I will be the powerful and hungry one. Dragon says, you are aware that there are both angelic and demonic dragons, right? What? Really? Dragon says yes. Dragons roam through most realms, and when we are born on a realm, we take on the characteristics of that realm. So, those dragons, born in the higher planes, become angelic or celestial dragons. Those born in the lower planes become demonic or nether dragons. There are almost as many types of dragons as there are planes. Even I don't know all the species of dragons. Those kinds of dragons should be fairly rare, right? Dragon says. Yes, extremely rare. Even I haven't met one yet. I have only heard stories about them occasionally showing up in the battlefield and committing a slaughter. However, with your luck, that is exactly what you would walk into. These dragons should be high rank and therefore intelligent, right? Dragon says of course they are. Well then, maybe I can talk myself out of trouble. Dragon says, that doesn't seem to be one of your skills. Talking yourself into trouble, on the other hand, is... Oh, ha ha ha. If you have that little faith in me, then you should teach me the dragon language. If I know the language, the dragon should be less inclined to eat me. Dragon says, you really want to learn our language, don't you? Yes, I do, Dragon says. Well, you have grown stronger. You might survive learning it, although your chances of living are still really low. How about you make a deal with me then? What deal? Dragon says, if you fulfill 3 conditions, I will teach you our language. What are the conditions? Dragon says, first, stay out of the battlefield. Second, raise your soul by 1 more level. Third, complete your next evolution. Do those 3 things, and I will teach you our language and how we use magic. What do you say? Chapter 1276. I think this is you getting your revenge. I don't have a problem with the second or third conditions, just the first one. You want me to stay out of the battlefield after telling me about it? That is just mean. You know how bad my curiosity is? Dragon says. Yes, I do. Which is why I know that you won't just take a quick peek at the battlefield. Your curiosity will drive you to explore it and get you killed. Oh, come on. I am not that bad. Dragon says, yes, you are. Now, do you agree or not? If you do not, then you can forget about learning our language from me. Ah, fine. Fine, I agree. Dragon says, I want your promise. All right, fine. I promise that I will not enter the battlefield until I have learned Draconic. Dragon says, good. I still say that you are being really mean. Dragon says, whatever. It will at least keep you alive for now. Anyway, are there any other secrets about the hallway that I should know? Dragon says, no, no secrets. But there are some tricks you probably haven't figured out yet. For instance, did you figure out that you can mark the doors that you have entered? No, I didn't know that. All I have figured out is that I can see a map of what I have explored and move where the gate drops me. Dragon says, when you interact with the door, you can mark it. You can even add text to it. That way you can remind yourself what is behind the door. Otherwise, it is quite hard to remember where each door leads, especially once you have explored hundreds of doors. No doubt about that. I have so many other things going on that I already can't remember what was inside each door. Dragon says, aside from marking the doors, you can also set one as your starting location. That way you don't have to start from the beginning of the hallway every time you enter. That is really useful to know, Dragon says. Before you ask, yes, it works on the white door. Oh, good. Do the worlds behind the doors get stronger as you move down the hallway, or is it just random? Dragon says, it is completely random. You never know what you are walking into when you go through a door for the first time. That is one of the reasons that collecting soul armor is so important. Are all races limited in the same way in the hallway? What I mean is, if I was at max soul level, would I be the same as you? Dragon says, we would have the same starting point. But that is all. I have accumulated much more armor than you, and I also have soul weapons. Not to mention that I have a lot more experience in fighting while I am a soul. However, keep in mind that beings like angels that don't have souls that are separate from their body don't follow the same rules as the rest of us, meaning that an angel I can beat easily with my physical body can probably kill me easily in soul form. Dragon says, possibly. Soul combat comes down to imagination most of the time, and you have a disgusting advantage in that area. Even I would have to worry about some of the things that might come out of that insane mind of yours. I am not insane. I was just exposed to too much television as a child. Most of my so-called crazy ideas are not actually mine. They are things I have seen or read in my old life. The only thing I really do is choose the idea that fits the situation I am in, Dragon says. I am not going to argue with you. Whatever the source of the insanity is, it will be your most effective weapon in the soul battles. All right, I will do my best to keep that in mind. Any other tricks that you want to teach me? Dragon says. No, that is all the tricks that I know. There may be others that I don't know, but you will have to discover them for yourself. Do you have anything else that you want to ask me? I am pretty sure that I had other things that I wanted to ask you, but I can't remember them right now. Dragon says, then you will just have to ask them on your next visit. Wait, I just remembered. I wanted to ask you about the elemental planes and the spirit plane. Before that, though, I recently learned about the coordinates of planes. Do the worlds behind the doors follow the same rules? If I learn the coordinates in the hallway, can I gate to those worlds physically? Dragon says, some of them, you can. Others do not exist physically. What? That doesn't make sense. They only exist in the hallway? How is that possible? Dragon says. This might be a little advanced for you, but some of the worlds in the hallway are like the Soul Palace. Just, they are the palaces of beings from a higher realm than ours. Take Soul City, for example. It does not exist anywhere else other than the hallway. The gods you are familiar with would call the being who made Soul City a god. That is not the full explanation, is it? Dragon says, no, it is not. It is what I think you are ready to understand at this point in time. Is there a path for dragons to ascend and become one of these higher beings? Dragon says, yes, there is, but it is extremely difficult and takes thousands of years. This path is also open to the gods you know of, but most of them don't know about it. When I am a full dragon, will you tell me more? Dragon says, yes, I will. I will even explain the path ahead at that point. Is the fact that I want to become a dragon why you have spent so much time on me? Dragon says, That is a part of it, but it is mostly because you amuse me. Even when I am annoying you, Dragon says yes, even then. Now, what did you want to ask me about the planes? Well, actually, I more wanted you to verify some of the things I have learned and confirm some of my guesses. Dragon says, very well. Tell me what you think you know and I will correct you where needed. I spend a bit of time explaining how the planes are layered and the pattern they form. When the dragon doesn't interrupt, I move on to the connections between the planes. Finally, I go on to my guesses, and then my insane idea about the reason. The way the planes are arranged. Is it so that they can filter energy of some kind? Dragon says, I can't believe you got that from such little information. I can't actually answer you because even I am not sure. However, that is a very popular theory among people who study our reality. One thing I didn't mention about Soul City, there are bars in the city. It is a place where people share ideas and discuss theories, like this one. Chapter 1277. So, you agree that the planes look like they are set up to filter out different aspects of energy? Dragon says. If the energy is moving from the bottom to the top, then yes, that makes sense. However, no one has been able to detect this energy or find anything to prove this theory. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any time thinking about this kind of thing. You have far too much that you need to get done. That is easy for you to say. It isn't like I intentionally think about things like this. Even while I am doing other things, thoughts like this roam around inside my head. Dragon says, and you claim to not be insane? Anyway, what I can verify is that the planes are separated into 3 groupings. The upper, middle, and lower groups of planes. Moving within a group is fairly easy, but moving between groups is a lot harder. Your world is in the middle group, so you can gate to any plane in the middle group fairly easily. Trying to gate to the lower or upper group would be much harder. That matches what I was thinking. I got the idea from a gate that kept trying to connect to hell. Question, is it easier to connect to the higher group than to the lower group? Dragon says, I believe that it is a little easier. Why? Because moving with the energy, if it exists, would be easier than moving against it. Dragon says, wait, wasn't there something like this in one of the manga that you gave me? Yes, there is. Like I said, I only steal ideas, not come up with them myself, Dragon says. So, does that mean you are not trying to understand so much as to match this reality to a manga? To an idea from a manga? Yes. I know that there isn't a manga that will match up exactly, but there are a few ideas that are similar. Mainly, I just want to satisfy my curiosity so it will leave me alone, Dragon says. So the answer itself doesn't matter as long as you have an answer. Yeah, pretty much, Dragon says. Well, I am sorry to say that if there is an answer, I don't know it. Don't worry about it. I am getting used to not being able to find answers, Dragon says. So, what is next then? Getting to the next soul level in evolution as fast as possible. Wait, no. I guess I should build my soul palace and visit Soul City first. Dragon says, you should definitely build your soul palace first. You need to see how much it can store and figure out how much you will need to expand it. Otherwise, you might spend soul coins on other things and then realize you need to buy materials. Are materials the only way to expand the soul palace? Dragon says, no, but they are the easiest way. You can also expand it through time and hard work. Hard work. I don't mind, but time is in rather short supply, so buying materials sounds like something I will need to do. Dragon says, then I suggest that as you are working on getting your next soul level, you find something that drops lots of soul coins. Nothing in Soul City is cheap, especially the good materials. Yeah, I am probably going to need to farm a lot of coins. Either that, or I am going to have to figure out how to get the materials myself. At the same time, I am also going to need to get more armor. I don't suppose there is a trick to being able to pick up armor you already have, Dragon says. Actually, there is. If you have a palace that is not completely full, you can store armor pieces there. Does that allow me to pick up duplicate pieces, or do I need to store my current pieces in the palace? Dragon says. It allows you to store duplicate pieces. You can then hold on to them until you can use them, or sell them in Soul City. Are there people in Soul City who trade armor pieces? Dragon says, of course. there is an entire market dedicated to armor pieces. It is pretty easy to find what you need there. Cool! In that case, I know what I need to do before heading to the city. Dragon says, glad I could help. Have you remembered any more questions that you want to ask me? Nope. I think that is going to be it for this visit. Thank you for all the information, Dragon says. You are welcome. Just try not to die out there and don't break your promise. Don't worry, I won't after that. I quickly leave the dragon's soulscape and return to my body. The first thing I do is check on the kids, but they have woken up, so I exit my meditation. I find out that the reason that they woke up is because Kachara has returned. So I get up to join them and have breakfast while I talk with Kachara to catch up. Once they are done eating, I have the rest of the kids go watch anime and keep Kachara with me. Once it is just the two of us, I ask her opinion on how the kids are, and if they are getting enough attention. Her immediate response is to ask me why I am asking. So I tell her about my chat with the dragon. To my surprise, she is on the dragon's side and tells me that the kids are doing just fine. Since the dragon hasn't actually met the kids, I value Kachara's opinion much more. Kachara then goes on to tell me that not only are the kids fine, they are doing better than they would in the wild. She tells me that just the unlimited food alone makes me a way better parent than most beasts. Having enough food to develop properly isn't always possible out in the wild. Her words help me to feel less guilty about how little time I have for the kids. Talking with Kachara about it is way more effective than talking to the dragon. After she has eased my worries, I make sure to tell her how proud I am of her and how much I love her. Kachara responds by wrapping her entire body around me to give me a hug. That only lasts for a little while before turning into a wrestling match. Of course, when the rest of the kids notice, they run over and join in on Kachara's side. I quickly end up overwhelmed and pinned by my kids who then start licking and tickling me. It is almost enough to make me regret collecting so many kids, but only almost. I retaliate as much as I am able to. The kids are still winning, but I make them work for it. That probably would have been the end of the game, but Asuna suddenly turns on Kachara. The two of them have always loved fighting each other, and it gives me room to fight back. I still can't beat the other 6, but I can put up a much better fight and make it more fun. Chapter 1278. Eventually, the kids run out of energy and the game ends. But they are all smiling. The kids and I are lying all over the room catching our breaths, and that is when Miria walks in. She stops, looks around at all of us and the mess we have made, and busts up laughing. Welcome back, Miria laughs and says. You are lucky that you have golems to clean up after you. This place looks like a war zone. Only a small one, Miria says. Well, at least it looks like you had fun. By the way, I heard we are invading the Empire now. What happened to waiting until after you unified the Beastmen? We are not invading. We are just nibbling a little at the edges. It will make it easier for us to invade later, but I still plan to unify the Beastmen first, Miria says. Oh, okay. Then am I still heading to the land bridge to do some scouting? Yes, and Lizzie is going with you as your mount? Miria says, I am fine with that. We get along well. Are the kids coming with me as well? That is up to them. Kachara says, actually, we had planned on returning to our exploration of the Shadow Plane. We are running low on things for Eckhard to eat. Speaking of the Shadow Plane, I should now be able to create gates to the elemental planes as well, Mulan says. Those would benefit all of us. Can you create a gate to each of them for us to use? Sure, that shouldn't be a problem. Asuna says, is it just the main planes, or can you create gates to the subplanes as well? Subplanes? Kachara says, the ice plane would be a subplane of the water plane. Oh, currently I only know the coordinates of the 4 main planes, but it shouldn't be too hard to get the subplanes. Oh, does that mean that there is a subplane of lightning? Kachara says, yes, there is. All right. I will build the gates to the main planes and then see if I can find the coordinates for the subplanes. Does anyone know how many there are? Kachara says, there are 4 that I know of. Lightning, ice, magma, and plant. Each one connects 2 of the main planes together. Oh, that should make them easy enough to find. Lightning would be between air and fire, right? And ice would be between water and air. Mulan says, that is right. All right, Jarvis. It sounds like I am going to need a special room just for gates. Jarvis says, I would suggest a second tower opposite of Mistress Lynn's. That sounds good. We will do that. Once I am done, we will have 9 gates. But more might get added later, Jarvis says. Understood. I am going to make the new gates just like the one to the Shadow Plane. Does that work? Kachara says, yeah, that would be great. Miria says, now I want to go plane hopping with the kids. You can if you want to. It is not like I am forcing you to go scouting. Miria says, no, I need to see what the demons are like. I can go with the kids after I come back. That works too. Although, before you leave, we need to talk about the wedding. We need to schedule it, and I want to make some changes. Miria says, what kind of changes? If Lynn is okay with it, I want to marry both of you at once. Miria says, you what? I thought you still needed time to decide if you wanted to marry me? That was just an excuse, and you both knew it. While I appreciate you giving me room to breath, it is no longer necessary. Instead of responding, Miria jumps on me and starts kissing me while the kids laugh. I was not expecting her to have such a strong reaction to what I thought was a simple statement. It looks like my understanding of women has not improved at all. That is if both you and Lynn are okay with it. If you prefer separate weddings, we can do that too. I am just not sure of the timing of things if we do them separately. Miria says, I am fine with whichever. I will contact Lynn and see what she wants to do. Give me a few minutes. Miria climbs off of me and moves to the side of the room to use her communication amulet. It is only then that I realize I should have probably talked to Lynn first. But it is too late now. Hopefully, Lynn isn't going to be too mad at me for talking to Miria about it first. Then again, Lynn is normally really understanding, so maybe I won't be in trouble. Even if I am not in trouble, I need to think of a way to make it up to her. I just have too much on my mind right now and didn't think it through before opening my mouth. However, once it was said, there was no way for me to take it back without hurting Miria. If Lynn gets mad, she will get over it. But with that kind of hurt, Miria might not have ever forgiven me. Out of the mistakes I could have made, this is probably the least damaging one? Miria says, Lynn has agreed to a joint wedding. When should we schedule it for? Well, you need time to go down and scout the land bridge. So how about a month from today? Miria says, sounds good to me. Let me ask Lynn. She says she has no problem with that. I will go send out the invites and let everyone know the date. Miria runs out without giving me any chance to respond. She is really excited. As soon as she is gone, I grab my communication amulet and start apologizing to Lynn. Luckily, Lynn doesn't seem to be mad at me, but I still plan to do something to make it up to her. For now, I go back to playing with the kids, or at least I try to. They are having none of it. They want me to get to work on the new gates. They are all excited to explore new planes and don't give me a choice. So, I end up in my workshop building new gates while Jarvis builds a new tower. At this point, I am glad that I gave him the ability to modify the castle since it saves me time. I really want to build my soul palace, but I can't do that until the new gates are built. Luckily, since I already figured everything out, building the new gates doesn't take long. At first, I just build 4 new gates for the 4 main elemental planes. I will build the others if I can figure out the coordinates for the subplanes. I am hoping that they will be easy to find once I have connected to the 4 main planes. Once they are built, I program in the coordinates for the planes and label the gates. Then I make the remotes, enchant them, and link them to each of the gates. I also color code both the gates and the remotes so that there is no confusion. Chapter 1279. By the time I am done with all of that, Jarvis has built the new tower and connected it to the main building. When I move the new gates into the tower, I find that the shadow gate is already there. Once they are in place, I activate the new gates one by one to make sure they work. I also double-check that they are labeled correctly and that they won't interfere with each other. I am worried that there might be some kind of effect if more than one gate is open at a time. However, even when all 4 are open, there is no strange effect or energy released. In fact, the gates don't interfere with each other at all, which is a relief. With all the tests that I can do from this side done, it is time to go through the gates. Of course, the first gate I head through is the one that leads to the plane of fire. As soon as I step through, I am surrounded by heat that even I can feel. When I look around, all I can see is lava and fire, with no actual ground anywhere. There is no way that anyone who isn't immune to fire could survive here. However, it doesn't bother me, so I let the gate close behind me and spread my senses out. I can detect multiple life forms around, but none of them are heading my way. Since I am safe, for the moment, I spread my senses out as far as I can, which turns out to be enough to cover the entire plane. It isn't very big. In fact, it is only a little bigger than Hollis's domain, which is not what I was expecting. I thought that the elemental planes would be really huge, if not infinite. As I am standing there with my senses spread out, I get a really strange feeling. It feels like as I am standing there, my understanding of fire is increasing. If that is the case, this place is going to be great for Mulan, Mushu, and Nala, plus 5 evolution points. Ah, I guess I am still compatible with fire. That means I can't stay here too long, but it also means the plane of lightning will be really beneficial to me. I am getting the feeling that the kids are not going to be able to explore as one big group. They are going to need to split up by element, but they will have huge gains if they do. Since that is probably the case, it is even more important that I locate the subplanes. That way everyone will have somewhere to go when the kids split up. The subplanes are supposed to be connected, so I focus my senses on the edges of the plane. After a bit of work, I managed to sense where 2 subplanes connect to this plane. Those should be the subplanes of lightning and magma, but I can't tell which is which. However, since I plan to build gates to both, it doesn't really matter right now. While I am curious about what life might be here, I keep my focus on my goal. Once I have sensed the connected subplanes, I use the remote to summon the gate home. I mainly want to make sure that there are no problems with the process. If I get the kids stuck in another plane, I will never forgive myself. Once I am safely back, I let the gate close, put the remote down, and move to the air gate. Having a suspicion of what will be on the other side, I extend my wings as I step through. As expected, I find myself in midair with no sign of any ground anywhere. Luckily, having 2 sets of wings makes hovering much easier than it used to be. After letting the gate close, I spread my senses out to cover the entire plane. Again, I sense a few life forms, but they either don't notice me or aren't interested. There is no ground. The entire plane is nothing but air and a few random clouds, meaning only people who can fly should enter here. But thanks to the tattoos, all the kids can fly. However, I think that only Kachara is going to gain anything from coming here. It might benefit me if I stay here long enough, but air spells have never been my focus. I can feel the 2 connected subplanes, and I can also feel where I am in relation to the fire plane. The airplane is larger than the fire plane, but still nowhere near as large as I expected. In fact, if the rest of the planes are like this, then altogether they would equal what I was expecting. Like one plane that is just divided into several different areas, even then, it would still be much smaller than the shadow or material planes. Not that it really matters, I just want to understand as much as I can about the planes. As I am thinking things through, I use the remote to summon the gate. Once it is open, I head through and let it close behind me, then head to the water gate. Before walking through, I take a deep breath and hold it, then step through. As expected, I am underwater when I arrive on the other side, with no land in sight. When I spread out my senses, I find that there is a lot more life than in the other planes. Unlike in the other planes, I see a few fish that swim over to investigate me. However, so far there is nothing big enough for me to consider it a threat, so I ignore them and focus on sensing the edges of the plane and finding the connections. It is a good thing that I can hold my breath for a long time since there is no air here. The water fills the entire plane, although I do sense some currents in areas with increased pressure. As soon as I have located the connections, I use the remote to summon the gate and return. I dry myself off and then head into the last gate to the earth plane. Luckily, I arrive in a cavern and not trapped in solid earth, which I was a little worried about. The cavern immediately puts me in mind of the underground worlds that I have found previously. There are plants all around me and crystals in the ceiling above that provide light. As my senses spread out, I also find lots of life forms in what seems like an endless series of caverns. The water plane was about the same size as the fire plane, but the earth plane is far larger. My best guess is that it is about the size of the other 3 planes combined. That means that it takes me quite a bit longer to sense the connections to the subplanes. As I am searching for them, I sense quite a few minerals that interest me. However, I know that if I start running around mining, I will get distracted from what is important. If I take too long, the kids will become impatient and might try exploring on their own. Before they do that, I need to explain to them that they need to go to planes matching their element. Chapter 1280. Although, since this is a cavern system, they should be able to explore here. Knowing my luck, this would not be the gate that they choose to explore first. That thought keeps me on task, and I use the remote to return as soon as I sense the connections. Once I am back, I immediately head to the main room and explain things to the kids. They are disappointed that they can't explore together, but some of them are still excited. Those being the few who have powers from a primary element like fire or air. Kachera says, "That is only good news for a few of us." It is all right. After visiting the main planes, I am fairly sure I can make gates to the subplanes. That should help everyone but Eckhard and Haku. Haku says, "Right? There is no plane of light, is there?" Honestly, I don't know for sure. It isn't an elemental plane, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, if it does exist, I would expect it to be connected to the shadow plane, not the elemental planes. Eckhard says, "In that case, you can explore with me, Haku. We can go to the shadow plane while the others are in the elemental planes." That is a good idea. Since there are cities there, you might be able to find information about the planes that I don't have. The other option is that the plane of light would be one of the higher planes. It might be a while before we can explore them. Haku says, "All right, I will explore with Eckhard. Keep in mind that understanding shadow could still help you understand light. After all, shadows can't exist without light." Haku says, "I will keep that in mind." Mulan says, "All right, Mushu Nala, let's go explore the plane of fire." Albion says, "Father, what plane should I explore?" I feel that it would be best for you to explore the plant plane, although I don't know why I feel that way. Albion says, "All right, I will try it once there is a gate. In that case, I will go build the other 4 gates right now." Mulan, Mushu, and Nala all rush off to start exploring right away, but Kachera doesn't. She is more patient and waits with the others to keep them company. Asuna seems tempted to explore the plane of water. That is until I describe it. After that, she is more than willing to wait until I have built a gate to the subplane of ice. She likes the cold, but hates getting wet. It is fairly amusing. Now that I don't have to worry about the kids, I head back to my workshop. Making 4 more gates isn't a problem, but getting them connected turns out to be. Knowing the general location of the subplanes isn't the same as having coordinates. I end up having to guess at the coordinates and try multiple times to locate the target. Luckily, I only need to guess right once, and then the gate is locked on the subplane. What confuses me is that the subplanes are not directly between the planes they connect to. That is until I take a real look at it. Magma is closer to the fire plane, and lightning is closer to air. When I look at it that way, it actually makes sense, since the sub-elements are not purely half and half. Once I figure that out, it becomes easier to guess where the other 2 should be. As soon as the last gate is locked onto its target, I finish the rest of the enchantments. Then I move the gates to the tower and test all 4 of them. This time, I simply go through and then return to make sure everything works. Then I head down and inform the kids that the rest of the gates are ready so that they can go explore. Now that they all have things to do, I need to decide what I am going to do. I can either build my soul palace and go to the soul city, or I can go explore the lightning plane. Both are things that I want to do and will bring me benefits. So it is hard to choose. In the end, I decide to go with the lightning plane since that will bring immediate benefits. I can build the soul palace later, once the kids are safely back from exploring. I am hoping that if I am also in an elemental plane, I will be able to sense if they get into trouble. If I had thought of it sooner, I would have made them items to allow me to track them. I may still do so when I finally get around to doing some crafting. For now, I head into the tower and go through the gate to the plane of lightning. Like the plane of air, there is no ground in this plane, just storm clouds and lots of lightning. It doesn't make sense from a scientific viewpoint, but it is an awesome sight. Directly ahead of where I arrived, there are 2 layers of clouds with lightning between them. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of lightning strikes happening every second. However, it is strangely silent. There is no thunder to accompany the lightning. I am rather glad of that. That much thunder would be really painful. When I fly forward between the layers of clouds, the lightning immediately starts hitting me. It is hitting me both from above and from below, and it feels great. The strikes are hitting me fast enough that it is basically constant. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 15%. Not only is it giving me evolution points, but it is working on my core for me. That is awesome. Being able to simply fly around and make progress is a great feeling. The lightning hitting me also feels good, making this my new favorite place. If this keeps up, then my next evolution might not be as far away as I thought it was. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 30%. Although, at this rate, I am going to rank up again before my next evolution. My only worry is that I might find that I have a maximum capacity for lightning. If that happens, I won't be able to train here constantly, but it is still useful. I will just have to find a way to discharge the extra lightning so that I can keep training. Maybe I can make a crystal or something similar to hold lightning energy instead of mana. Oh, I bet I could make a really nifty lightning bomb. That could be fun. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 45%. I hope that the kids are finding the elemental planes to be as beneficial as I am. If so, then between that and their levels, they should be a lot stronger than normal beasts. Then again, according to Kachera, they should already be just due to having ample food. Chapter 12, 81. I will admit that I am a lot less worried about them than I used to be. They have explored the shadow plane enough that they should be able to handle most threats. I still worry about them, but now I have logic to reassure myself with. I am even starting to think that they could handle a single demon lord if they work together. Maybe 2 by the time the war starts, if they continue to grow at the current rate. I would feel bad asking them to fight in the war, but knowing them, they are going to volunteer. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 60%. In fact, I would probably have a really hard time keeping them out of the war. Although, if possible, I would prefer to keep them from having to fight a demon lord. I want to be strong enough that my angel and I can handle all 5 of them. That would leave the kids, Lynn and Miria, free to help the troops against the demons. That would help to reduce the casualties among the soldiers and be safer for them. It will depend on how things go and how long we have before the war starts. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 75%. Now that I think about it, there might be a problem with me staying here too long. I have no idea what would happen if I evolved based 100% on lightning. Not that it is an immediate concern considering how many points I need to evolve. I think if I stay here long enough to rank up, that shouldn't cause me any problems. Maybe I can rank up twice, but more than that would probably get a bit risky. Since I don't need to do anything but get hit by lightning, I try to spread my senses out. This plane is even smaller than the plane of error, and there are no life forms here. However, that is not what I am trying to do. I want to see if I can reach the other planes. They are all connected, so it should be possible. I just don't know if I am strong enough. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 90% spreading my senses out doesn't work, but when I focus, I can just barely reach the plane of air. It isn't enough to scan the plane, but it is enough to get a feel for where Kachera is. She seems to be doing fine, and she is one of the kids I worry about the least, so I switch directions and attempt to reach the plane of fire. It works, and I am able to sense Mulan, Mushu, and Nala. They are all together and are not moving. They are probably meditating to gain as much as they can from the plane. Unfortunately, that is the absolute limit that I can reach, so I can't check on the rest of the kids. I would have to move to closer planes to check on Asuna and Albion. I already know that I can't check on Eckhard and Haku. The shadow plane is too far away. It is also way too large. Even if I was on the shadow plane, I might not be able to find them. At least not without using the remote to track them. But even that wouldn't be easy. I am fairly sure that they will be fine, but I can't help worrying about them. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade complete. Core rank 1718. HP plus 2000. DP plus 1000. MP plus 3000. Strength plus 100. Intelligence plus 100. Evolution points plus 50. Core upgrade progress 5%. Great! Evolution. Evolution points. 140 divided by 400 evolution level, 2 divided by 5. All right, I can only stay here for 60 more points. I don't want to go over halfway without getting some dragon into the evolution. Ideally, I would want to fill the remaining half with dragon. That should ensure that I am on the dragon evolution path. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 15%. It looks like my core progress from the lightning has slowed down, but I was expecting that. It has happened every time that I have found something that helps my core to improve. However, from the looks of it, I should be able to get another rank before I have to leave. That will put me only 1 rank from 20, and I am curious what will happen when I hit it. I am expecting either an evolution of my race, or that I will be maxed out and unable to continue. Being maxed out would be rather disappointing, but it would also be one less thing to worry about. Considering how many ways I have to improve my strength, losing one won't be too bad, especially considering how often I get distracted by other things and forget to work on them. Besides, it might also lead to something interesting, I just don't know yet. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 25%, it looks like I am now only getting 10% at a time, which should work. I should hit rank 19 before going over the halfway point to my evolution. If that is the case, then I will use my next rank up as the time to leave the lightning plane. Now, the only problem is fighting off the boredom long enough to rank up, because while flying around in lightning feels good, it isn't very entertaining. Unfortunately, I can't enter into meditation while I am flying, or I would build my soul palace while waiting. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 35%. That means that I have to find something to think about to keep myself distracted. When nothing immediately comes to mind, I spread my senses out to look around. I am hoping to find something interesting to occupy my mind, and surprisingly, I go find an anomaly. There is another connection to the subplane, besides the ones to the fire and airplanes. It is much weaker than the other connections, but it triggers my curiosity. So, I spend some time studying it and try to figure out what it connects to. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 45%. Unfortunately, the connection is too weak for me to send my senses through it. That means I am only able to study this side of the connection, but that is enough. After studying it for a while, I figure out that it is different from the other connections. It doesn't connect to another plane. In fact, it isn't naturally formed like the others. The main key is that I managed to figure out that it was made using divine power. That means that it was made by a god, or some other kind of divine being. I can't tell what it is connected to, but I can tell that it is slowly absorbing power. It is absorbing about a lightning bolt's worth of power every couple of minutes. That is not a very fast rate of absorption, but the connection feels ancient. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 55%. Chapter 1282. The amount of power that has been absorbed over hundreds or thousands of years would be terrifying. There isn't any feeling of will from the connection, so it is probably working on automatic. I spend quite a bit of time just trying to think of why someone would do something like that. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 65%. The best idea I come up with is that maybe it is connected to a god's domain. When I think of that, I am immediately tempted to check the other planes for more connections. However, before I do that, I spend some more time studying the connection. This time, I am not trying to learn where it goes. I am trying to figure out how it was done. If I can figure that out, then maybe I can make a connection of my own. If I connected my bath to the lightning plane, I would get way more benefits from it. Although, before I do something like that, I need to figure out what effects the other end of the connection has. If it just supplies power, then I can simply use it to fuel the castle. In that situation, I can even connect the castle to all of the elemental planes, plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 75%, however. If it brings the lightning over intact, then it would be the perfect upgrade to my bath. I could still connect to the other planes. I would just use it to make rooms for the kids. Then they would be able to train without heading to the elemental planes. So far, the planes don't seem too dangerous, but that doesn't mean that they are safe. If we can visit them, then so can others, and they might not be friendly. So, having training rooms in the castle would be a much safer option. However, since I can't see the far end of the connection, I can't be sure what will happen. So, I either need to find another connection to study, or make my own, and see what happens. Normally, I would jump straight to make my own, but since I need to leave this plane soon anyway, I may as well look around. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress, 85%. Looking for other connections sounds interesting, and I can check on the kids while I am at it. Mainly, I want to see if I can figure out if the connections really go to godly domains. A way to sneak into a god's domain would be really useful, especially if the goddesses don't know about it. There is no way that they are going to give me permission to raid unknown gods' domains. However, I don't plan to be stupid and raid blindly. I will figure out how to identify the gods first. I will only raid the domains of gods that would count as my enemies. Luckily, because the goddesses are their own pantheon, most of the gods count as enemies. Of course, this is all assuming that my guess about the connections is correct. I could be completely wrong, but I won't know unless I find a better connection to study. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 95%, almost there. Just one more tick and I will rank up, but that will not put me halfway to evolution. It will put me at 190 evolution points, so I can stay for 2 more ticks. That is what I plan to do. Mainly so that I can see how much progress it gives to my core. If I manage to evolve before getting my final rank up, I may just come back here. There shouldn't be a problem with me getting more lightning for my next evolution. I am perfectly fine with the idea of turning into a lightning dragon. If the pattern doesn't change, I will need 800 evolution points after this evolution. That is more than enough room that coming here to rank up shouldn't be an issue. Finally, I absorb enough lightning to get the last tick needed for my rank up. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade complete. Core rank, 18. 19. HP plus 3000, DP plus 1500, MP plus 2000, skill points plus 100, evolution points plus 50. Core upgrade progress, 5%. Alright. Just one more rank to go to find out what happens. I activate the remote to summon a gate. I was planning to stay longer, but that has changed. I forgot in my calculations that ranking up also gives me evolution points. I am now 40 points over the halfway mark that I was aiming for. Plus 5 evolution points. Core upgrade progress. 10%. Apparently, I managed to absorb enough lightning to get more evolution points before flying into the gate. It looks like my plan of evolving with Half Dragon isn't going to work out now. From this point on, I need to make sure that the only evolution points I get are for Dragon. That means that I also need to avoid ranking up before my next evolution. That is going to be really annoying, but I don't want to risk messing up my evolution. It also means that I can't go into the plane of fire to look for connections. Instead, I decide to head through the gate to the subplane of plants to check on Albion. Not only is he on his own, but I am not sure if the plane can even benefit him. As soon as I enter the plane, I spread my senses out, locate Albion, and head to where he is. Albion, how are you doing? Albion says, I am fine, Father. Do you like it here? Is this place of benefit to you? Albion says, yes, I like it here. It is peaceful. It hasn't benefited me yet, but I feel like it will. If it is okay, I would like to stay here longer. That is fine. I am not here to make you leave. I just wanted to check on you. As long as you are happy, then stay as long as you need to be honest. I don't understand your ability. If this place can help you, then that is great. Albion says, thank you, Father. Don't worry. Nothing here will hurt me. Don't let your guard down. Considering all the worlds in the material plane, I highly doubt that we are the only ones who can travel the planes. Albion says, I didn't think of that. I will be careful. I didn't think of it earlier, or I would have warned everyone before letting them run off. Albion says, I am sure that my siblings will be fine. They are all stronger than I am. Just because they can fight better doesn't make them stronger. From what I have seen, your race isn't very warlike. Your abilities lie in other areas, but that does not make them weak. Albion says, thank you, Father. That makes me feel better. I give Albion a hug and spend some time petting him. Then I leave him to study the plane. After moving a decent distance away, I spread my senses again and look for connections. To my surprise, I find dozens of connections without even really trying. Chapter 12, 83. Not a single one of them is the same. They are all of different strengths and ages. That gives me all sorts of options to study, so I sit down and get to it. I start with the weakest first and work my way up to the strongest. They were all made by different people, but they also seem to have been made for different purposes. I even find one that I am pretty sure is just connected to a garden and used to make it flourish. That one I plan to copy for the castle. Not that I really need anything that we are growing, but I just like the idea. Some of the connections seem to have a similar purpose, although for different targets. One of them feels like it directly connects to some fields, so probably to help crops grow. My original idea may not be right. Some of these connections are not built with divine power. The fact that some are made using mana actually makes it easier for me to figure them out. The connections are really similar to a gate, just much smaller and only made to let energy through. They are also one way, but that is easy enough to copy if I need to. I noticed that the connections are formed from the outside of the plane, meaning the creators didn't need to come here. They probably just used coordinates to make them, like I did with the gates. I still can't see the other side of most of them, but I can get some impressions from them. Even the strongest one doesn't allow my senses to pass through to the other side. Maybe if I knew how to cast normal scrying spells, but that is more of a Lin thing. Having learned all I can hear, just as I am thinking of moving to another plane, I hear Albion scream. In an instant, I am on my feet and charging towards Albion at top speed. Whatever caused him to scream like that is going to die. Nothing is allowed to hurt my kids. Unbeknownst to me, as I charge, my anger causes lightning to start flaring around me. When I reach the clearing, I see Albion down on the ground with 5 figures around him. 4 of them are close to him and are securing him with chains. The 5th is standing a bit away from him and seems like the leader of the group. They look like humans, except that the leader has a third eye in the middle of his forehead. I am not trying to be sneaky, so when I come crashing into the clearing, they all stop and look at me. Seeing Albion being put in chains causes my anger to go through the roof, and I channel all of it into the roar I release at them. Ding skill evolution triggered. Dragon's Roar evolves into Lightning Dragon's Roar. Lightning Dragon's Roar, level 1 damage, 200 range, 150 feet taunts enemies within range. 40% chance to stun. My roar staggers the 4 around Albion, and I pounce past them at the leader. He manages to create an energy barrier around himself, but it shatters when my claws hit it. However, that allows him to stagger back and avoid a direct hit, but his third eye starts bleeding. As I advance after him, I knock the other 4 away from Albion with a sweep of my tail. I don't want to take the chance that they are smart enough to use Albion as a hostage. The leader tries to create an energy barrier again, but this time it doesn't even slow my claw down. There is a look of horror frozen on his face as his body falls to the ground in multiple pieces. Without pausing, I turn and charge at the other 4, who turn and try to run. However, I am not about to show mercy to people who hurt Albion, and I catch and kill all of them. 5 humans defeated, 17,950 XP gained. I guess that despite the third eye, they were human after all, not that it matters. Once the last of them is dead, I return to Albion and shatter all of the chains on him. Whatever wounds he had are already healed, either due to my aura or his own healing abilities. "Are you all right?" Albion says. "Yes, Father. Thank you for rescuing me, and I am sorry." "Sorry for what?" Albion says. "Despite your warning, they still caught me by surprise. It is all right, but you were really lucky. I was just about to leave when I heard your scream. I don't even want to think about what could have happened if I had left a minute earlier." Albion says, "I don't want to think about it either. I don't think I want to stay here any longer, at least not alone." "Yeah, I don't think it is a good idea for any of you to be alone in the elemental planes. I didn't think things through properly." Albion says Kachara and Asuna should be the only other ones that are alone, and they are much stronger than me. "It doesn't matter. Those who can roam the plains won't be weak, and the ones visiting the plains they are on will have similar powers. So Kachara and Asuna won't have an elemental advantage and will probably be outnumbered. It isn't worth taking the risk." Albion says, "You are probably right." Grabbing my remote, I create a spell to target only people holding a similar remote. Then I release the spell with a message for them to return immediately. As soon as the spell is released, I use the remote to summon a gate and take Albion back with me. Kitchera and Asuna return shortly after we get back, but Mulan, Mushu, and Nala take a few more minutes. Once everyone is back, I explain what happened to Albion and why I ordered them back. There is no sign of Eckhard and Haku, but my spell probably couldn't reach the shadow plane. Kitchera says, I saw a group of humans, but when they spotted me, they went away. They probably thought you were too strong for them, but that doesn't mean you are safe. They could easily come back with more people. Asuna says, does that mean we can't go back to the elemental planes? Mulan says, there are 3 of us who can go to the plane of fire. We should be fine, right? It is safer with 3 of you, but you should still be careful. I think I have found a way to bring the energy of the planes into the castle. I should be able to make training areas for all of you that are safe. Kitchera says, I hope so. I feel like I was getting a lot of benefit from the plane of air. I really don't want to give that up. I don't want you to have to. Just give me a bit of time to see if I can make training areas that will have the same benefits. Asuna says, what if you can't? Chapter 1284. Then I will think of another way to keep you safe. Maybe I can make golems to guard you while you are meditating, or something like that. Mulan says, so it is okay if the 3 of us go back to the plane of fire as long as we are careful? Yes, but be aware that anyone who can go there without burning up is likely to be really strong. Nala says, we should be all right if we take turns being on guard. Mulan says, that is a good idea. At the first sign of trouble, we will gate home. Kitchera says, in that case, Asuna and I will go join Eckhard and Haku. Hopefully, you will have come up with something by the time we get back. I will do my best. The kids split up and head through the gates. Then I head back to my workshop. The first problem that I need to figure out is where to put new training rooms. Underground, like my workshop, would probably be best, but I will need to make room. That should work for fire and ice. But putting a room for air mana underground won't work. In fact, it is probably pointless to even try making it a room. Air needs room to move. Then again, if I do it right, I can just use the open air inside the castle's bubble. Not only would that give Kitchera a place to train, but it would also keep the air fresh. I was already thinking about expanding the garden and connecting it to the plane of plants. That should be good enough for Albion, meaning I only really need to make 2 rooms. However, before I start building anything, I need to make sure that I can make a connection. I also need to make sure it works the way I think it does and that it will have the same benefits. Or, at least the benefits need to be as close to the actual plane as possible. For now, I have decided against connecting my bath to the plane of lightning. I don't want to have to avoid taking a bath in order to not get evolution points. I quite enjoy being able to take a bath and relax, and am not willing to give that up. With that being the case, connecting to the plane of air is probably the easiest way to test the idea. So I exit the castle and fly up above it to start experimenting with the connection. With what I have learned, it is fairly easy to create the connection to the plane of air. However, it turns out to be a lot harder to figure out how to limit what comes through. It is also harder to destroy the connection and costs more mana to do so. Luckily, I still have a crystal on me to refill my mana when I run out. Once a connection is created, it is not possible to make any changes to it. So, I end up creating and destroying the connection several times before I figure it out. After repeated tries, I finally figure out how to create a connection that only allows air and air mana through. Once it is created and open for a few minutes, the air within the dome starts moving around. Despite the small area, air currents form and keep the air constantly moving. It turns out to be much more effective than the enchantments I came up with. The connection, once created, is maintained by the energy from the plane. That means that I don't need to provide any energy to maintain it, but I can't just leave it as is. I need to tie it into the enchantments of the castle so that it won't break when the castle is moved or shrunk. I plan to wait to do that until I have created all of the connections and tested them. As I look down on the castle from above, while planning the connections, I realize that there is a lot of work to do. I need to completely redesign the garden, and I want to add a stream and pond to it. That will give me a reason to connect to the plane of water, but it will also create some problems. For one thing, I am going to need somewhere for the water to go. Or it will flood the castle. The easiest way I can think of to do that would be a second connection that returns the water. It should be possible. It will just take some experimenting to figure out. I also need to wait for Kachera to come back and test to see if the connections are effective for training. Another thing that is bothering me is that the castle looks odd only having 2 towers on the backside. However, if I am going to do a lot of work on the castle, I am going to need more stone. I wonder if I can get stone through a connection to the plane of Earth? If so, then I will never need to worry about getting more stone again. Since the castle is built completely from stone, connecting it to the plane of Earth should empower it. If things work the way I hope they will, this could end up being a huge upgrade to the castle. Although, before doing all of that, I should probably update and improve the castle's enchantments. However, before all of that, I quickly realized that I also need a vent for the air. Otherwise, with a constant inflow, the air pressure is going to just keep increasing. Since I'm going to need that for a couple of elements, I go ahead and start experimenting. It turns out to be extremely simple. It is just another one-way connection. Once I move the connections so that they are on opposite sides of the dome, it works perfectly. Not only is the air fresher now, but the mana levels inside the castle are increasing. That makes me wonder if there is also a plane of mana. After all, it is a natural force. If so, I am betting that it will be a really interesting place to explore. I will have to remember to ask the dragon if he knows the next time I visit him. However, I had better make sure to create my soul palace before then, or I am going to get lectured. I will do that just as soon as I am done with the connections and enchantments. Then, if nothing comes up, I will head to check out Soul City and satisfy my curiosity. With a plan in mind, I get to work on redesigning the castle and the gardens. I decide to put in a rock formation next to the building that I built for Bella to do tattoos. That is where the stream will start with a small waterfall and then wander through the gardens. It will end in a pond, and that is where I will put the second connection to drain off the excess water. The gardens will need to be completely redone and expanded, but the golems can handle that. I also want to add more flowers along the path to the castle and a bridge over the stream. Chapter 1285. All of that is simply cosmetic, but I think that Lynn and Miria will like it a lot. Now I just need to figure out how to keep the energy that comes from the connection confined to the garden. After all, I don't want the plants spreading and taking over the castle. I can probably do it by creating some kind of boundary around the garden. I will need to experiment once I have the connection built, but that will be later. With the design of the garden figured out, I hand it to Jarvis and let him order the golems around. I turn my attention to the castle and try to figure out what would look the best. If I add smaller towers to the front corners, that would give it a more balanced look. I don't need the extra space currently, but I am sure it will get used eventually. In fact, the tower on the right side can be left open and become part of the playroom. It is about time I reworked the playroom anyway. The kids have gotten used to it. In fact, I wonder if I could enchant it into something like an ever-changing maze? Probably not. At least not for now. I would have to research the appropriate spells first. I already have a ton of research that I want to do, but I don't have the time. For now, I will just add it to the to-do list and worry about it when I have some free time. Since I have decided how I want to modify the castle, I head to my workroom. I then open up the floor and move into the base of the rock the castle rests on. This is the best place that I could think of to open the connection to the plane of Earth. The trick to this is going to be that I need to make a slightly different connection. I want it to let mana through, but only let stone through on demand. I designed the castle to be able to absorb extra stone and just increase in density. But there is a limit. I really don't want to know what would happen if the castle's stone went over that limit. So I want the connection to only bring stone through when I want to make changes. In the end, it takes multiple attempts before I manage to figure out how to do it. Once the connection is done, I set it so that Jarvis can control it and have him make the modifications to the castle. By the time I am done with the Earth connection, the changes to the garden are done. So I head upstairs and add the 2 connections to the plane of water. Next, I add the connection to the plane of plant and start trying to figure out how to contain it. The main problem is that the garden isn't a standard shape, so I need to be able to draw a boundary. It doesn't have to be strong. It just needs to contain the life energy. However, I don't want to destroy or remove the energy. I want it concentrated in the garden. This is both for the plants and so that Albion has a good training area. I have read about a few barrier spells, but those won't stop this type of energy. So I have to take the forms from those spells and modify them to specifically contain energy. As I am working on it, all the plants in the garden are flourishing to the point I can see them growing. The problem is that they are already growing out of their beds and trying to spread. Seeing it makes me realize that the barrier needs to stop plants as well as energy. It also means that the gardener golems are going to have a lot more work to do. Speaking of, it has been a long time since I last looked at their programming. Another thing I need to find time to do, however, now is not the time to get distracted, so I go back to working on the barrier. I draw a line around the garden. This will be used to define the area of the barrier. The hard part is fine-tuning the spell to do what I want it to and nothing else. Eventually, I managed to figure out how to make it work, but it is not a pretty spell. In the end, I just can't stand it and wipe out the spell so that I can start over. It takes several attempts, but I finally managed to make it into a decent spell. Miria says, "What is all of this?" "Oh, welcome back. I am just doing a little rearranging." "Nothing major," Miria says. "You call this nothing major. It looks nothing like it did before." "Well, there is a little more to it than just a redesign. I learned some new tricks recently. Anyway, do you like it?" Miria says. "It is beautiful. It is more like being in a jungle than a garden, and the feeling of life here is intense. I am glad you like it." "How are the preparations for your mission going?" Miria says. "Everything is just about ready, and we will be leaving soon. I came to spend some time with you before we leave. If you have time." "Of course I do. This can wait till later." Miria and I head inside to have a meal together, and I do what I can to make it romantic. That isn't much considering I didn't have any warning, but Miria seems to appreciate the attempt. Once we are done eating, we head to the bedroom and have some fun. We are careful not to go overboard since Miria has a long journey ahead of her. After a couple of rounds of fun, we spend the rest of the time just cuddling and chatting. When it is time for her to leave, we say our goodbyes and I walk her out. After Miria leaves, I head downstairs to create the 2 new training rooms. Once the rooms are built, I add the new barrier spell to help contain the power. Once that is done, I add a connection to each room, one to ice and one to fire. I add the connections from outside the rooms to make sure I don't get any evolution points. However, I don't need to be inside the room to see that it worked as planned. As soon as the kids get back, they can test out the rooms properly and see how well they work. For now, I move on to working on the enchantments and integrating the connections. Even if the connections don't work out for the kids' training, they still benefit the castle. Having the castle be a mana-rich area will make things much easier in the future. It also means that I don't need to worry about having enough power for the enchantments. As the connections are tied into the enchantments, the available power skyrockets. With the power available, I don't have to worry about the efficiency of the enchantments. So, I focus on making the enchantments more effective, even if it is inefficient. Thanks to the nearly unlimited power, I am able to make massive improvements to the enchantments. That and the fact that I have improved a lot since I originally made the castle. Chapter 1286. As I upgrade one enchantment after another, I feel that the castle as a whole is somehow changing. Maybe it is because of the connection to the plane of Earth, but I can feel power flowing through the walls around me. It almost makes it feel like the castle itself is alive, although I know that isn't possible. It is just the energy of Earth flowing through the stone and making it stronger, with all the connections tied into the enchantments. Jarvis will be able to control them. It will be up to him to keep things running smoothly and prevent the power from overflowing. With the enchantments to control the connections, he will be able to adjust the flow of power. That means that I don't need to build more connections to act as vents. I may have to make some adjustments later, but for now it seems to be working properly. Saronia says, "Ash, was that you?" "Was what me? I haven't done anything," Saronia says. "I just felt the creation of a greater artifact. And you just assumed that it was me," Saronia says. "Well, who else could it be? I can't think of anyone else besides Lynn who would be capable of it, and she is not that crazy. As far as I know, Lynn should still be in the tower's library," Saronia says. "Exactly. So, I ask again, what are you up to?" "I am in my castle working on a few things." Saronia says, making new magical items. The only thing I have made is some new gates, Saronia says. Then what else have you been doing? The only other thing I have been doing is making some improvements to the castle's enchantments, Saronia says. What kind of improvements? What are you doing that you don't want to tell me about? Are you familiar with the elemental planes and the connections that can be built to them? Saronia says. Yes, I am. Well, I added connections to the elemental planes to the castle. Other than that, I am updating and improving the enchantments? Saronia says. Which elemental planes did you connect to? All of them except lightning and magma? Saronia says. You added connections to 6 elemental planes to 1 magical item. Yes. Why? Saronia says. Connections are meant to be added to places, not items. Are you trying to make your own god domain? No, of course not. I am just trying to add training areas for my kids, Saronia says. That would be fine if your castle was a place and not an item. Adding connections to it upgraded it to a major artifact. That kind of thing makes a lot of noise. Enough that some of the gods on the continent might have heard it. Even if they did. So what? They won't be able to see me. The castle is also shielded from their sight. They can search around all they want. They won't find anything, Saronia says. And what if in their searching they find my sister or me? You two have cloaks as well. They won't be able to find you, Saronia says. No, not directly, but it still wouldn't be good to have them poking around the peninsula. Well, there isn't much I can do about that. I had no idea that my upgrades would trigger something like that, Saronia says. I guess that is true. I should probably be glad that it wasn't some insane experiment. Don't worry. I don't have any experiments planned. I have too much to do currently to try coming up with anything insane, Saronia says. That is somehow strangely comforting. Okay, anyway, is there anything else? Or can I get back to work? Saronia says. That was all, I guess. I go back to working on the enchantments, even though I can feel that Saronia is still watching. However, if she is done talking to me, then there is no reason for me not to get back to work. Despite what Saronia thinks, I think that the castle becoming a greater artifact is awesome. Considering that it is a floating castle that can shrink down, I am surprised that it wasn't already one. Then again, I don't really know how artifacts are ranked, so I am not too surprised. I think I asked someone at some point, but I can't remember what the answer was. Not that it really matters, since I don't plan to stop upgrading the castle, although I will probably need to warn Saronia before I upgrade the ship next. Now that I know about connections, the upgrades for the ship will include them. The power that connections provide will fix a lot of issues that I was having with the planned upgrade. A connection to the plane of air will be the most important for allowing it to fly. My dream of turning it into an airship will be simple now. I just need to find the time. The way things are going, by the time I have the time, the ship will have already sailed, meaning that I will have to wait for it to return before I can do the upgrades. With that being the case, I will just worry about it later. I have plenty of other things to do. Ding, congratulations. Skill enchanting has progressed to level 8. Enchanting level 8 int plus 16 whiz plus 8 chea plus 8. You are an expert at enchanting items. Ha! It has been so long since that leveled up that I had forgotten that I had it as a skill. Although, with the amount of enchanting that I have done, it should have leveled up sooner. Even if the system only counts new enchantments, I have done tons of those. I really don't understand how the system judges things. I wish it had a help function. At any rate, I continue working on the enchantments. The skill up doesn't really affect anything. As I finish each section of the enchantments, I explain the changes to Jarvis and have him test them. I want to make sure that the changes I have made don't affect his control over them. I want to make sure that everything keeps running smoothly and that I don't make any mistakes. Or at least if I do, then I will be able to correct them before they affect anything. There are a few conflicts that are created by the changes that I end up having to fix. However, there are far fewer problems than I was expecting, which makes me happy. I am almost finished when I hear the noise of some of the kids returning. I keep working, but I ask Jarvis to see who has returned and have them test a training area. It turns out to be Mulan, Mushu, and Nala who returned, so they go to the fire room. I finish up the enchantments and then have Jarvis check them all one more time. When there are no problems, I head down to wait outside the fire room. Chapter 1287. Mulan says, "Hi, Dad. Hi." "So, how is it?" Mulan says, "It is good." "Maybe not quite as good as going to the plane, but still beneficial." Nala says, "I think it is better. After all, we don't have to keep someone on guard all the time. But it does work as a training area." Mushu says, "Yes, it does. It also feels really good." "Great. Did you guys also try going to the plane of magma?" Mushu says. "Yes, we did, but it didn't work out very well." "How so?" Nala says, "It was too hot for me. I couldn't stay there." Mushu says, "It was great. I loved it." Mulan says, "I could handle the heat, but I didn't gain any benefits from it. Only Mushu did." "In that case, Mushu, should I build a magma training room for you?" Mushu says, "Yes, please, if it is not too much trouble." "Sure, it is no trouble at all." "I can connect it to the fire room so that you can go back and forth whenever you want," Mushu says. "That would be great." So, with the kids watching, I create another room and connect it to the plane of magma. Then, I tie it into the enchantments so that Jarvis can control it, just like the others. I notice that when I add another connection, the existing connections seem to get stronger. I wasn't paying enough attention to notice it before, but they seem to resonate with each other. That means that something interesting might happen when I add the connection to the plane of lightning. At that point, all of the elemental planes will be connected to the castle. I am curious about what will happen, almost enough to go make the connection right now. Yet if I do that, then I won't be able to use my bat until after I manage to evolve. It could be a while before I am able to evolve, and I don't want to lose my bath for that long. So, as usual, my curiosity is just going to have to wait and torment me for a while. However, I have gotten pretty used to that with all the unanswered questions I have. At this point, I doubt that I will ever get to the point that my curiosity isn't bugging me. If anything, as time passes, I am more likely to have more unanswered questions. My curiosity is basically a constant torment, but it is not like there is a way to remove it. For whatever reason, even though I am less cat-like now, my curiosity just keeps getting stronger. It is almost as if the more that I learn about this world, the more that I need to know. At times, it is almost enough to drive me insane. That is, if I am not already insane. While I don't think I am, there are several others who seem to think that I am. Jarvis informs me that the rest of the kids have returned, so I head up to meet them. Then I explain to them about the various training grounds around the castle. As soon as I am done talking, Kachera, Asuna, and Albion head to test them out. That leaves Haku and Eckhard with nothing to do, so I spend some time with them. As they are telling me about their adventure in the Shadow Plane, I have a thought. I know how to make connections, and I know the coordinates of the Shadow Plane, so can I make a connection to it? If I do, will it act like the connections to the elemental planes? Or will it be different? I have never seen an edge to the Shadow Plane, so I can't go look for connections. The only way to know if it will work would be to try it. But that might be dangerous. The other problem is that I don't think Eckhard trains that way. He just eats things from the Shadow Plane. That might be something he won't need until he is an adult Shadow Drake. I should probably wait for that experiment until after I add the last elemental connection. For now, I think I am going to call the upgrade of the castle done and move on to other projects. I still have a lot of crafting to do, and I also need to go convince the other tribes to join us. Before that, I need to build my soul palace. I am not going to put that off any longer. That will actually be the next thing I do just as soon as I am done spending time with the kids. I spend time with them until all of them are back from training. All the areas work. Once the kids are all back, we have a meal together and then watch a couple of movies. As soon as all the kids have fallen asleep, I turn my attention to creating my soul palace. I first enter into my meditation and then follow the dragon's instructions. Where I turn my attention outwards to reach the hallway, this time I turn it inwards. I am looking for the space where I will build my soul palace, but it isn't inside my body. The dragon gave me an explanation, but it sounded like religious mumbo-jumbo. All I really paid attention to is that I need to look beneath the surface. That to me means that it is in a different layer of reality from my actual body. I am not sure if that is what the dragon really meant, but that is what I am going to look for. Basically, I just keep looking for deeper and deeper areas inside my body until I break through a barrier. Then I find myself in a small space. It is only about 10 foot by 10 foot. This is barely enough space to build a single room. I don't see how this is supposed to become a palace. Just out of curiosity, I spread my will and try to push the walls of the space outwards. However, I quickly exhaust myself, and when I check the walls have only moved about an inch. Well, now I know what the dragon meant by using time and hard work. I am definitely going to have to get some items to help the space grow. After a little experimenting, I find that I can design and decorate the space any way I want. It doesn't even take any energy to do so, and it seems like things will stay how I set them. All in all, it is very similar to my meditation room in regards to how it functions. However, when I test out the storage of knowledge, meaning manga, I am very disappointed. As it stands currently, I can only store a couple of manga series before it is full. I am going to have to expand it majorly just to save the manga that I want to keep. That is not even counting the anime, movies, and other things that I want to save. It looks like I am going to have to develop it into an actual palace at the least. I really hope that the materials to help expand it aren't too expensive. Chapter 12, 88. I am starting to think that it might be a better idea to get more coins before heading to Soul City. At the least, I should head back to the battlefield world to collect more free coins. Besides, now that I know how, I really need to mark that door before I forget where it is. I practice entering the Soul Palace again and again until I can do it at will. By then, I am completely exhausted, so I curl up with the kids to get some sleep. For once, the kids wake up before me, but then they start playing and quickly wake me up. Luckily, by the time they wake me up, I have fully recovered my mental strength. I join in the kids' game for a while, and then once they are worn out, we eat breakfast. After they are done eating, the kids go off to do their own things and I head to my workshop. I finally get to experiment with the new metal that I got from Hollis's realm. The tests show that it is a very strong metal, but rigid so it won't be useful for some things. Of course, that is just the base metal. There are bound to be alloys I can make with it. The base metal will be useful for armor and weapons on its own, but I have a limited amount. I would like to find alloys that use it so that I can make it last longer. That is my next experiment, mixing the ore with various metals to try and find an alloy. The simple two-component alloys are fairly easy to discover and test. The more complex alloys, those with more than 2 ingredients, are much harder to find, especially since sometimes to get 2 metals to combine, it takes a non-metal component. However, even though most of the experiments fail, I still have a lot of fun. Each and every single experiment, regardless of the result, helps to satisfy my curiosity. Considering all the frustration I normally go through, it feels great to satisfy it even a little. Besides, even failed experiments help me gain more knowledge of metallurgy. It is not something that I studied in my past life, but I picked up a little here and there. However, the same rules don't apply to this world because of magic. Magic can allow 2 metals that logically shouldn't combine to be able to combine. It adds a whole new dimension to metallurgy and greatly increases the number of possible experiments. During the experiments, I find that using a small amount of metal mana really helps. It won't directly allow me to figure out an alloy, but it does give me hints. For one thing, if 2 metals can't combine at all, the mana will have a certain reaction. Once I figure that out, it becomes a lot easier to find combinations that will work. Unfortunately, the hints don't indicate what else might need to be added. So, while I can determine a lot of possible alloys, I still need to do a ton of experiments. However, I can only conduct as many experiments as I have other materials to test. There are a number of alloys that should be possible, but that I can't find the right mix for. It is probably due to the fact that they require some rare components that I don't have. Either that, or they need some specific magic technique to make the alloy. Whichever it is, it looks like I am not going to be able to find the alloy right now. However, I do find a few useful alloys. Even if they are simple alloys, it should be enough for me to make the ore I got last a lot longer before it runs out. It probably won't be enough to build a golem army, But equipping an army might be doable, even using the alloys. The best use of them is still for weapons and armor. For golems, it would be best used as an outer shell, but it wouldn't be good for the internals. I will probably keep enough for at least a few golems, just because golden golems would look cool. I say golden because that is the best alloy I have found so far, mixing the silver ore with gold. The resulting alloy is a shiny golden color, and it retains its strength. The best part is that the mixture is 50-50, meaning that with enough gold I can double the ore. The fact that it will look awesome and expensive is just a bonus. An army equipped with this metal will look like a holy army, especially if there are angels too. Speaking of, I need to make sure to keep enough metal to make gear for my angel. I would make it now, but I don't know yet if it will be male or female. Although, knowing my luck, it is going to be yet another woman who will cause me problems. However, since it will be newly born, maybe I will be able to treat it like another kid. Anyway, that is a problem for later. It will take a while before I can level up. For now, I am going to do some crafting. I start making weapons and armor. The armor is just general in shape. I will add an enchantment to make it fit. The weapons are even easier. They are just basic weapons that I will enchant. Luckily, the alloy has a good amount of mana capacity, so I can do most things with enchantments. For example, I will make a standard short sword and then enchant it with shapeshifting. It won't be the full shapeshifting, just enough to allow it to turn into any type of sword. I will do the same with axes, spears, and bows. That way I will cover most weapon types. This will be the easiest way to equip an entire army and still allow them to have their preferred weapons. The only other option would be to wait and custom make the weapons for the troops. Since I don't even know who all the troops will be, that isn't possible currently, so this is my only option that can be done right now, so I keep crafting them. I decide to use about 3/4 of the ore that I have and save the rest. That should give me enough equipment to equip at least a small army, or the elites of an army. After crafting for a few hours, I take a break to have some food and check on the kids. Most of them are training, but Haku and Eckhard went into the shadow plane. It makes me realize that I can't always be around and should make them some protective items. So, when I return to my workshop, I focus on making a bracelet for each of them. I make them extra dense, so that they will be able to hold more enchantments. I also add some gem powder and other random things I have in my pouch. Once they are all made, I turn to putting the enchantments into them. I make it so that they will activate automatically when the wearer is in mortal danger. I add shape-shifting so they can turn into armor that will fit any body type. Chapter 1289. As I am working on them, I take inspiration from the Guyver armor from the anime. Once those enchantments are done, I use the remaining space to add the normal enchantments. Mainly self-repair and stat buffs for the wearer. Nothing too absurd. Most of the time, they will be a fairly normal magical item, but when they activate, they will be overpowered. This way, the kids can encounter normal levels of danger that will help them grow stronger. At the same time, I won't need to worry about them as much since the bracelets will protect their lives. I also add a small enchantment that will bind them to the kids so that they can't be lost or stolen. When I am done, there is still a little room left, so I add the concealment enchantment. That way no one will target the kids because of the value of the bracelet. This is the best that I can think of without being overprotective of them. I just hope that it isn't too much and that it doesn't hinder their growth. To that end, I don't plan to tell them about the armor function so that they won't rely on it. Once the bracelets are done, I go back to crafting the armor and weapons. Now that I have a decent amount, I start enchanting the finished ones while making more. Divided Mind is really helpful since it doubles my crafting speed when I am doing repetitive tasks. Since I need to make and enchant hundreds of pieces of armor and weapons, it really helps. Even with it, it is still going to take me days of work to make them all. Luckily, I don't need to make them all at once. The war is still a ways off. However, it is a good way to use my free time while I am waiting for things to happen. Right now, I am waiting for the results of our movements into the Empire. The troops should be able to handle it, but there is a chance that I will need to make a move. Until they need me, I am just going to keep crafting until it is dinner time, or I get bored. I managed to make almost 100 pieces and enchant about half of them before dinner. The kids stopped training to come eat, and Haku and Eckhard returned from the Shadow Plane. That means that they didn't explore for long, but they don't seem to mind. After we are all done eating, I hand out the bracelets I made to each of them. Then we form a cuddle pile and watch anime for a while before the kids fall asleep. Since I am not tired, once the kids are asleep, I enter into meditation, and then the hallway. I walk along until I reach the door to the world that is used as a battlefield. Then, as I touch the door, I think about how the dragon told me to mark the door. For lack of a better idea, I just write battlefield on the door. That is enough for me to remember. Once the door is marked, I open it and step through and begin forming a body. I may as well collect some more money while I am here and maybe some armor pieces. According to the dragon, now that I have a soul palace, I should be able to collect more of the pieces I already have. I want to test that out before I head to Soul City so that I can try trading them. Mainly because I want to save the coins for buying materials to expand my soul palace. As soon as my body is built, I start looking for the map of battlefields that I was given. After I find it, I figure out where I am and then head for the nearest battlefield. Unfortunately, it is one that I have already been to and is completely empty. The problem is that I didn't mark the battlefields that I looted, and now I can't remember. So, I have to go to each and every battlefield marked on the map and see if anything is there. As I am flying around looking for them, I find a few battlefields that aren't on the map. I am guessing that they are more recent ones, but that doesn't stop me from looting them. This time, I don't stop or get distracted. I visit all of the battlefields on the map. Now I can throw the map away and don't ever have to worry about it again. Soul coins found. 38,160 soul crystals found. 123 soul healing potions found. 16 soul armor found. Helmet, boots X3, bracers X2, pauldrons. Legs clearing all of those battlefields was definitely a good haul. I even got the armor legs. Now all that is missing to complete the first set is the chest piece, and I already have 4 pieces of my second set. Not counting those, I still have 2 sets of boots and a set of bracers that I can trade. This has been a really profitable trip, even if it did take up all of my available time. It took hours to visit all the battlefields, and I get the feeling that the kids will be awake by now. I return to the hallway and then exit my meditation to return to a wakeful state. As expected, the kids are awake and currently playing King of the Hill using me as the hill. If I hadn't been in a meditative state, there is no way I could have slept through that. The game changes instantly when the hill decides to attack the current king. Since the kids are all shrunken, I stay normal size to play monster and chase them around. I quickly wear the kids and myself out, so we stop playing and have breakfast. The food helps to re-energize us, and once they are done eating, the kids head to the shadow plane. Once they are gone, I head to my workshop to resume crafting weapons and armor. Other than a short break for lunch, I spend the entire day crafting and enchanting. Thanks to working on 2 things at once, I don't get distracted at all by random thoughts. Ding, congratulations. Skill Divided Mind has progressed to level 3. Divided Mind level 3 allows you to split your mind into 2 parts. Each part can focus on a separate task. The kids aren't back yet, which is no surprise, so I eat dinner alone for once. When I am done eating, I leave the castle to check on how things are going. I summon Muyan and then sit around waiting until she shows up to report. Muyan says, "You summoned me, Master." "Yes, I want to report on how things are going in the Empire." Muyan says, "Understood." The Empire is currently divided into 3 basic areas. The Northern Duke has suppressed all the rebellious nobles in his region and has restored control. However, he has announced that he will remain neutral until the succession is sorted out and then swear loyalty to the new ruler. Succession. Is the Emperor dead then? Chapter 1290. Muyan says, "No, at least not yet." He currently only controls the capital and a small area around it. No one believes that he has the ability to reunify the Empire. Then who are the contenders for the throne? Muyan says. Currently, it is the Emperor's daughter and the Western Duke that are the main contenders. The Emperor's daughter took a big hit when she lost the support of the church. But now the Eastern Duke is supporting her, so she still has a chance. Let me guess. The Eastern Duke has a son close to the Emperor's daughter in age? Muyan says. Yes, you are correct. So, the Western Duke wants the throne for himself, while the Eastern Duke wants it for his son. The Northern Duke is going to sit back and wait to see who wins, and then either join them or wipe them out and take over. Muyan says, I believe that is an accurate assessment of the situation. Wasn't the Western Duke the one I killed? So this must be his replacement, the one who was supporting Pine? Muyan says, that is correct. Then he is our enemy and we absolutely cannot allow him to gain the throne. On the other hand, if the two of them fight it out, they will both be weakened and easier to conquer. Muyan says, is it your goal to conquer the Empire? It is looking more and more like it is going to be. Not right away, of course, but eventually I think it will be necessary. They have been involved with the demons for a while now. I just can't trust them anymore. I certainly don't want them at my back when I am facing the demons, Muyan says. Should I have my people start removing people who could be troublesome? There is no need right now. Stay focused on getting rid of the church, Muyan says. Most of them have already been dealt with. The only ones that remain are the ones who are in hiding, and they will be dealt with just as soon as they poke their heads out of their holes. That is good. Did your people encounter any demons? Muyan says. There were a few hidden among the members of the church, but they were no problem to deal with. They were all weak, lower-class demons. They died just as easily as the church members. That is strange. I didn't think that weaker demons would be able to disguise themselves. Any sign of stronger demons? Muyan says. We haven't seen any directly, but there are stories going around of demons being ripped apart by mobs when they suddenly appeared. Those won't have been all that strong. A strong demon wouldn't take any damage from a mob of normal people. In fact, it would be more likely for the mob to be torn to pieces, Muyan says. In that case, no, there have been no signs of powerful demons. That is odd. I wouldn't expect the demon lords to trust this kind of operation to low-level demons. There should be a higher-ranking demon to be in charge of them, Muyan says. Then it is either still in hiding or it retreated when you revealed the demons. I would put my money on it being in hiding. Going back and reporting failure to the demon lords isn't a way to live a long time. Muyan says, understood. I will endeavor to locate this demon leader. I would start with the Imperial Court. The leader would have wanted to keep a close eye on the politics. However, even if you find it, don't try to kill it yourselves. Even if you go personally, I wouldn't give you good odds. Just locate it and then let me know. I will go deal with it. Muyan says, as you wish. Any other orders for me? Make sure that the Western Duke doesn't win any major battles. And if Pine is ever vulnerable, bring me his head. Muyan bows and says, by your command. Once Muyan leaves, I return to the castle. But the kids still aren't back yet, thanks to the time difference. It could be several days from my point of view before they return. With that being the case, I gate to the tower to spend some time with Lynn. Besides, I owe her an apology, and I want to see if she is mad about the change in plans. Over the communication amulet, she seemed to be fine with it, but I want to be sure. When communicating like that, it is not like I can see the expression on her face or hear her tone of voice. When I arrive, I find that Lynn and Bella are currently eating a meal together. Before I can think better of it, they invite me to join them, and I can't really refuse. They seem fine as we eat, but I can't help but feel uncomfortable and that I am intruding. Luckily, the meal doesn't last too long and Bella excuses herself as soon as it is over. Once Lynn and I are alone, I apologize for interrupting and for not talking to her first about the wedding. Here I am being all serious and trying to apologize and Lynn just laughs at me. What is so funny? Lynn says. Your face? What? Lynn says, with your new face. You trying to look serious is hilarious. You look like a constipated dragon. What? Really? Lynn laughs and says, no. When did you become so gullible? When I realize that she tricked me, I let out a deep growl and Lynn takes off running. Of course, I chase her down, but I don't catch her until we reach the bedroom. She completely set me up and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. It is only later after our fun that I realized that it was her way of getting back at me. As far as punishments go, I guess that it could have been much worse. It seems that I am just as dense as I always have been. I haven't gotten any better. I am seriously lucky that Lynn is willing to put up with me considering how dense I am. Not to mention that Miria also seems to be willing to put up with me. I really am lucky. Thinking those happy thoughts, I fall asleep with Lynn curled up in my arms. About 4 hours later, I wake up, but Lynn is still sound asleep, so I don't move. Instead, I enter meditation, enter the hallway, and start walking down it. It takes me quite a while to walk far enough to see the break the dragon described. I am extremely tempted to check out the black door, but I can't since I promised not to. So I move to the white door, but I don't go through it right away. First, I touch the door and try to figure out how to make it my arrival point.